Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Sleepwalker by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Tina Wollstonecroft. 1. Millie Brannon, June 1928. Something jolts me awake. Unsure what, I glance around. Everything is dark. I have no idea where I am. I'm definitely not in my bed. After sitting up, I realize I'm on a couch, one of many in my family's ridiculously large house, so I could be almost anywhere. Given my condition, I shouldn't be anywhere other than my room, which worries me a lot. Locked in. I'm supposed to be locked in, for my safety and for that of everyone else within the walls, and outside. I've made it into the woods before. I was young and horribly scared when I awoke. Mama and my nanny were losing their minds until they found me. They've told me at least 100 times since then. But that wasn't even the worst of it. I shove those thoughts aside and rise to my feet. My ankles wobble for a moment because I'm wearing high-heeled shoes. Everything comes flooding back. The party. Peppy live music, dancing, laughing, moonshine and appetizers enough for days. How did I wind up here? I can't remember the party ending, the guests leaving. Think, Millie. I press my palms down along my dress. The fabric is stiff. Too stiff. Unnaturally stiff. My heart leaps to my throat. I fumble around, bumping into a table and a shelf before finding a light to turn on. I'm in one of the reading rooms near the servants' quarters, but that barely registers. Not when my shimmery, white dress is now more red than white. This can't be happening. It just can't. Not again. My breathing grows labored as I stare down at the large, reddish-brown splotch across my abdomen and hips. The tiny dots freckling up my chest, and some of them on my bare shoulders and arms. My gaze darts around. Did I bring the weapon in here? Nothing. Not even any blood on the couch fabric. That means the blood dried before I came in here to lie down. What happened? Hard as I try, I can't remember anything beyond the party. Did Papa and Uncle John make a bad batch of moonshine? If that's the case, then it makes sense that I passed out and did. I glance back down at my dress. My stomach lurches. I really, really hope this is because I'd made my way out to the barn and helped one of the servants to butcher an animal for tomorrow's dinner. But I know better, especially after. No, I can't think about that. It's too painful. I need to figure out what happened. Why Nellie isn't here. Oh, heavens, don't tell me this is her blood. It can't be. But it would explain why I'm here alone at night when I should be in my room, tucked safely into bed with the locks firmly in place. This is bad. Very bad. The last thing I remember was dancing with Fred. We were laughing and having a grand time with plenty of other couples around us in my favorite ballroom in the Brannon Manor. Not the one all my parties are in, but for rare, intimate gatherings. I have to return there, even though it's in an entirely different wing. Perhaps I should take one of the hidden passages. Then I won't risk anyone seeing my blood-soaked dress. Not when the entire household, including each servant, knows about my sleepwalking condition and what can happen. What's already happened. Despite all the hypnosis therapies and potions Mama has thrust my way, I can't forget. Nothing works. Nothing will bring back sweet May. I miss her more than anything. The pain is still unbearable at times, despite the years. Tears well. I swipe them away. Now isn't the time to think about her. What if the person whose blood I'm caked in is still alive? What if I can save him or her? My stomach roils, plummets. I didn't hurt Fred, did I? Not beautiful, lively Fred. I couldn't have. Wouldn't. Not that I'd have done anything to harm May, either. If I'd been awake, aware of my actions. Yet she's gone. Forever. Fear eclipses my foggy memory. Fred's the last person I remember being with, and the thought of his demise, especially at my hand, is too much to bear. Gasping, I lean against the wall, then slide down until I'm sitting on the floor. The room spins around me like I've had a bad batch of moonshine. I know all about bad shine. My brother Marshall's first attempt was horrible. I'd gotten sick, then passed out. Someone had brought me to my room and locked me in. Why didn't that happen this time? I have to find out. Can't sit here succumbing to my fright. No matter how hard the truth is, I must face it. More tears threaten, but I manage to keep them at bay. Use the shelf next to me to pull myself up. Take shaky steps toward the door. Why? Why is this happening again? I should have been more careful. If only I could remember something. Did I try to go to my bedroom? If I was sleepy, I must have. I know that routine I know as well as my own name. I am Mildred Millie Brannon, born in 1905, and I have a terrible sleepwalking condition. A subconscious, murderous alter ego. A psychopathology nobody talks about outside of the Brannon family clan. I'm the family secret. One of them. Certainly the most dangerous. Not even my best friends have any idea, and definitely not any of my beaux. That's what terrifies me about the thought that Fred is the last person I remember seeing. If I passed out from bad moonshine around him, he wouldn't have known to lock me away for his own well-being. Taking a quick glance at my dress, my stomach roils. I am not going to be able to keep down escargot, pastries, or hard drinks from the party. An empty pot sits across the room. It once held a plant that didn't survive the indoors, a fact for which I am now grateful. I rush over to it, reaching it just in time to retch into it. My throat burns as the appetizers return. I wipe my mouth and try to ignore the acidic taste. One of the servants will find this and clean it up. I have a more important matter, making sure Fred is still alive. Not that I prefer anyone else's death in his stead, but I can't bear it if poor Fred suffered at my hand. The handsome young bachelor doesn't have a bad bone in his entire body. In fact, when I finally settle down, I hope he, of all my suitors, will be my future husband. Please don't let this blood be Fred's. I kick off my shoes so I can hurry to the ballroom faster, but I can't let anyone know I was here, so I carry them under my arm. As I race through the corridors, I'm careful to avoid running into anyone. When I hear voices, I duck into another hallway and take a different route. Not even the hired help can know I'm awake at this hour. Nobody can see my dress. But what if someone finds the body before I do? Assuming there is a body. I don't see how there can't be. My dress is stiff with copious amounts of blood. Somebody most certainly died tonight. I must hurry. 2. Kenzi Brannon, current day. The mansion looms in front of me, more ominous than usual, with dark storm clouds and streaks of lightning behind it. I clutch the steering wheel, dreading the short run from my car to the front door. Not that sitting in a vehicle full of metal is much better than running out in the open. I sigh deeply, then run my palms over my belly, which has recently popped. A fact many have pointed out to me, as if I hadn't noticed. Of course, I smile at each comment and come up with something nice to say in response. Nobody means harm, and it isn't like I tire of talking about my little girl. Even if I do have nearly identical conversations with strangers as well as friends daily. The sky lights up blindingly bright. Almost immediately, a rumble of thunder shakes the car. Too close. I need to get the two of us inside. At least I'm not yet at the waddling stage, so I should be able to hurry to the house with enough ease, as long as I don't slip on a puddle or anything like that. Lately, fatigue has made me clumsy. When I mentioned that fact to my OBGYN, he expressed concern. Thankfully, Graham had already left, called to respond to a burglary in progress. In a town this size, it's all hands on deck in a situation like that. Rank doesn't matter, nor does the fact that we were watching our little girl on an ultrasound monitor during his lunch break. At least he got to see her before rushing off. I loved watching his eyes light up with excitement almost as much as I loved seeing our baby on the screen. I'm supposed to get more rest. Good luck with that. Not that I'd said so aloud at my appointment. I haven't told anyone I'm still sleepwalking. As far as my family is concerned, that condition stopped when my mother passed away in the fall. In actuality, my episodes have ramped up. I'm still safe. I know because I keep setting up cameras around the house to try to track where I go and what I do. It's eerie watching the footage, when I manage to capture it. Most of the time, I somehow avoid being recorded. I'm completely out of touch with my own mind and its nightly habits. I wish I had the opportunity to talk with anyone from my childhood so I could find out if I walked in my sleep back then. Both my parents and my older sister Claire are dead. I've since found half-siblings, Jack and Billa, but neither knew me as a kid. Wait, Billa did know me when we were girls. Granted, it was the weirdest friendship ever, considering my mother convinced me she was an imaginary friend. But if there's a chance she knows something, I should find out. She'd keep my sleepwalking a secret if asked. Another clap of thunder pulls me from my thoughts. This storm isn't going to let up any time soon. So I grab my purse and make sure the ultrasound images are safely tucked inside. Graham and I are going to frame them and put them on display for the upcoming baby shower. When I cut the engine, the raindrops pelting the roof sound even louder. This storm doesn't seem to be letting up at all. I take a deep breath, rest my hand on my belly one more time, and mentally prepare myself for the sprint to the front door. It really wouldn't hurt to upgrade the driveway so that it goes directly to the front door. Not that such a realization helps me now. My focus needs to be on getting inside without incident. The moment I step out of the car, fat raindrops soak me. After slamming the door, I set the alarm while jogging toward the walkway, careful to avoid any puddles. Once I reach the entrance, I pause under the overhang, taking cover from the storm while I lean against the wall and gasp for air. It's amazing how quickly I get winded these days, though my doctor says that's normal. Once inside, my clothes drip on the entry floor, making puddles. I groan, too exhausted to deal with the mess. Riker rounds the corner, placing a hammer into his tool belt. Some rain, huh? Water snakes down my face from my hair. You could say that. Want some help? You look tired. Glancing at the rapidly expanding puddle at my feet makes me want to climb into bed. You wouldn't mind? Are you kidding? He beams. I still can't believe I get to live here in this mansion with actual family. I'm glad to help. Just remember, you're not a servant. Like you said, you're family. I'll grab some towels from the laundry room. Riker disappears down the hallway. We found him living in a secret passage last year, hiding because he didn't think he'd be accepted, despite being my brother's son. One he had no idea about. Jack spent most of his adult life locked away in an apartment here in the mansion, thanks to our mother. He's thrilled to have the chance to be a father now. Riker returns with an armload of bath towels and won't let me help wipe the floor. Go upstairs and rest. He motions toward the spiral staircase. You're expending energy for two now? It's hard to argue, especially given how sleepy I am. I appreciate it. Just don't overwork yourself. Not a chance. When I get upstairs, I check on Ember studying in her room. She's been homeschooling for months and is really thriving. She gushes over the ultrasound images before returning to her chemistry assignment. I'm glad she's able to learn that stuff online. as I'm no help. I can't remember breakfast, let alone my own education. By the time I reach my room, which is only on the other side of the staircase, I'm thoroughly spent and collapse onto the massive bed. I don't bother changing my wet clothes or climbing under the blankets. Once my head hits the pillow, my eyes close, and fatigue cloaks me like covers. As I drift off, my mind pulls up an image of a reading room and a rarely used wing at the other end of the house, almost as if it's calling to me. 3. Kenzi. I roll over, expecting to feel one of the pillows on Graham's side of the bed. Instead, all I find is air. Terror runs through me, and I manage to wake up enough to catch myself before crashing on the ground, which could be disastrous for the baby. I land on my feet and blink a few times, trying to figure out where I am. My sleepwalking is getting worse. There's a couch behind me. That's where I woke. But didn't I fall asleep on my bed? I swear I did. Why am I here? I'm not even sure what part of the house I'm in. Then I remember. I imagined this room just before falling asleep, and now I'm here. A chill runs through me. I fumble backward until I'm sitting. Heart racing, I glance around the dim room. The old curtains are thick and block much of the limited daylight from outside. Raindrops pelt the window, telling me the winter storm is still raging. Once I regain my bearings, I open the curtains and peer through the tempest. Trees whip around in the forest behind the house. I turn my back to the glass and study my surroundings. The room has several bookshelves, all filled, and many of the tomes look to be 100 years old. Certain sections of the mansion were used at various points and then ignored afterward. Many rooms in the unused wings are time capsules of eras long gone. This one makes me think of the Roaring Twenties because of a collection of small framed black and white photos of smiling women in flapper dresses. The backgrounds indicate at least some of the pictures had been taken in one of the mansion's dance halls. Most everything in this room probably is 100 years old, maybe more. Despite having grown up in the Brannon House, I never lose the sense of awe over a find like this. The history within these walls is so rich and varied, and part of my own heritage. This house is more valuable than a museum. There have been several offers on the Brannon estate over the years, but we'll never sell. We don't need to, not when the family fortune is seemingly endless. All of us could retire today and never want for anything, and we'd still have plenty to pass on to the following generations. I pull myself from my thoughts. It must be getting close to dinner time, and someone is bound to be looking for me. My phone is in my purse, which is in my bedroom. Luckily, it isn't my night to figure out the meal. Even so, I need to get back to the main wing. Using that term still feels so pretentious, no matter how many times I used it. And see how everyone else is doing. I glance around the room to make sure I haven't left anything in here, but it appears I only brought myself. I hurry through the hallways until I reach the main part of the house. Voices sound from the kitchen, so I make my way there to find everyone gathered. Graham's eyes light up when he sees me, and he wraps me in a hug, though his reach decreases the more my middle grows.
"Where have you been? I was looking all over for you."
Before I can answer, Carol speaks up. "She was probably nesting, right?" She winks at me. "Something like that." Luckily, the conversation moves to dinner. It's Graham's night, and after a busy day at work, he didn't have any time to think about what to make. Ember suggests eating out. She jumps at the opportunity whenever anyone isn't prepared for their night. Riker agrees. Everyone else goes along with the idea, but I'm too tired. Sleepwalking always makes me more exhausted than I was before. You guys have fun, but I need to rest. I yawn and then rub my belly, as if my pregnancy has anything to do with my fatigue. It's a good cover, and nobody questions it. Graham gives me another squeeze.
"Are you sure? I'd feel bad leaving you here."
"Given how much I don't want to go out, you should feel worse about dragging me along."
"I'd never make you do anything against your will."
Bring me back something good. In the meantime, I'm going to grab a snack. Yawning again, I find some leftover macaroni and cheese in the fridge, a current favorite food, and stick it in the microwave while everyone else discusses where to go for dinner. I've finished eating by the time they decide where to go. They head out, ensuring me they'll bring back something I'll love. The silence makes my ears ring for a moment. I love having a lot of people here at the house. Growing up, the family was always so tense. But this is what I knew it could be. I never imagined I had so many relatives, and they all add so much to my life. For now, what I need is a nap. Hopefully my full stomach will help me to stay in place while I rest. This time, I climb under my covers and tuck them around me. Of course, I can push them off in my sleep, but it's an extra measure I didn't take earlier. The moment I close my eyes, I start to drift off. The thick fog of fatigue settles on me like another blanket. Graham's voice wakes me after what feels like only a moment. I reach for my blankets to cover my face so I can get a few more moments of sleep. There isn't any bedding. My eyes fly open. I'm back in the same reading room I woke in before. My husband's eyes are full of worry. Would you believe this couch is the perfect nap spot?
You're sleepwalking again.
I start to say something, but I can't lie to him, so I just nod. What else can I do? Denying it at this point would be pointless. Of course, I wouldn't choose to rest in here, not when we have a luxurious bed in our room. He sits next to me.
How long has this been going on?
My stomach knots. He isn't going to like the answer.
Kenzi?
I take a deep breath. It never stopped.
What?
He stares at me, his expression a mix of shock and hurt.
You've been sleepwalking all this time? It didn't stop after your mother died?
Technically, it did, but only for a few days. I sigh deeply. Most of the time I ended up back in our bed, so it didn't seem worth mentioning. He blinks a few times.
You're pregnant and sleepwalking, and our house has at least a dozen staircases. This is a huge deal.
I'm always safe.
Until you're not.
I can't argue that point. I'm sorry. You're right. I should have told you, but I didn't want you to worry.
I should be worried. In fact, I am. We have to do something.
Like what? I'm pregnant. There's no medication I can take for it. Graham rubs his hands together.
We can block our bedroom door. That'll at least keep you in our room.
You really think I wouldn't be able to figure a way out?
While you're sleeping?
Part of me is awake. Otherwise, there's no way I could get here. He doesn't look convinced. I've been completely wiped out. More than can be explained away by pregnancy. Even my doctor mentioned today that I looked too tired.
Then we have to figure something out.
Go ahead and block the door, I concede. Just do it after I've fallen asleep. That way I can't see you do it and maybe won't know how to get around it in my sleep.
Sounds like a plan. Do you still have those cameras you bought when you were convinced your mom was wandering the house at night?
My face warms. I've been using them to track my nightly adventures. His mouth falls open.
Seriously? I can't believe you didn't tell me any of this.
Guilt stings. I'm really sorry. It didn't seem like a huge deal, but clearly I was wrong. It's getting worse.
Is this something new? Have you done this when you were younger, or living in LA?
If so, I can't remember. I should ask Billa if she knows anything about it. Maybe I did some sleepwalking as a kid when she was around.
Good idea. Let's ask her.
I groan at the thought of dredging up old memories.
You don't like that idea?
Graham asks. Our time together as kids is a bit of a sore subject. It's what led to my parents institutionalizing me. They convinced me Billa wasn't real when they knew what was going on. She was here at the house visiting, But Regina wouldn't accept her as part of the family, so she chose to make me think I was losing my mind instead. Graham squeezes my hand.
It's okay. It's all in the past.
It isn't okay. Anger makes me lightheaded. I was young and impressionable. My parents should have been the ones locked away for what they did to me. My time in the facility may be over, but it's part of me. I'll never forget, and it can never go away. I have to live with the effects.
You're right. It's my turn to apologize.
He wraps an arm around me.
I'm sure living here in the same home where all of that happened doesn't help. There are probably triggers all over the place. Subconscious things you don't recognize while awake. It makes sense that you would have a hard time over it now, while you're pregnant. You don't want anything like that to happen to our baby.
Thank you for understanding. Tension melts away.
I wish I had before. Could that be why you've been sleepwalking? Maybe now that we're talking about it, your unconscious mind can rest.
It would be amazing if it were that easy.
Maybe it is.
I shrug. He kisses my cheek.
Let's get you some food, and then we'll see what happens when you fall asleep. I'll block our door, but hopefully you won't even get up in the middle of the night. We're going to face this together.
Unfortunately, I have a feeling it won't be that simple. Things never are around here. 4. Millie Brannon, June 1928. The lump in my throat grows bigger by the minute. I can hardly keep my tears at bay. Even if it isn't sweet Fred who died, somebody was clearly killed. An innocent life, once again cut short, by my hand. How can I continue to live with myself? So far, Mama has always told me it isn't my fault, that I can't help what I do in my sleep. The fact that I can't remember proves I have no blame. She should hate me. I don't know how she doesn't. I killed her daughter. Terror grips me. What if I took the life of another of my siblings? I couldn't live with myself. My parents would surely throw me on the street if that's the case. Why do I have this curse? Could it be a ghost of a Brannon from the past? Maybe it really isn't my fault at all. Perhaps it's an angry spirit. Now I'm truly thinking like a crazy person. A ghost would explain how my doll moves around the house seemingly on her own, though Marshall playing jokes on me is the more practical explanation. He's always denied doing it, but at the same time, I think he blames me for May's death, as do I, so I understand him resenting me. I turn down corridor after corridor. The ballroom isn't far now. No music or boisterous conversation sounds. The party is long over, and all the guests have returned to their own homes. A tear slips onto my cheek. I wipe it away furiously. Maybe this isn't as bad as it appears. The stiff, sticky stuff on my dress might not even be blood. Maybe someone spilled something on me. The newest hired servant has proven to be on the clumsy side. Perhaps he knocked a batch of sauce onto my dress. I can hope, but I'm too intelligent to actually believe that. I'm covered in blood. Somehow I managed to fall asleep outside of the safety of my bedroom, and I did the unthinkable. Again. This condition is never going away. Marshall is right. I'll never be able to have a normal marriage. Not that I'm even thinking about that, despite being of the age where most of my peers are getting engaged or already married. Fred comes to mind, and I'm nearly sick again. No man would ever want to share a bedroom with me. Well, to be honest, plenty do, but none of them know my secret. My very deadly secret. When I reach the hall, I shove those thoughts away and peek inside the ballroom. The only people inside are servants who bustle about, cleaning. No guests remain. I have no way of determining who left and who might have been murdered and left in an abandoned nook of the house. My stomach churns acid. Why can't I remember anything? I need to think harder. I retreat from view of the tired workers, my mind spinning. It makes sense that the body wouldn't be in there. I couldn't have killed anyone with so many people around. My victim must have convinced me to go somewhere alone with him. Or her. At the thought, my heart nearly explodes. What if my good friends pulled me away somewhere? Convinced me to host a sleepover in another wing? Surely I wouldn't risk. I lean against the nearest wall and struggle to breathe normally. If anything happened to Doris, Edna, or Blanche, I could never forgive myself. They're as close to me as May was before I killed her. It feels like someone shoved a down pillow in my lungs. That's how hard it is to breathe. What have I done? The thought of hurting anyone I care about is too much. I slide to the ground and give in to my tears. They blur my vision. I barely survived being the perpetrator of such a tragedy one time. Going through that again would be the end of me. That might be for the best, actually. I'm a danger to everyone I love. Maybe it's good I can't find the body. Somebody else should. Then they can alert the police, and I can be locked away permanently, just like I deserve. Once I'm able to stop crying, I pull myself up, then trudge down the hallway toward the front part of the house. Perhaps this path will set off a memory, and I'll figure out what happened. What I did. Who I hurt. My chest feels like it has a 1,000-pound weight pressing on it. I force my thoughts to the party, dancing with my beaux, laughing with my friends, chatting with acquaintances, overhearing whispers about Papa's moonshine. I stop cold. Some of Marshall's friends caught me listening in on their conversation. Perry glared at me, pointed at me. I would swear his eyes turned black when he saw me. Did something happen with them? Might they have forced me to take them to Papa's secret room? Anxious voices sound nearby, pulling me from my thoughts. One of them says police. Police? My throat closes and suddenly I can't breathe again. Hurried footsteps rush away. I have to find out where they're going. Could someone have found the dead body and alerted the authorities? That's the only explanation. Even though I shouldn't follow them, I do. What other choice do I have? Obviously, I could hide. Probably should. But I have to know who died, even if it means the end of my freedom. I'll never follow any of my dreams, never have a chance to pilot a plane like my heroine Amelia Earhart, never get married and have kids. Not that I deserve to have any of that after killing 2 people. By the time I make it to the front of the house, the cops are already in the front entry. They're speaking with Papa and Marshall in front of the spiral staircase. Several servants are lingering about, all appearing unsure of what to do. They've likely already been told to keep an eye out for me. I'm a criminal. More tears threaten, but I stay strong. They don't fall. I inch closer to the conversation. Everyone speaks in hushed tones. My actions are that shameful. Perhaps it's time I make my escape. If the police can't find me, they can't arrest me. At least not now. Eventually my crimes will catch up with me. I got away with 1 killing, but 2? That's too much to ask for. I debate whether I should return the way I came or go a different route. There are plenty of secret passages. The cops will never think to look for me in the walls. It's why they were put there in the first place. Everything about this building is to keep my family safe. There's a passage not too far away. I could be hidden in under 5 minutes. But before I so much as take a step, one of the officers pulls out handcuffs. My knees turn to rubber. I don't have time to fumble with a hidden door. The officer puts the cuffs on Papa. I stare in disbelief. Do they think he's the killer? A good daughter would run out and tell the truth. My feet won't budge. Then I hear a word that changes everything. Bootlegging. He's being arrested for making alcohol and selling it. His undercover operation has been discovered. Perry, he turned in my father. Perry's father is the chief of police. It all makes sense now. He didn't want to drink the moonshine. I didn't take him to it. I didn't kill him. But someone else is still dead. And Papa is under arrest. Things have just gone from bad to worse. 5. Kenzi. For the first time in ages, I actually feel rested. I revel in the feeling before opening my eyes. I should have talked to Graham about my sleepwalking months ago. His idea to block our bedroom door clearly did the job. I push my covers off, take in a deep breath, and open my eyes. This isn't my bedroom. I'm in a bedroom, but I don't recognize it. No doubt I've seen it before, as I've literally been in every room in the house, but I can't recall it. It makes me think of the reading room I woke in yesterday, in that it has the same roaring 20s vibe. This whole thing is really getting out of hand. It was one thing to sleepwalk 3 or 4 times a week and end up back in my own bed, but now it's been 3 times in 24 hours, and I've woken in completely different rooms each time. Although I have to admit it is nice to finally feel rested. Considering how good I feel and the fact that I walked around during the night, I must have slept for a while. Graham must be worried about me. I feel around the covers for my phone, but clearly didn't grab it in my slumber. Never do. After rising, I try to make the bed, despite knowing I never do half as good a job as the house cleaners who come in every so often. The air is chilly, which is a bit of a shock since I'm used to waking in a warm room. If we tried to heat the whole mansion, it would cost a fortune, so we only worry about the areas we use. It doesn't help that I'm barefoot. I search for anything that might give me a clue as to why I keep wandering around at night. This seems to be just a random room. It's cute, and all the feminine decorations give the sense it was lived in by a teen girl or young woman. There's even a framed photo of Amelia Earhart next to the bed. All this stuff makes me want to learn more about the era. It's linked to the Prohibition, so whoever lived here must have been responsible for the various moonshine artifacts we've found in several places, including the mysterious room Ember and I found in one of the outer walls last year. Graham, he must be looking for me. I need to forget about this room and let my husband know I'm okay. I feel movement in my stomach. She must be waking up too. My sleepwalking must be affecting her. With any luck, she sleeps right through it along with me. I rub my belly, amazed as always at the size of it, and talk to my baby before going to the door. Locked. My heart sinks. It can't be. I have to be imagining it. It wouldn't be locked from the inside. I give it another yank, and then another. Nothing. Nobody's going to look for me here. At least not anytime soon. My breath catches in my throat. Then a thought strikes me. What if it opens outward? Most bedrooms don't, but this one might. I have no idea why it would, but I have to try. I hesitate before reaching for the knob again. My stomach growls, and suddenly I realize how badly I need to relieve myself. I won't be able to hold out for long, especially with the baby pushing on my bladder. I'll find a way out of here one way or another, even if this door won't open. But it has to. How else would I have ended up in here? I grab the knob, twist, push forward. The door slides out without so much as a creak. Relief floods me. I'm not trapped. Instinctively, I rub my rounded belly and take a few deep breaths before stepping into the hallway. It's dim and chilly, but I'm out of that room. I can't close the door fast enough. What I see sends a shiver down my spine. I stumble backward and cover my mouth. There are locks on the outside. Marks on the door and frame where it appears there were more of them at one point. I stare in disbelief. It strikes me as odd that the remaining locks and marks weren't removed in the house renovations, but then again, we were mostly concerned with structural issues. After the fire, everything had to be brought up to current code. It was costly, even given our wealth. The locks on the outside of the room disturb me. Why would someone need to lock someone inside? Then again, why would my parents trick me into thinking Billa was a figment of my imagination and send me, a young girl, away to an institution? Many of the Brannons over the years have been downright cruel. Nothing I find should surprise me anymore, yet something always seems to. This is a mystery I'm going to have to look into later. I need to find a bathroom, some food, and Graham. Not necessarily in that order. I close the bedroom door and look around, committing this area to memory. This area doesn't seem to be near the reading room I woke in before, despite the decorations indicating they were last used in the same decade. Maybe they used more of the mansion 100 years ago than we do now. As I make my way down the hall, the baby keeps pushing against my bladder. I keep my eye out for a bathroom, though all of the doors look the same, aside from the one I woke in with the locks on the outside. I can't help feeling bad for the person who had to live like that, locked inside her bedroom. Anger roils in me. Why were so many of my ancestors such terrible people? Sometimes it makes me lose hope for my own future. What if I end up going down that path myself one day? No, I won't. I'm my own person. I have free will, which I'll use for good and not evil. The mansion is renovated, and so is the family line. Period. All of us living here are good people, and we'll stay that way. We'll pass that down to the next generation, too. I need to put a 100-year-old Brannon mystery out of my mind for the time being and focus on those who are here now. And they're probably worried about where I've gone. Thankfully, I find a bathroom not far away. That solves one urgent problem. But I'm growing more famished by the step and still have to let Graham know I'm okay. If our roles were reversed, I'd be freaking out. When I reach the main wing, I find Billa pacing at the bottom of the spiral staircase. She turns to me, her eyes wide. There you are! Where have you been? We've been looking all over, but Graham insisted I stay here in case you came to the entrance. I was sleepwalking again and woke up on the complete other end of the house. This is getting out of control. Tell me about it. Can you call Graham and let him know I'm fine? I need to eat. How can you think about food at a time like this? I rub my rounded belly. Because I'm eating for two. Right. Okay, yeah. I'll text Graham. She pulls out her phone. Thank you, and sorry for worrying you. I was pretty freaked out myself when I woke up in an unfamiliar room. Billa nods as she taps a text on her screen. I guess we can't really blame you. Trust me, if I had any control over this, I'd stay put. My stomach lets out a roar that sounds like a lion on the prowl. I hurry to the kitchen, then gather whatever I can find that doesn't need to be warmed up first. Before I can take my first bite, something in a corner of the room makes me freeze in my tracks. The old doll that always seems to move around on its own. Today, it's wearing a little flapper dress. It matches an outfit worn by one of the young women in a picture I saw in the bedroom. I drop the bottle of milk in my hands. It shatters at my feet, splattering the cold liquid everywhere. 6. Kenzi. Billa rushes in, speaking a mile a minute. She grabs a bunch of paper towels and starts wiping the mess. I move toward the counter, but she stops me. Don't move! You don't have anything on your feet and glasses everywhere. Right. I stay in place, shaken. How could I have been so careless? The bigger question is, how did that doll get down here? And why is she wearing a 1920s dress? Her outfit had always been a style from the 50s or 60s. Maybe the doll is even older than that, and once belonged to a Brannon from 100 years ago? It's enough to make my head spin more than it already is. Ember rushes in. She's helping Billa when Carol and Graham arrive. Apparently, I'm the only one wandering around without anything on my feet. Maybe I need to start thinking about wearing shoes to bed. By the time the mess is completely cleaned up, Jack and Riker are back. Everyone is here to see me in all my frazzled glory. Graham helps me onto a chair. While everyone else claims seats around the table, he asks,
"What happened?"
"I was sleepwalking again."
"That's what I figured. I don't know how you managed to get out. How did you?"
"No idea." I shrug. Carol rests a hand on my arm. "Are you okay? What happened with the milk? I saw—" I turned to the doll. Just an empty corner. It was there. I know it was. I saw it. And the tiny flapper dress.
"What'd you see?"
Graham asks. "Nothing. I thought I saw something, but I guess not." The look of pity in everyone's eyes is enough to send me running out of the room, but I stay put. How could the doll have disappeared so quickly? And with so many people in the room? Nobody went near it. Everyone talks at once, but I can't concentrate. Something is wrong with me, and it's getting worse. I can't hide the sleepwalking anymore, and I don't know what to make of the doll. I thought I was rested, but seeing things is something I would expect when fatigued. None of this can be blamed on pregnancy, though it might be connected. It started around the time I was pregnant, I think. Now I'm not sure of anything. When the conversation dies down, I glance around the table. Everyone looks concerned. I hate feeling like this. I'm usually so level-headed and on top of things. The last time I felt like this was when my parents were gaslighting me. Is someone messing with me now? Filling my mind with lies? I study each face. Sure, I can trust them all. Or can I? Billa was around when I was sent to the mental institution. Graham says he blocked our door, but what if he didn't? Somehow I managed to get out while sleeping. And what about Jack, Carol, and Riker? In the grand scheme of things, I haven't known any of them that long. I'm losing my mind. None of them have given me any reason to doubt them. In fact, I need their help in figuring out what's going on. Not that I'm telling any of them about the doll. I've never seen it appear and disappear so fast. It defies explanation, and I'm not going to risk any of these people sending me back to the mental hospital. I turn to Billa. You knew me when I was a kid. She nods. Do you remember me sleepwalking back then? I'm not sure. Think, please. It's important. She glances to the side and appears deep in thought. One time I did wake up and find you in my room in the middle of the night. Was I sleepwalking? I'm not sure. You wanted to play, and I was confused because I'd been sleeping, but I didn't question it. We always had to be careful during the day, and I figured nobody would catch us at that hour. I sigh. In other words, I could have been just awake and wanting to play. Yeah. Do you remember it? No. I don't have a lot of memories from that time. Probably from all the drugs they gave me in the institution. Billa leans forward. Try to remember. If you don't, then maybe you were sleepwalking. Or maybe I just forgot. Try. The others nod in agreement. Even though I already tried to recall it, I give it another go. My memories from the time Billa was here are so fuzzy and scattered. Between my parents denying she was real and the pills the nurses forced me to swallow, I'm surprised I remember any of my childhood at all. Do you remember being in my room? Billa asks, pulling me from my concentration. I don't even know what room you were staying in during your visits here. Exactly. She nods, a determination in her eyes. You're going to have to explain what you mean. It proves you were sleepwalking that night. I lift an eyebrow. It does? Yes. You were never allowed anywhere near my room. I was expressly forbidden from bringing you there, and obviously your mom and our dad wouldn't have told you. If you found me, it had to be while you were asleep. Did I look like I was sleepwalking? Billa throws me an exasperated glance. How would I know? I was just a kid who'd been woken in the middle of the night. My eyes were open? Yes, but everyone knows sleepwalkers open their eyes.
Wait. What?
Graham demands.
Did you remember something?
She turns to me. Your eyes. What about them? You never looked at me that night. We spoke and played, but you stared off in the distance, almost like you were looking at something behind me. Are you sure? Yeah. Now that I think about it, that's exactly what was going on. You must have been sleepwalking. I didn't know what to think back then. Everything at this house was weird, so I guess I didn't question that. I slink down in the seat. Billa gave me proof I was doing this back then. Why wouldn't my parents have mentioned that? Gaslighting me about my half-sister is one thing, but sleepwalking could be dangerous. How could they not have told me about that? One of these days I'll learn to stop questioning them. There really is no explanation for the insanity. Ember gives me a sympathetic glance. Maybe it isn't so bad. I wish it wasn't. The fact that this has happened before makes it even more concerning. I push back my chair, then rush out of the room, up the staircase, and into my bedroom. After closing the door, I study it. There's a little lock at the top that wasn't there before. It flips down from the top, stopping the door from opening inward. Graham must have installed it after I went to sleep. But did he lock it? He must have forgotten, because there's no way I could reach that. Knock, knock. I open the door, then move aside. He stands in the doorway.
Are you okay?
Is that even a question? He frowns.
What can I do?
A time machine would be nice. Graham arches a brow. Only dead people can answer the questions I have. I sigh and lean against the bed. Are you sure you engaged the lock? Maybe you were so tired after installing it that you forgot? He sits and wraps an arm around me.
I clearly remember locking it. I even tested it to see how much pressure it can withstand.
And?
I was able to pull pretty hard. Besides, it seems obvious you didn't break it.
You're saying I unlocked that way up there while sleeping? When my conscious mind had no clue it was even there. He points to my vanity chair.
That was near the door when I woke up.
I give up.
What do you mean?
We tried everything to keep me from sleepwalking, and it didn't work. There's no point in trying. He straightens his back.
You don't mean that. Where's the can-do Kenzi I know and adore?
My shoulders slump, disappointment washing through me. Who knows?
We'll figure something out.
It doesn't matter. He looks at me like I've lost my mind. Maybe I have.
I have an idea.
He snaps his fingers. What? I don't bother hiding the doubt from my voice.
Let's see if you can get your records from the time in the mental care facility. Better yet, we can see about talking to anyone who worked with you back then.
That might actually be a good idea. I can't get any answers from my parents or older sister Claire, but some of the doctors or nurses from the hospital might still be around. One of them might even remember me. 7. Millie Brannon, June 1928. The bolts on the outside of my bedroom door unlock with a click, one after the other. Nurse Nellie must think I've been sleeping too long, because she usually waits for me to knock on the door. I've barely gotten any rest. I tossed and turned all night. But I'm going to have to pretend to be alert today. There's too much on the line. I still can't believe Papa was arrested last night. Not that I should be surprised. He's been running an illegal operation for years. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. I never expected it because he seems larger than life. Then there's the matter of the dead body I still haven't found. That's going to have to be my top priority. Now that the sun has risen, it should be easier to find. I sit up in bed as Nellie opens the door, then steps inside.
Breakfast is about to be put away, miss.
Thanks. I push my blankets aside and yawn. Have you heard people talking about anything? The servants always know everything. They think we don't know they do, but that was something I picked up from a young age. My nurse gives me a disapproving glance.
Get dressed and hurry to the kitchen. No more sleeping.
You make it sound like I had a full night's sleep.
It isn't my fault you stayed up so late after the party. What were you doing?
That's the big question. Since I don't answer, she exits the room, closing the door behind her. She leaves it unlocked. I yawn again and drag myself out of bed. This is going to be a long day if I'm this tired. Perhaps I should try some coffee. I've always found it too bitter, but maybe I can try some cream like Mama puts in hers. As I dress, I confirm my bloody clothes are still hidden. I'll have to find a way to get rid of them. Even my shoes have stains I didn't notice last night in the dim lighting. I shove them somewhere nobody should look. Though I never really know where people will go poking around. My brother thinks he's my second father, even though I'm an adult, and servants end up rummaging around for a variety of reasons. Today, I will be busy. Hopefully Mother hasn't scheduled some lesson or something for me. I'm too old for lessons, but she insists I have structure to my days if I refuse to marry. It isn't that I plan to be an old maid, but like many girls of my generation, I want to live life before settling down. It's something she doesn't understand. In the kitchen, Mama and my younger sister Rosie sit at the table with nearly empty plates. That isn't what causes me to almost trip over my own feet. Papa is there, staring out the window while puffing on a cigar. I stare in disbelief. Look who's finally awake, my sister teases me. You're having breakfast late too, I point out. I'm done. She giggles and sticks the last bite in her mouth. Mama stands and nudges her. Let's hurry. You have your writing lesson today. Rosie makes a face behind Mama's back, but then turns and gives her a serious nod. Of course, Mama. Usually her immaturity doesn't get to me, but today it does. I can't hold it against her, because my annoyance is only due to everything else I have to worry about. If I wasn't worried about a dead body somewhere, I'd be lighthearted too. Though I suppose if I managed to be lighthearted after killing one person, I could do it again. I just wish I knew who was dead. Mama turns to me before she and my sister exit. Do something useful today, Mildred. My name is Millie. She shakes her head. Your name is Mildred. It's high time you start going by it like a proper young woman. You're almost 24. Who's heard of a woman your age not having a ring on her finger? You should have already given us several grandchildren at this point. It's the 20s, Mama. Women want to live our own lives before being shackled down. Shackled down? I straighten my back. Yes. And what about Marshall? He's older than me and unmarried. He's a man. He doesn't have a biological clock. Does this conversation ever get old for you? I reach to the middle of the table for some toast. Not until you finally get married like you should. Have you considered Perry? Marshall says he's looking to settle down. I choke on my food, but quickly recover. Perry? He's the one who turned in... Papa whips around and glares at me. Apparently, I'm not to mention his arrest, or Perry's part in it. I return my attention to Mama. If I was to consider anyone, it'd be George, Thomas, Fred, or Clifford. Perhaps even Edwin. Maybe. It's a big decision, and I don't want to make it lightly. You also don't want to end up an old maid. People in town are already starting to whisper. Am I supposed to care about that? The look on her face tells me I am. Thankfully, she doesn't say another word before leaving. She must be irritated by Papa's arrest and is taking it out on my marital status. Or lack thereof. Papa puffs out a ring of smoke.
Have you really not narrowed down your list of suitors?
Why should I?
Because you're going to have to pick one.
I don't feel like it. Going out with each of them is fun.
Fun? That's what you're worried about?
You don't think I should enjoy life?
What I think is you need to settle down. You're far too old for all this gallivanting around.
You have fun. Lots of it. Why can't I? He narrows his eyes.
What are you trying to say?
Nothing. If his eyes narrow any more, they'll be closed. I'm not saying anything, Papa. Only that I have a short time to be young, and I should be able to live to the full while I can. It's not like we're poor and I have to marry to lighten your load.
It wouldn't hurt.
How? He sits next to me, puffing in on his cigar.
You're eating my food and spending my money for galas like the one you threw last night.
Oh, come on. None of that makes even a dent in the family fortune.
It isn't limitless.
Your gallivanting adds plenty to it. Far more than I spend on nights I spend celebrating with my closest friends.
There were at least 100 guests last night. Those are all your closest friends.
Mm-hmm. He looks like he's trying to hide a smile.
Don't bring up my gallivanting. After what I had to pay Perry's father last night, my operation will take months to be profitable again.
I jolt. How much did you pay him off? Papa's expression stiffens.
I said, don't bring it up again.
Fine. I reach for another piece of toast, since that's the only thing anyone left for me. Mama said I should have more lessons. I want to learn how to pilot a plane.
Not this again.
You can afford it. His eyebrows furrow.
You need to focus on more feminine pursuits.
How is piloting not feminine?
It's a man's job.
Amelia Earhart isn't a man. If she can do it, so can I.
That brat is just trying to make a point. Stop paying attention to women who are trying to outdo men.
A woman can do anything a man can do. She's already proven as much.
You aren't taking piloting lessons. You should join Rosie in horseback riding.
Boring. He pushes his chair back.
If you want to be a man, find yourself a job. Stop living like a child. You're going to find your little sister married first, and then no bachelor will give you a second glance.
You want me to get a job?
That's what I said.
I want to be a pilot. His face reddened.
We've already established that's off the table. March yourself into town and see if the school could use another teacher.
That's not happening.
I'm done discussing this.
He leaves the room without allowing me another word. Men have all the luck. He gets away with his illegal bootlegging operation because he can pay off the police chief, but I can't even take lessons to pilot an airplane. Not that I have time to worry about that now. I still have a dead body to find, and I need to get rid of my bloody dress. I get the attention of one of the servants and ask for a mug of coffee with cream. I'm going to need it if I hope to get through this day without accidentally falling asleep and killing someone else. 8. Kenzi. Canned laughter from the TV pulls me from my thoughts. Next to me, Ember chuckles. We've been watching sitcoms from the 90s as a bonding activity, and currently we're about halfway through Friends. Not that I can pay attention at the moment. When the episode ends, she turns to me and her expression turns concerned. Are you okay? Just tired. Nothing else bothering you? I can't get anything past a teenager. I'm concerned about my sleepwalking.
Do you think you're going to tumble down a flight of stairs? Or wander outside and wake up in a bear's den?
I wasn't. But now you've given me 2 more things to worry about. Sorry. It's fine. Those are actually legit concerns. Well, maybe not so much the bear den, but what if I get outside and go into the street?
This isn't a busy road, so you'll probably be fine.
Hopefully. But now I know I can undo locks in my sleep. Ember frowns. I'm sure we can come up with something. Maybe put some baby gates up at the stairs. All of them?
The ones in this wing, at the very least.
I sigh. That would be a good idea if this wasn't a massive mansion. I keep ending up in other wings. She looks deep in thought.
Maybe there's a reason.
For where I go at night?
Yeah.
Do the rooms have anything in common? They're both from the 1920s. Her eyes light up.
Really?
Yeah, but other than that, nothing ties them together. One is a reading room and another is a bedroom. And it has a lock on the outside of it.
Wait. Are you saying you woke up in a room of someone else who used to sleepwalk?
That's a leap.
Is it?
Ember sits up straighter.
You woke up in a bedroom that has locks on the outside. To keep someone in. That can't be an accident.
You've read about the past Brannons. Some of them were dangerous. I'm hardly surprised people would want to lock some of them up. She looks like she's considering it.
Did the bedroom you woke in look like it belonged to a deranged lunatic?
That's dramatic.
Did it?
No. It seemed to belong to a girl who was probably around your age or mine. I couldn't really tell. Plus, I was pretty freaked out about waking there. Ember leaps up.
I want to see it.
The bedroom? I shudder.
Yeah. I bet it holds a clue.
Even if it once did, I doubt there's anything there now. Everything has been renovated, remember? She gives me a knowing look.
Seriously? This is the Brannon House. My grandkids will find hidden secrets long after I'm dead. This place has never-ending surprises. Can you at least show it to me? I can look around, and you can come back here and forget it exists.
Until I wake up there again.
If we solve this mystery, your sleepwalking might stop. Remember how I was plagued with bad dreams until we figured out what happened to the first Ember Brannon?
I've gone through all the Brannon lineage, and there hasn't been another Kenzi or Mackenzie Brannon. None.
That doesn't mean some other relative isn't reaching out to you for help from beyond the grave?
Her eyes light up like a little kid at Christmas.
I can't believe this is happening again.
Nobody's reaching out from another realm.
How do you explain the other Ember?
You were already obsessed with her before all of that. There was a long time between you first finding her gravestone and then finding her journals. Her shoulders slump.
You truly don't believe in ghosts, do you?
You know I don't. No offense, sweetie, but it's ridiculous. Once people die, they're gone. It's science.
Science is always changing when new discoveries are made. There's plenty of things people thought were impossible only to be proven wrong with fresh data. I'm seriously too tired for this conversation.
I yawn.
Then show me where the rooms are. I'll stop talking about ghosts and science and the ancestor who is begging you for help.
There's no ancestor. I stop, not wanting to argue.
If I show you the rooms, you'll drop it? I'll stop talking about it to you. I'm going to solve this mystery. Then maybe you'll believe me about all of this stuff.
The last thing I want to do is get up from the couch, but I relent. At least this will give Ember something to focus on besides my sleepwalking. I don't want her worrying. While she's off trying to solve a 100-year-old mystery, Graham and I can go to the mental hospital and see if we can find real answers to my problem. If it turns out Billa is right about this happening when I was a kid, then hopefully the doctors kept notes. There's definitely a mystery to solve. It just doesn't involve ghosts or long-dead Brannons. As I trudge back to the wing where I've been waking up, Ember talks excitedly about all the new things we're going to learn about our family's history. I'm glad she's excited, but all I want to do is sleep. I may have felt rested when I woke this morning. However, now I'm as tired as before. We reach the reading room first, so I point that out to her without going in. I don't even want to look at it. My eyelid starts twitching the moment I gestured to the door. The stress is getting to be too much. Ember throws open the door and excitedly bursts inside. She exclaims how gorgeous a Tiffany lamp is that I don't even recall seeing. Then she gushes over the old books, saying she wants to read them all. I lean against a wall and wait, listening to her. If the circumstances were different, I'd be nearly as excited about the history as she is, though for different reasons. She wants to connect with a ghost, whereas I love the awe I feel at holding a piece of history. Sometimes I forget what a treasure trove we have here, even in the main living area. Shamefully, I have to admit I barely notice the antique statues and paintings in the hallways anymore. Ember peeks out. This place is amazing. It makes me want to throw a themed party. Not conjure the dead? We could do that, too. She gives me a playful smirk. I want to dig deeper in here, but I'm sure you want to rest, so why don't you show me the bedroom? Then you can go back to your room. Except I don't dare nap. Sure. If nothing else, I can rest on the bed I woke up in. If I fall asleep, then Ember would be there to see me sleepwalk. Actually, that sounds like a really good plan now that I think about it. It doesn't take too long to reach the bedroom, even though it and the reading room aren't particularly close to each other. Ember studies the locks and scratches before opening the door. Isn't it weird that nobody got rid of those during the renovations? I stifle a yawn. Not really. In these less used parts of the house, we were only concerned with the structural issues. If I remember correctly, this area had little that needed updating. It wasn't anywhere near the fire, and the renovators thought this wing had been updated in the 70s or 80s. In other words, this stuff is pretty much untouched. It would appear so, assuming the bedroom is the way it was back when someone lived in it. Cool. Ember opens the door carefully, as if she's afraid it will crumble at her touch. However, it's a sturdy chunk of wood that would keep anyone locked inside, unable to break out. She steps inside and looks around, her eyes wide. This is even better than the reading room. Look at these pictures! She grabs a framed photo from on top of the dresser. I can't believe these clothes. Actual flapper dresses. That must have been such a fun time to live. They're all so happy. I trudge over and take a peek while eyeing the bed. The people look as celebratory as she described. It certainly doesn't fit with the locks on the outside of the door. Ember nods. Yeah, it really is weird. This room seems so cheery, but the locks? She shudders. My thoughts exactly. I climb into the bed, ready to fall back asleep, even as she explores the room. Whoa! I stifle another yawn. What'd you find? She holds a picture of some women toward me. What about it? Look! Bring it here. She practically trips over her own feet. Tell me you don't see it. I study the old photograph. All of the people in it seem to be the same ones from the other photos in the room. Well? Ember taps her foot. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Her eyes widen with exasperation. Are you for real? I can't remember the last time I had a decent night's sleep, so yes, you're going to have to point it out to me, and probably explain it like I'm 5. She sighs dramatically before pointing to the woman in the middle. You really don't see it. I lean closer and examine her. She's definitely a Brannon. I can see the resemblance. The others don't look anything like any of us. She looks just like you. If you weren't separated by a century, you two could seriously be twins. That takes me aback. Like I said, there's definitely a family resemblance, but twins? Yes! You're practically looking into a mirror. I take the frame from her and examine it at different angles. Ember flops back on the bed. You really don't see it. Obviously, her hair is shorter and curlier. It's the fashion of the time. But aside from the stylistic differences, you two are practically the same person. No, I don't see it. She snatches it from me and plays with the old frame until she gets the delicate photo out from it. Be careful with that. Ember takes a picture of it with her phone. She zooms in on the one woman and hands me her phone. You can't deny it now. I study my ancestor, who clearly has similar features to me, but it's a stretch to say we could be twins. We're related, that much is obvious. You're impossible. She picks up the photo and starts to slide it back into the frame. Some writing on the back catches my attention. Wait! Do you see it now? Ember's eyes light up. No, I want to see what's written on the back. She flips it around. Her name is Millie Brannon. Her friends are Doris, Edna, and Blanche. No last names listed. I wait for her to continue. She doesn't. What? The photo shakes in her hand. You've got to be kidding me. What is it? I scoot closer to see. At the very bottom, in much smaller writing, clearly by someone else than the person who wrote the names of the friends, this one reads, Millie is a murderer. Ember's eyes widen. We have another Brannon family murder mystery, and the culprit looks just like you. I look around the bedroom where Millie probably lived and was locked in at some point. Could that have anything to do with my sleepwalking? No, it's too wild of a coincidence. I'm better off focusing on what I can find at the mental hospital. Ember can dig into this completely unrelated mystery. 9. Kenzi. My eyelid twitches worse than when I showed Ember the reading room back at the house. Graham and I are at the Radley Mental Care Building. The name almost sounds cheery. Nothing like what I remember. This waiting room is full of bright colors and happy posters. 2 little kids giggle as they play with some toys, and their mother reads a magazine with a smiling family on the cover. Either this facility has gone through a complete overhaul in the last 15 to 20 years, or they're presenting a far different image to outsiders than insiders. My bet is on the latter, but we'll see. I wish my eyelid would stop twitching. Graham hasn't said anything about it, so maybe it isn't noticeable. Or he's just being nice. The main door swings open. A woman with dark circles under her eyes calls my name. A memory flashes, leaving as quickly as it came. I can barely comprehend it, it was so fast. Some hands, a cry, dark colors. Graham gives my arm a gentle squeeze. Are you ready? I shove the odd image from my mind, then rise. The sooner we get this over with, the better. While Ember and I were looking at the photo of Millie Brannon and her friends, Graham called the mental hospital, now called Radley Mental Care, and discovered that 1 doctor and 2 nurses have been here since the time I was a patient. I'd been worried they wouldn't tell him anything because of privacy laws, but he just asked if anyone on staff worked here the particular year I was here, and whoever answered was more than happy to check. 2 of them are working today, and both agreed to talk with me. My heart flutters at the thought. I'm not sure what this will reveal. It's doubtful there will be records of what actually happened when I was locked away within these walls. This place would be shut down in a hot second if the authorities ever caught wind of any of that. I'm not likely to learn anything earth-shattering today, but if I was sleepwalking back then, maybe there's a note in my file. That's all I really need to know. Not that it's likely to help unless the doctor can offer me a solution, and he isn't my doctor anymore, so that seems out of the question. Besides, anything he suggests is likely to be a pill, which I likely can't take while pregnant. I don't even know why I'm here, except to make my eyelid twitch nonstop. The woman leads us down a long hallway before stopping at a door and knocking. After a moment, she opens it and motions for us to go inside. Dr. Radley is ready for you. They named the hospital after him, so he must be a big deal. Maybe that's a good sign? I don't dare to hope. Graham and I step inside. A white-haired man on the other side of a massive desk stands and welcomes us, giving firm handshakes as he introduces himself. I study him, not sensing any recognition. If he did oversee my care as a child, I can't remember. It's possible we had few interactions. It isn't like I have a lot of clear memories of my time here, more like a series of disconnected flashbacks. He and Graham make small talk for a minute, while I glance around the office. Nothing. Which makes sense. After all these years, he would either have a different office or would have at least rearranged or redecorated it by now. I might not have even seen him in this setting. It's possible he came to me or observed from a distance. Dr. Radley pulls out a notepad and looks over the top page before turning to me.
You say you were a patient here?
Yes, when I was a child. I'm not sure how old I was exactly. My parents' stories have changed over the years. I want to figure out what really happened.
I'm sure you do. That sounds frustrating.
It is.
And the front office verified your identification?
I nod. Yes, I provided 2 forms of ID as requested. He turns to his laptop and types.
Yes, I see. Very good. Unfortunately, your records haven't been transferred to our online system, but I did have someone pull your files from the basement. As far as I can tell, everything is here.
Files? As in multiple? He reaches behind him and plops 2 thick file folders onto the desk. I stare in disbelief. How long was I here?
1 summer.
My other eyelid starts up, and now they're both pulsating like they have different heartbeats. I was here for 3 months? Dr. Radley nods in confirmation. And you have that many notes from that time? He shows me my name on the tab of both folders. Graham and I share a curious glance. I can't tell what he's thinking. Hopefully he isn't reconsidering his decision to marry me and have a child with me. Too late for that, even if that's what he's thinking.
Do you have any questions in particular, Mackenzie?
Kenzi. I go by Kenzi.
My apologies. Is there anything specific you want to discuss? I don't have time to go through all of this, but I'm more than happy to help in any way I can. By the way, I'm sorry for your recent loss. I heard about your mother's passing.
Thanks. I take a deep breath, trying to center myself as my eyelids seem to have started a dance party. Do you know if there is anything in there about me having sleepwalked?
Oh, yes.
He doesn't even reach for the files.
You remember that?
Dr. Radley adjusts his glasses.
Certainly. That was part of the reason you were brought here.
Sleepwalking? He nods. Not my imaginary friend? The doctor tilts his head.
Imaginary friend?
My face flames. My mother said I came here because I had an imaginary friend.
I don't remember anything about that.
He flips through the papers, stopping at a few in particular.
There isn't anything in here about an imaginary friend. Not that having one would constitute a stay here. I assure you, it's normal and common for children to have those. Had you been a teenager and still had one, that would be a different story.
Graham laces his fingers through mine. I slink back in my chair. Was everything my parents told me a lie? It's certainly starting to look that way. I ignore my embarrassment and wild eyelids and return my attention to the doctor. So, I was actually brought here for my sleepwalking? He chews on his lip.
Not so much the nightly wanderings, as much as what you did when unconscious.
My stomach flip-flops. I'm not sure I want to know the answer to that, especially after finding that old photo with the accusation of my ancestor being a killer. No, Millie Brannon has nothing to do with me. I'm not going to let Ember pull me into her ghost stories. I sit straight. What did I do while sleepwalking? He clears his throat.
You really don't know.
I thought I spent time here because I had an imaginary friend. Clearly, my parents never told me the truth, whatever that is. Dr. Radley glances back and forth between Graham and me before speaking.
You were about to kill your half-sister. Your father pulled the knife from your hand just before you made contact.
I stare at him in disbelief. Try to get out words, but nothing comes. I almost killed Billa? Graham speaks for me.
You're sure about that? 100%. That isn't a case that blends in with the others. Not when you have a sweet, innocent little girl like Kenzi. She was an angel every time I interacted with her.
He turns to me.
I've never forgotten you, Kenzi. Can I ask you something?
I nod, unable to find my voice.
Are you sleepwalking again? Is that what brings you in?
I am. My voice cracks, though I'm not sure whether it's from stress or exhaustion or both. I can't get past the fact that I nearly killed Billa. What if my father hadn't been there? Or what if they lied about the whole thing? It's becoming clearer than ever that I can't trust a word either of them uttered. He closes his eyes and shakes his head.
I really thought we cured you of that.
I pulled myself from my stupor and hold his gaze. Did you ever see me sleepwalking?
We recorded every moment of your time here.
That doesn't answer my question. Graham squeezes my hand. I'm grateful for his support, though I don't have space for it at the moment. Did I really try to kill Billa? The doctor taps his desk.
I didn't see it in person, but we did capture it on video. We should still have the footage in the basement. That would be stored in a different area than the files.
I want to see it.
That isn't as easy as it sounds.
I'll go down there and get it myself. I lean forward. Dr. Radley takes a deep breath.
We would need to hunt down a VHS player.
VHS? I exclaim. From what, maybe 18 years ago? Who even used VHS tapes back then?
We did.
I rub my temples. You're sure you used them back then? What year was I in here exactly? I never got a straight answer from my mother. He ignores my last question.
Switching over to digitization was a process, and being reliant on limited funding, our technology wasn't at the height of the time.
Even with the amount of money my parents had, I'm certain they paid top dollar. He nods.
They wanted to keep your stay here hush-hush. That cost a pretty penny.
And you still didn't bother with at least CDs or DVDs?
We had what we had. Your parents were fine with it.
Of course they were. I consider my question carefully. When can I view those tapes?
That depends on how easily you can get a VHS player.
Graham scoots forward.
I'm pretty sure we have one in our home somewhere. You do?
Dr. Radley's brows narrow with skepticism.
We're in the Brannon mansion, and it has technology from every decade for more than 150 years. If you recorded Kenzi with a phonograph, we could play that.
That gets a chuckle from the doctor.
I assure you it won't come down to that. I'll have Abby at the front desk get the paperwork for you to fill out so you can borrow the relevant tapes.
I can hardly believe our luck. I'm going to get to see videos of myself as a child today.
How long will that take?
Graham asks. Dr. Radley taps on his keyboard.
Give it a day or two for the paperwork to be approved, then another day or two for someone to find the papers. Then you can check them out for a short time.
I stare at him. We have to wait 4 days.
It could be 2, depending on how quickly everything happens. But it's also Saturday. You have to keep that in mind.
But it's my history. If you wanted, you could let me go down there and find what I need. Then I could be home watching those videos today.
I understand your frustration, But we have our processes in place for a reason.
My mind races. I can't leave here empty-handed. What about my files? Can I at least get copies of those?
Again, fill out your request in the paperwork.
I can't even see my own files. Everything in the room takes on a red hue.
We can make copies of some of them.
Not all?
No, I'm sorry.
Why not my complete file? I lean forward and press my palms on his desk.
Your parents paid to keep some of it completely confidential.
Even from me? The doctor frowns.
Especially from you.
Everything in the room spins. This can't be happening. My parents are dead, and they still control so much. I take a deep breath. I have money. What if I pay you more than they gave you? He looks like he's considering it. Graham's ruffled brows don't appear so sure. He probably thinks I'm towing the line on bribery. I don't care if I am at this point. My parents will not keep this from me. I slap his desk. You must have seniority. Clearly you've been here a long time. You're telling me you can't make this happen? The doctor's mouth forms a straight line.
Do you want me to get you started with the paperwork? Or would you prefer I have you two escorted from the building?
My mouth falls open. Graham stands.
We'll fill out the paperwork.
We were so close, but now we haven't made any actual headway. In fact, I may have made things worse. Dr. Radley could still deny my requests. 10. Kenzi.
Pacing isn't going to help anything.
Graham gives me a knowing look from where he's sitting on our bed. It might. Maybe I'll tire myself out so much that I won't sleepwalk tonight. I yawn, proving my point. He pulls me into a hug.
I know it's hard having to wait. Red tape is my life. Can I do anything for you in the meantime?
I sigh. He could have let us take those tapes home if he'd really wanted to.
I'm sure places like that have rules they have to follow. It would be chaos if they let anyone walk out with anything.
Do you think anyone needs those VHS tapes? Or that anyone has even touched them in the last decade? I don't even know how long it's been. Was I 7, 10? Who knows? He didn't even tell me that much.
At least he told us what your parents said to get you in there.
My stomach churns acid at that thought. How am I supposed to ask Billa about that? That doesn't line up with what she remembers.
If what your parents said is true, she was probably sleeping at the time.
The time I tried to kill her. To stab her to death, apparently. If there's any truth to that, it's no wonder my parents institutionalized me. It's no wonder Billa's mom moved her across the country. I'd do the same thing if I heard about anyone trying to harm Ember or the baby. How could they have never told me? That's what I don't understand. My parents loved pointing out my faults. It seems like the perfect thing to hold over my head. Graham kisses the top of my head.
They might have felt shame over it, thinking they'd gone wrong somewhere.
I snort. They didn't do anything wrong, according to them. Seems to be a long-standing Brannon trait, from everything I've found out about the majority of my ancestors. Including the one Ember thinks looks just like me. This is all too much to deal with. I can't even think about that. Though if I wake up in her bedroom again, I'll have to.
Why don't we get some fresh air?
I give my husband a curious glance. You want to go for a walk? Now?
Going into nature is good for the soul.
I guess.
It is. And we have an entire forest at our disposal. May as well take advantage of it.
Sure, why not? It isn't like we can watch the videos that should belong to me.
We'll get them.
After all that paperwork, we'd better. I shake out my hand. My wrist is going to be sore for the next week.
There are measures we can take if they try to keep us from the tapes. Don't worry about that.
He massages my hand. You think they'll try to keep them from me? My stomach knots at the thought. Given his line of work, he would know.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Have you dealt with Dr. Radley before?
Not personally, but I know all about red tape. And your sense about him trying to hide something is right. I got the same vibe from him. Plus, he seems eager to keep your parents' wishes.
Even though they're both dead. He nods.
If he gives us trouble, we'll find ways around it. But for now, let's try to get our minds off the tapes. It won't do us any good anyway.
He pulls on a hoodie.
Let's go for that walk.
Because that'll solve everything.
It'll help us clear our minds. That's something.
I'll humor you. I grab a maternity sweater. Since stewing in stress isn't good for the baby.
Exactly.
He gives me a kiss, then takes my hand. We head down the spiral staircase, and he helps me like I'm fragile. It annoys me, but at the same time, I'm glad he cares. I've heard some horror stories from other women at the birthing classes about some guys not helping at all. When we get to the door, he helps me with my coat, which is a little hard to maneuver with my belly. Thanks for being here for me through all of this.
I'm glad I can help. We'll figure something out, one way or another.
You think he'll actively work against us?
If he has something to hide.
Like what?
If your parents paid him to do something illegal, he won't want that getting out.
I lean against the wall. I hadn't even thought of it. I should have, but didn't. He could be complicit in mistreating me.
It's possible, unfortunately.
Anger roils through me. We have to do something. He could be destroying evidence as we speak. Graham rubs my shoulders.
Let's focus on you. You being upset isn't going to help anything, much less you or the baby.
You have a point. But that isn't going to stop him from destroying my only chance at finding out the truth about my past or my current sleepwalking issue.
Even if we don't get any information from him or the hospital, we'll get it somewhere.
Have you met my mother? If she didn't want me finding out, she'll have gone to every effort to make sure I don't.
Take a deep breath.
No. I spin around and hurry out the front door. He catches up quickly because I'm not fast these days.
I'm only trying to help.
That's fine, but I'm not going to start doing breath work right now. I'll stomp through the woods, taking in fresh air and hugging trees if you want, but only because walking will tire me out. Maybe that's my problem. I'm not doing enough physically, and my body wants more exercise, so it's getting it at night.
Maybe.
He looks like he wants to say more, but is holding back. I march toward the back of the house. Before reaching it, as this is a sprawling mansion, I'm already winded. After I recover from having this baby, I'm getting back into shape. The next time I'm pregnant, I'll be one of those people who runs marathons until the day I give birth. Who am I kidding? I don't even run marathons when I'm not pregnant. But I will be in better shape next time, so I can at least walk around my house without having to rest. Just as I stop to catch my breath, Billa rounds the corner. Her eyes widen in surprise. I didn't expect to see you out and about. Everyone's a critic. She gives me a funny look. Huh? Never mind. I'm irritated about something else. Want to go for a stroll with us? Us? Billa glances around. I turn around, surprised Graham hasn't caught up with me yet. He's around the corner talking on his phone. Are you okay? Billa asks. Not really. She frowns. Anything I can do? Possibly. I motion toward the woods, then we start walking. Do you remember more about my sleepwalking than you said before? Her mouth gapes slightly. Please don't keep me in the dark. It's really important that I figure out what went on then, so I can make sense of what's happening now. Did you find out more? Yes, and I need to know what you remember. She hesitates before answering. It isn't a lot. Anything would help. One time I woke in the middle of the night. Dad was arguing with your mom, and you were there. Do you remember that? No, that's the problem. What was I doing? Staring at a corner. In other words, sleepwalking. Probably. What were my parents arguing about? What to do about us. Us? I left a brow. Your mom was convinced I was a bad influence on you. Whatever they were mad about, she blamed it on me. She wanted me out of the house before anything worse could happen. Worse than what? Billa shrugs. Whatever they were arguing about. You don't remember? I was young, tired, and confused. What happened after that? They dragged you out of my room. I didn't see you for the rest of the summer. Dad told me I'd have to play by myself, and he told me not to ask any questions. That must have been when they sent me to Radley. Is that the hospital? Right. You don't remember anything else about that night? Should I? Do you? I stare her down. I can't have people keep hiding things about my own past from me. No. I was young and confused. I didn't understand why you couldn't play with me anymore, and nobody gave me any good answer. I'm going to have to ask her more directly, even though I don't want to even speak of it. You don't remember anything about a knife? A knife? That night. She looks deep in thought. No, but I can try to remember more. Sometimes if I think about something before going to bed, it will come to me in my sleep. What does a knife have to do with anything? The doctor at the hospital claims I tried to kill you. I look away, ashamed. That's what my parents told him, if he's telling me the truth. Or they told him the truth. I don't know what to believe. That makes sense. She doesn't sound the least bit surprised. I turn back to her. It makes sense. Yeah. Why you disappeared? Why my mom moved across the country so fast? Why I never returned for summer visits? I've always wondered about that. But that makes everything fit. Great. I rub my temples. It isn't something you should feel bad about. I tried to kill you. While you were sleepwalking, it isn't like you were aware of anything. You could have died. But I didn't. This is too much. I lean against the side of the house. Do you remember our dad holding a knife that night? The doctor says he took it from me. Billa glances to the side and scrunches her face. Not offhand, but like I said, I can try to pull more details from my sleep. The subconscious is powerful. You're telling me. I groan. Look, you can't help what you did while sleeping. But I'm back to sleepwalking. What if I turn murderous again? I don't know what set me off before, so I don't know how to prevent it. We could take turns staying up while you sleep. You shouldn't be anywhere near me. If I'm awake, I'll be fine. I'll even take the first shift. I shake my head. This is ridiculous. I shouldn't be a danger to my own family. Wait. Has this happened anywhere else? She stares at me with an intensity in her eyes. The sleepwalking? Right. I think back to my time in L.A., unable to remember any nightly problems. No, just here. She frowns. Sleepwalking might not be a you problem. You're going to have to explain that. It could be possession. You think I'm being possessed by a ghost? If it hasn't happened anywhere else. Actually, the doctor claims I was sleepwalking in the hospital. Not that I can take his word very seriously. Not until I see the tapes he was talking about. If Dad paid him off, I wouldn't believe a word that guy says. He could still be living off that money, and he'd be loyal to him over you. That's what I was worried about. Billa holds my gaze. We're going to have to figure this out on our own. Don't expect to get anything out of that doctor. She's right about that much. I don't believe in the possession, but whatever answers I'm looking for won't come from outside the walls of this house. 11. Millie Brannon, June 1928. Energy buzzes through me from the coffee. Even with the cream, the taste was strong. Clearly, the effects are just as boisterous. It's almost too much, but I need all the energy I can get after last night. Not to mention, if I do find a body, it's going to take a lot of effort to get rid of it. I don't have any idea what I'm going to do. A hidden passage won't do. Too many others know about those. Dragging it outside to the woods might be possible, depending on where it is. But if it's someone I care about, then I can't hide their body. All my beaux have family and friends who love them. It wouldn't be fair to them not to know what happened and spend the rest of their lives wondering. I can't do that to them. I'm not much of a liar, so I'd probably crack if anyone asked me anything. Maybe I'm better off not knowing. So far, my ignorance of the truth is the truth. I was sleeping, and I don't know anything, except for my dress being covered in blood. But even that proves nothing. Technically, I don't know if it was blood. It was thick and sticky, but for all I know, someone spilled something on me. It's unlikely, but it is a possibility. For anyone else. I've already killed in my sleep. How did I allow myself to fall asleep outside of the safety of my room? Why is it that any time I'm unaccounted for while unconscious, someone has to die? The last thing I ever wanted was to kill my older sister. I looked up to her and adored her. What I did makes no sense. There has never been any kind of bad blood between us. We were close as close could be. May was my favorite person. Which is why I'm terrified I killed Fred last night. I've never admitted it to anyone else, but of all my beaux, he's my favorite. The one I'd choose if Papa forced me. Not that there's anything wrong with the others. George, Thomas, and Clifford are all fabulous choices too. I'd never want anything to happen to any of them. Then there's the thought I've been actively avoiding. My best friends. I would rather take my own life than any of theirs. But that was how I felt about May. I hate not knowing. It's tempting to use the telephone to give them a call, but it would be suspicious to call for no good reason. Once the police got wind of me making a bunch of calls, they would know something is going on. No, I have to go on as I would any other day. Try to act as normal as possible, even though I'm going to spend the day searching the Brannon Manor. I'll just have to avoid my parents. If I'm not with Mama, she'll think I'm off being productive. If I'm not with Papa, he won't even notice. When I reach the ballroom, it's in perfect shape. The servants have returned it to its normal state. No doubt if they'd found a body in here, they'd have alerted Papa or Marshall. Whatever happened, it wasn't here. Where did the killing take place? It would depend on who died. Fred likes to sneak off into the woods with me when he wants alone time. Clifford prefers the library because he thinks he's so smart. To be fair, he really is. I just get a little annoyed with his propensity to show off about it. Not that I'd end his life over it. This is maddening. There aren't any obvious answers. I haven't been annoyed with anyone recently, much less angry enough to kill someone. But again, I was never upset with May either. That didn't stop me from killing her in my sleep. Sweet, sweet May. Tears sting my eyes. The pain will never get any easier. It certainly hasn't yet. Sure, it's bearable. I can get by most days without thinking about it. Sometimes I wonder if I should turn myself in, but that would do no good. It wouldn't bring her back. and my parents would essentially lose another daughter. Plus, I don't know what Rosie would do without me. I'm her only sister. Nothing about any of this is fair. Not that May is dead, not that I have to worry about being locked up every night, not that Rosie never got to know May, not my parents losing their daughter or having to deal with me. Even with all of my bows, there isn't much I look forward to. Do I really think I can be married when I have this horrible condition? I wouldn't even be able to share a bed with my own husband, not without putting his life in danger. Doesn't Papa realize Rosie marrying before me would be a good thing for everyone? Nobody having an interest in me would be to everyone's benefit, even if they didn't realize it. I would be better off starting a piloting career. For now, I have to focus on finding the source of all the blood. I don't know if someone is actually dead, but I don't see how they can't be. Not unless there were several people bleeding all over me. And how would that be possible? I couldn't hurt that many people on my own. Could I? Then it would mean that I didn't kill anyone. It would also mean that several people now know about my propensity for killing. Neither option is ideal. This is the secret I've been taught to keep my entire life. Our whole family has. Everything in this wing is frustratingly normal, as it should be. I'm glad there aren't any bodies. If nobody is dead, that's the best possible news. But that still doesn't explain my dress. After about an hour, I've searched every inch of this wing, including the servants' quarters. I found nothing. Literally nothing. Not a thing is out of place. There isn't even a stray fleck of dust. The servants' living spaces were the exception. I'm not sure if it's because they're too tired to take care of their own spaces, or if it's because Papa won't pay for cleaning supplies. I'd ask him, but I know how that goes. It's always bothered me that they work such long hours and have so little time to themselves, but he sees them as little more than his property. He acts like they're slaves. This train of thought is pointless. I still have a missing body to find, and there are more wings to explore. It's possible I sneaked away with someone to another part of the house. Who and why? Those are the questions. I stop by the kitchen for a quick bite to eat because all this searching is building an appetite. After another wing, I'll be famished. Once I've had my fill, I make my way to the next likely wing. Before I get there, someone rounds the corner and blocks my path. Marshall. My brother puts his hands on his hips.
What do you think you are doing?
Trying to walk by. Excuse me. He doesn't budge. I stand taller. Pardon me.
Tell me what you're doing.
It isn't any of your business.
Actually, it is. I'm practically man of the house.
Did you forget about Papa?
No. What are you doing?
I try to get by. He doesn't let me.
I asked you a question.
I'm choosing not to answer. Marshall furrows his brows.
When are you going to do something useful with your life?
I'm waiting to take piloting lessons. He shakes his head.
I said useful.
You don't think flying an airplane is useful?
Not for a woman.
Do you think my only use is to get married and have babies?
That's what women do.
Wake up. This is a new era. Women want more from life than to serve some man. Marshall squares his shoulders.
You need someone to protect you.
From whom? Other men? Because I don't see women or children attacking anyone. Except maybe me, in my sleep. But I don't mention that. We both already know anyway. He cocks a brow.
You need to stop watching so many moving pictures, little sister.
Tell me, big brother, what is it you do all day?
That is none of your business.
And what I'm doing is yours? I tilt my head.
As head of this house, yes.
Does Papa know you've already replaced him? I'm sure he'll find that quite interesting.
You are under my authority, whether you like it or not.
Actually, I am under my own authority. I'm an adult woman.
Then get a job or get married. Make yourself useful.
I don't have to put up with this.
Do you expect your suitors to wait around forever? They'll move on, trust me. You're just toying with them, and it's only a matter of time before they figure that out.
I'm enjoying life, and why shouldn't I? I'm in my prime.
Soon, you'll be too old for having babies.
I slap him across the face. He grabs my forearm and holds it tightly.
Don't do that again.
Don't insult me, and I won't. We stare each other down. He releases his hold.
You're lucky I don't tell Father about this.
So you're admitting he's actually head of the house? Marshall's nostrils flare. Good to know. I strut past him, making sure to give him a knowing look. My brother just shakes his head. He isn't a bad person, but like too many men, he doesn't want to let go of the old ways. Marshall is stuck in the past, but he has a good heart under his rough exterior. We can't see eye to eye, because like many women of my generation, I have no interest in getting married only to live a life of servitude. We want purpose, just like the men have. And there isn't a single reason we shouldn't have it. That's why one day I will fly an airplane. Maybe not across the ocean like Amelia Earhart intends to someday, but I will find a way to become a pilot. First, I have to find a dead body. 12. Ember. Something pokes my side. I try to move it away, but it doesn't budge. After a second unsuccessful attempt, a sudden wave of terror crashes over me. I'm not supposed to be asleep. My eyes fly open, my arms flail about. I'm still on the plush chair we brought into Dad and Kenzi's room for taking shifts, making sure she doesn't sleepwalk. I failed. Guilt stabs my chest as I scramble to my feet. Dad is snoring, but the other side of the bed is empty. Kenzi is sleepwalking somewhere in this massive house. What if she gets hurt? Or something happens to the baby? I'll never forgive myself. Neither will anyone else. I have to take care of this on my own. If Kenzi is sleeping, maybe I can get her back to bed without waking her. Then nobody will ever know what I did. I'll have to live with the guilt, but at least I won't have the rest of my family hating me for what I've done. The first thing I do is look all over their bedroom, bathroom, and walk-in closet. Both are empty. Crap. She could be anywhere. But my money is on Millie's bedroom. I really think her ghost has something to do with this. Why else would my adoptive mom keep ending up in rooms that have to do with our sleepwalking ancestor? There's another ghost I wish would make her presence known. But so far, my mom hasn't tried to reach out. I shake those thoughts from my mind because I can't go down that dark path right now, wondering why she hasn't. No, I need to make Mom proud. Protecting her younger sister will fit that bill. Then maybe she'll think I'm worthy of her presence. How did I let this happen? I drank coffee late and took a long nap in the afternoon. If ever there was a time to pull an all-nighter... Unless it was Millie. If she's actually possessing my aunt, it's possible she could make me fall asleep. If that's the case, this isn't my fault. But I can still help Kenzi. And I will. I slip into my rubber shoes, then bolt out of the bedroom. Everything is quiet in the hallway. Not that I'm surprised. I'm convinced I'll find Kenzi in Millie's room. If not there, then in the reading room. My heart beats so loudly, I'm sure it'll wake Dad, so I hurry down the corridor, fumbling with my phone until I get the flashlight function to work. We only have night lights in our part of the house. The unused wings will be pitch black. The thought sends a chill down my spine. While this main part of the house has a new, fresh feel to it, the other parts don't. They've been renovated to be up to code, which I think means they have new wiring and fresh paint, but that's it.
I'll be the first to admit I get bored and tune out every time renovations came up in conversation. Everything else about those other areas are just as creepy as they always were. Normally, I love that, but not at this hour while alone. The skin on my back crawls as I make my way to another wing. I swear some of the eyes of the portraits follow me. And that doesn't touch the spirits who surely never left. The sheer number of people who have died in this mansion over the years is disgusting. It wasn't just Brannon's either. There are records of servants and guests as well. We recently discovered an old pool that would have been used around the time Millie lived, and we know Brannons from then killed people in there. They put the bones in the walls. I shudder at the thought. Most former Native American properties have nothing on this place. Focus on Kenzi. Getting distracted with spirits and death won't help anything. I need to find my aunt and bring her back to her room without waking or upsetting her. Sleepwalkers are notoriously dangerous when agitated. Maybe I should have woken Dad. Too late now. I'm nearly at Millie's wing. No way I'm turning around at this point. Going through these hallways once is more than enough, and I still have to go back with Kenzi. Millie, if you're a good Brannon, please help me out. Kenzi doesn't want to hurt you. If we need to solve a mystery for you, find another way to reach out to us. Of course, I don't get a response. I didn't expect one, but I do hope she's listening if she's behind all of this. Doesn't she realize what a hardship she's making for all of us? Especially for Kenzi and the baby. Ghosts probably don't care about any of that. If anything, she's stuck in her own time and doesn't even realize almost 100 years have gone by. She could be in a loop, trapped and desperate. In that case, I feel bad for her. Hopefully, for all of our sakes, we can figure out what's bothering her. At least we have a name. I should probably spend some time going through her room searching for other clues. I reach the reading room first, so I peek in and shine my light around. Empty. Just as I figured, Kenzi must be in the bedroom. My pulse drums in my ears. I've only seen Kenzi sleepwalk a couple times, and it's kind of scary because she isn't herself. Even if she does manage to look my way, she doesn't see me. It's as if she sees right past me, or through me, like she's in another place or time. If I'm right, if it's possession and not sleepwalking, that makes so much sense. Especially if Millie is as confused as I think she might be. If something happened to her and she's spent the last century trying to get help, I can't blame her. That's a really long time, and she probably thinks she's still among the living. What a horrible existence that must be. I have to help her. Hopefully helping Kenzi will solve both of these problems. I round a corner and pause. The door to Millie's room stands open. Kenzi has to be in there. If Billa wasn't living in the cottage in the woods, I'd run for her help. She believes in all of this stuff too. But there's no chance I'm going through the forest at this hour. What about Riker? He might believe. No, I'm here. Kenzi is sleepwalking because I fell asleep, so all of this is on me. I need to fix it. When I get into Millie's bedroom, I shove open the door a little more than it already is. The last thing I'm going to do is get us locked in here. In fact, I should talk to Dad and Kenzi about removing those locks. It's surprising they've stayed there after all of these years without anyone taking them down. I shine my light on the bed. Empty. It's made and untouched. Scrape, scrape. I whip my head toward the noise. Kenzi. Relief and horror both run through me at the same time. Now I know where she is, but what she's doing sends a cold shiver down my spine. My aunt is on her knees, pulling at a floorboard. Kenzi? The word comes out barely above a whisper. I don't want to scare her, but she does need to hear me. Which she clearly doesn't, as she is still pulling the floorboard and hasn't so much as glanced my way. Kenzi. Nothing. I turn off my phone's light and open an app to search how to handle a sleepwalker. No signal. Seriously? That doesn't usually happen. Sure, service can be spotty in different parts of the house, particularly in the basement and a few other certain rooms, but no signal is really strange. Guess I'm on my own since I'm not leaving this room without her. I turn the flashlight app back on, walk over to Kenzi, then stand right next to her. If she notices me, she doesn't indicate it. She's obsessed with the floorboard. "What are you doing?" No response. Hardly surprising. I kneel and this time speak right by her ear. "Are you looking for something?" Kenzi just keeps at her pulling. "We need to get you back to bed. It's time to sleep." A piece of her nail flies off. She won't be happy about that in the morning. "Kenzi, come on." She doesn't even turn my way. I take a deep breath and look around. "Millie, if you're in here, please let Kenzi go. I promise to come back tomorrow and see what's under the floorboard. You have my word. Brannon's honor." Not that the Brannon word has meant much historically. Kenzi keeps pulling at the board, which appears to have no intention of budging. She scratches at the wood more. I have to stop her before she breaks another nail. I'm already going to have a hard time explaining this to her. It's time to try something risky. I put a hand on her arm, which under normal circumstances wouldn't be anything unusual, but I'm dealing with a sleepwalker, or a possessed person. Either way, she's unpredictable and possibly dangerous. Kenzi finally turns my way. Not that she sees me. Her eyes stare past me, and her hair is wild, sticking out in multiple directions. "We need to get you to bed." She turns toward Millie's bed. Can she actually hear me? "Not this one." I apply a little more pressure to her arm. "Yours. Can you stand? I'll help you get back there. It won't take long." It will probably take forever. Kenzi turns in my direction again, still not looking at me. "Let's do this." I rise and pull gently on her arm. My breath hitches. She doesn't budge. "Graham is going to worry about you if he wakes and you aren't there." It's weird referring to my dad by his first name, but that's how she knows him. Maybe hearing his name will make something click in her mind. Kenzi looks at Millie's bed again. "Not that one. Yours. The one you share with Graham. I'll take you there. Tomorrow we can come back to this floorboard. Sound good? Please agree." She rises slowly. My heart skips a beat. Is she actually going to follow me back to her room? 13. Kenzi. My phone trills. It sounds far away. I reach in the direction the ring sounds. By the time I figure out I was only dreaming about grabbing it, the noise has already stopped. I sit up and look around my room. I'm in my room. I didn't sleepwalk. Relief washes through me. Maybe something about going to see Dr. Radley shocked my system out of the sleepwalking. If only it was that easy. This would hardly be the first time I go a night or two without any nightly wanderings. I glance over at the plush chair near the door. Villa has replaced Ember, who was there last night. My sister is engrossed with something on her phone. It's hard to believe I didn't go wandering in my sleep, as it's turned into a nightly occurrence at this point. But I'll take the reprieve. Gladly. I rub my belly, feeling a little movement from my baby, then check my phone. A missed call from the Radley mental care facility. My heart skips a beat. Could they already have the VHS tapes ready for me to check out? No, that can't be it. The doctor said it could be up to 4 days. 2 days to go over the paperwork, then another 2 to find the tapes. And it hasn't even been a full 24 hours yet. This has to be bad news. Either they've decided to deny my request, or the footage has mysteriously disappeared. Neither would surprise me, especially since I didn't hold back with him yesterday. Why else would they call me on a Sunday morning? There's only one way to find out. I need to call them back.
But first, I have to use the bathroom. My bladder feels like an overfilled water balloon about to burst. When I wash my hands, I notice 2 chipped nails and a broken one. They weren't like that last night when I went to bed. Did I actually sleepwalk? I woke in my own bed. Though, to be fair, most of the time I've spent sleepwalking, I've found my way back there. It's only recently that I've been in Millie's section of the house. Not her section. Ember's getting in my head now. My long-dead ancestor has nothing to do with my recent condition. Even if it does appear she might have been a sleepwalker, too. That would certainly explain the locks on the outside of her door. It's too much to think about, though, now that I've found myself in her bedroom. It's almost too much to consider it a coincidence. Which is why I need to return the call from Radley. If they have answers, I need them, sooner rather than later. When I return to my bedroom, Billa is still glued to her phone. She doesn't even glance up when I close the bathroom door harder than necessary. I could have walked right by her, and she wouldn't have noticed. "How long have you been here?" I ask. She glances up. "Oh, you're awake. How'd you sleep?" "Fine. When did Ember leave?" "I came to replace her around 8. Did she say anything about me sleepwalking?" Billa gives me a funny look. "No." I play with my broken fingernail. "She didn't mention it?" "It seems like something she would have, don't you think?" "Maybe." I study my nail. It's unlikely that would have happened in bed. "You didn't see me leave the room?" "Nope. I've been here for the last 3 hours and you haven't budged." Not that she'd have noticed an earthquake while glued to her phone. "Thanks. I appreciate it." She nods. "Let's grab some food. I'm famished." Sounds great. I slip on a robe and peek into Ember's room. Out like a light, which isn't surprising after spending the night watching me sleep. I'll have to talk with her later. Then I remember I need to call the hospital back. I turn to Billa. "I'll catch up with you in a minute. I have something I need to do really quick." "Sure, no problem." She slides her phone into a pocket and heads down the spiral staircase. I return to my room and look around. Not that I expect any answers to jump out at me. The only thing pointing to me sleepwalking last night is my nails. But why wouldn't Ember have said something to Billa about it? And more importantly, why can't I remember? Maybe it'll come back to me, or I might have to wait for her to wake up for answers. In the meantime, I call the hospital back and get voicemail. My heart sinks. Why couldn't I have woken in time to answer their call? I end the call and try again. Voicemail again. This time I leave a message and make sure my ringer is on loud before going downstairs to join Billa. She's warming something at the stove. Without turning around, she says, "I'm making eggs." The thought turns my stomach. I never know what my appetite will be like these days. Yesterday I had them and was fine. "Thanks." I put some bread in the toaster, hoping that will settle my belly. "How long were you watching me before I woke?" "I'm not sure. At least 3 hours, like I said. Maybe a little more. You stayed in your bed the whole time. Everything okay?" This whole sleepwalking thing is concerning. True, but you're safe. I glance at my broken nail. Can I ask you about that night? When we were kids? Yeah. I really don't remember much. It was confusing, probably because I was so young. For a long time, I thought I'd done something wrong to make you disappear. My parents really did a number on us. It didn't help that my mom moved us across the country. How'd you end up in Alaska, if you don't mind me asking? I followed a guy. That was a mistake. Let's just say I'm glad to be back here, especially with Regina gone. The term wicked stepmother was coined for people like her. She was just wicked, stepmother or not. Yeah, I'm sure it was rough dealing with those two for your entire childhood. Why do you think I fled to California the moment I graduated? If Claire and I had been on better terms, I might have stayed. Or if I'd known how young she'd die, I'd have made more of an effort to get to know her. Surely on some level I knew she hadn't abandoned me and had just needed to get away from her parents. I couldn't see it. As a kid, it seemed like she didn't want anything to do with me. It's hard to make sense of things when we're young. We have to rely on adults to explain things to us, and not all of them are trustworthy. Which explains why I spent so much of my life not trusting myself. Luckily, I built that skill once away from the Brannon family and estate. My toast pops up. I slather it with butter, then peanut butter, a mouth-watering combination that takes my attention from the cooking eggs. Just as I'm about to take the first delicious bite, my phone shrieks from my pocket. Billa turns around, her eyes wide and questioning. "Sorry, I didn't want to miss it." "No chance of that. It could wake the dead at that volume." I check the screen. Radley Hospital. Gotta take this. I abandoned my toast, hurry out of the room, and accepted the call. "This is Kenzi Brannon." "Hello, Kenzi." The female voice on the other end is chipper. "I'm glad to let you know we processed your paperwork and found those old tapes you were hoping to borrow. You can pick them up any time during normal business hours." I lean against the wall, hardly able to believe the good news. "I'll be down shortly. Do I need to bring anything?" "Just your ID and a credit card for us to put on file." "You need my credit card?" "As collateral. We won't charge anything if you return the tapes on time." I should have known there would be a catch. "How long can I borrow them?" "They'll have that information when you get here, but it'll cost $100 a day if they're late." "That's steep." "It keeps things from being stolen." "I don't doubt it. Thanks for letting me know. I'll be over soon." "Sounds great. Have a wonderful day." The call ends. $100 a day for some old VHS tapes of me sleepwalking as a child? I'll definitely be sure to return them on time. I hurry back into the kitchen to eat. Maybe I'll have answers before going to sleep tonight. 14. Kenzi. Hardly able to contain myself, I sit in the movie room. Luckily, we have a VCR player set up, so I can jump in and see what we've got. Graham knew where everything was and prepared the equipment as soon as we came home from our appointment with Dr. Radley. I didn't see the doctor when I went to the hospital, but that was fine. All I need is these tapes. Not that I'm sure what exactly I'm looking for. According to him, I sleepwalked when I was institutionalized there and he cured me. At least until recently. While Ember thinks ghosts are behind it, I'm sure being here has triggered old memories, even if I don't remember them on a conscious level. Having my mother and Billa here at the same time had to have activated something in my mind. The last time they were both in this house, I wandered at night and tried to kill Billa. These tapes aren't likely to tell me why, but I'm hoping they can tell me something. I'll take anything at this point. I'm actually glad to have this time to myself to watch the footage. It'll allow me to process whatever I end up seeing, and if there's something truly awful, I don't have to let anyone else see it. I know my family will still love me, but if there's proof of little me trying to kill someone else, I'd rather no one view it. Thankfully, both Ember and Billa are catching up on sleep after babysitting me while I slept. Graham was called into work early to cover for someone who is sick. Jack and Carol are visiting her family with Riker. That leaves me all alone to discover the truth of my past. I hold one of the VHS tapes, and my breath hitches. Do I really want to know what's on these? Will it be too much? It can't be worse than finding out I tried to kill Billa. Now that I think about it, this could explain why Claire had been so eager to get away from the house. I'd already tried to end one sister's life. I'm sure she had anxiety about sleeping in the next room from me. I wouldn't want to sleep so close to me either. My heart aches for what could have been. My only full sister was older than me, sure, but we lived in this house together for a number of years. We had the potential to be close despite the age difference, but it was never meant to be. At least I can raise her daughter as my own and try to make up for what we never had together. It's all I can do. If our parents had been better people, they would have encouraged us to build a relationship. Instead, it was almost as if they reveled in the dysfunction. Because of that, Claire married a psychopath. If she'd had a better start in life, maybe she would have made a better decision. Yet, if she had, I'd still be living in LA as a fake friend and wouldn't have met either Ember or Graham, and they might not have found each other either. A lump forms in my throat. Life is so complicated. I can't do anything about the past other than learn from it, and that starts with watching these tapes. As eager as I am to see them, I know they're likely to be boring. If they only gave me the ones of me sleeping, there isn't going to be much action until I actually get out of bed. On the other hand, if they threw in tapes of my therapy sessions, that could be telling. But I did only ask about the sleepwalking. Yet the box of tapes is pretty hefty, so I could get lucky. However, it seems unlikely this is everything. Even if I was there for a week, this can't be all of it. Time to find out. I slide the first VHS into the player and wait for it to load. It seems to take forever before the screen finally shows an image. It's a dim image of a small hospital room with an even smaller girl sleeping in the bed. Me. A shudder dances up my spine. It's so weird seeing myself so long ago on the TV screen. Considering how disinterested my parents were in me in their old age when I came along, they didn't get much footage of me. It wasn't until I finally got a phone that I saw more than my yearly school photos. The video plays in real time, and so far I haven't even rolled over or even let out a snore. I use the fast-forward button on the remote and watch as the image speeds by. Occasionally I twist and turn, but I don't get up at all over the course of the night. By the time I've gone through 3 tapes, my eyelids are growing heavy. I thought this would be more interesting, that I'd get up at least once. But this is a whole lot of nothing. There isn't anything from the daytime either. Just video of me in bed, not sleepwalking. I stifle a yawn as I slide in the 4th tape. I barely get through any of it before my eyes start to close, and the remote falls from my grasp. I sit up and watch the video, forwarding my way through. Watching a child sleep is making me want to get some shut-eye too. But I can't risk that without someone here to make sure I don't wander off. So I sit tall and shake my head. It isn't much, but I'm a little more alert. On the screen, I'm sleeping exactly the same as I was in the other videos. This is so boring. My eyelids grow heavier and heavier. The remote slips from my hand. My eyes close all the way. I try to pick it up, to open my eyes. My body doesn't cooperate. Sleep takes over like a warm, heavy blanket. Pain in my finger wakes me. I blink a few times and look around. I'm back in Millie's bedroom, this time on my hands and knees, hunched over the floor. I've broken another nail, this one below the quick. Is this how I broke the others? I'm not going to have many left if this keeps happening. Though that's the least of my worries, considering I keep ending up here, possibly including last night, even though I woke in my own bed. I sit and look around. It's dark without the lights on. Millie not only had locks on the outside of her door, but she didn't have windows. Was this because of the accusation written on the back of that picture? Or did she also sleepwalk? Hopefully the latter, but knowing what I do about the many generations of Brannons before me, either is a realistic possibility. I turn on a light and study the pictures in the room, easily able to pick out my ancestor from the others. Maybe Ember was more correct than I gave her credit for earlier. While Millie isn't close to being my twin, one could mistake us for sisters if we weren't born 100 years apart. She had a bright smile, and I can feel her positive energy. I wouldn't mind going back in time and spending a day with her and her friends. They look like they had a lot of fun together. She couldn't have been a killer. Not someone so obviously full of life. We must share the same gene or trait that makes us both sleepwalk. I refuse to believe she was actually a killer. If she was, it doesn't give me hope for any Brannon to escape the madness that seems to run through every generation. I returned to the spot where I woke. Now I have more broken and cracked nails than not. What could be so interesting about the floor that causes such a fixation in my sleep? There's only one way to find out. I kneel and examine the hardwoods. One piece in particular has scratches, probably from me, if my destroyed nails are any indication. I press on the board. It jiggles slightly. Interesting. I try the ones on either side of it. They don't budge. That means there's something about the one I was trying to pull up in my sleep. A shiver runs down my back. Why would I, in my sleep, be so desperate to get at a loose floorboard? There's literally zero chance I could know about it when awake, much less when unconscious. None of this makes sense. Clearly, I'm not receiving a message from beyond the grave. Ghosts don't exist. There is one possible explanation. I used to explore the different wings as a child to get away from my parents' drama and arguing. It's possible I found this as a kid, maybe even while sleepwalking. If that's the case, I might have put something under the floorboard and don't remember after all these years. I don't recall sleepwalking, so it stands to reason there's a lot more I can't remember. I press and pull on various spots of the floorboard. It wiggles a little, clearly loose. My heart races. What are the chances that out of this entire sprawling mansion, I find one loose board while sleeping? It must be something I knew about as a kid. Am I about to find a time capsule? A message to myself from more than a decade ago? This could be bigger than the VHS tapes. Not that it would take much based on what I've replayed so far. Pop! The floorboard comes loose. I stumble back, the piece of wood still in my hold. Pulse racing, I lean forward. Look down. Something is in the little space in the floor. Ember and Billow won't believe this. I'm not sure I do, and I'm looking right at it. My breath hitches as I reach down and tap the item. I half expect it to bite me, or for spiders to crawl out of the space and cover me. Neither happens. I'm being jumpy, paranoid. I've been watching too many scary movies with Ember. I grasp the item and pull it out. A book. The cover is brown leather with fancy, swirly designs etched around the edges. I flip it around the front. Designs aren't the only things embossed on it. It has a name. Mildred Brannon. Millie. I nearly dropped the artifact, managed to keep it from falling. How on earth did I find this in my sleep? I refuse to believe her ghost led me here. That's pure fiction. But there is a scientific explanation. I've read about generational trauma getting passed down due to it actually changing people's genes. It has something to do with survival of the family line. That could explain not only my sleepwalking and Millie's, but also me finding this journal. I don't know why all of that would be dormant for generations, but who am I to question it? Especially when I could be holding the answers in my hand right now. These pages could give me clarity. I open the book, then flip to the first journal entry. 15. Millie Brannon, June 1928. Either I'm losing my mind, or someone wants me to think I am. I've been through half of this ridiculously large manor, and I haven't found anything. Not one drop of blood, and certainly not a body. It's like all that blood from last night magically appeared on my dress. The only other thing I can think of is that I hurt someone outside. That's even more daunting to think about than inside the house. I still have about half of the mansion to go through, and the acres and acres of land will take even more time, especially with the farmland getting overtaken with the forest bit by bit. New saplings seem to spring up every week, and nobody pulls them up anymore. When I was a child, servants would yank those out and add them to the burn pile. But as the farm is getting used less, the woods are spreading. By the time I have grandchildren, the Brannon land will be mostly nature and no farm. It's hard to believe, but I can actually picture a time when we only have horses. My parents find it easier and cheaper to purchase things like milk, bread, and eggs at the grocery store than to pay servants to care for the animals that provide the food and drink for free. Times are definitely changing. Not that I'm complaining. I have far more opportunities than Mama ever had at my age. If only I could convince my parents to let me take lessons in piloting. However, if I've killed someone else, none of that matters. My stomach growls, reminding me I need to eat if I want to do any more exploring. I don't want to, but what other choice do I have? There has to be a body somewhere. No one could survive after losing that much blood. Or I wouldn't think so. I'm hardly a doctor or undertaker. In the kitchen, Mama, Rosie, and Marshall are finishing up their meal. Papa is nowhere to be seen and is probably out on business. Mama looks me up and down. "What have you been doing all day?" I shrug. "This and that."
"That isn't an answer," Marshall says.
"It literally is."
"What have you been up to?"
He narrows his eyes.
"Mother asked you a question."
"You think you're so proper and grown up, calling them mother and father, but you aren't."
"And you think you aren't an adult, even though you should be married with several babies already."
I stand taller. "I'm a modern woman. Why is that so hard for you to understand?" "Oh, right, because you like having women in servitude. I forgot." His face reddens.
"Why, I ought to."
"Children," Mama glares at him and then me. "Calm down. Mildred, have a seat and eat your lunch." She motions for one of the servants to get me a plate. Marshall scrunches his face.
"I'm no child."
"You're all my children." I throw him a smirk before dishing up chicken and vegetables.
"The next time you throw a ball, you should invite Perry as your date."
I nearly choke on my first bite. "Perry?"
"Yes, he'd make a fine husband for you. He'd get you in line so fast your head would spin."
"Thanks for warning me never to consider him as a beau." "Oh, wait, I never would have." He turns to Mama.
"Are you really going to let your daughter speak to me like that?"
"If I stop her, then I need to stop you from acting like her father."
"I'm the man of the house when father isn't here."
I swallow a mouthful of food. "Doesn't change the fact that you aren't Papa. Maybe you should get your own wife to boss around. She could whip you into shape." Rosie giggles. Being so much younger, she usually stays out of our spats. But I think she secretly, or maybe not so secretly, finds them amusing. If my brother wasn't such a patriarch, I might find humor in these situations too. "Enough," Mama sighs. "I wish you two would get along better."
"If you'd have raised your daughter better, we would have."
I hear the slap before I register seeing it. Rosie's mouth drops open. Marshall holds his cheek and stares at Mama in disbelief. I hold back a laugh, not wanting to be the next one struck on the face.
"How could you?"
Marshall asks.
"I don't care how old you are. You will speak respectfully to me. Do you understand?"
He mutters something derogatory about women that I can't quite make out.
"You are not above me, son."
Mama's nostrils flare.
"I'll have a conversation with father."
Marshall rises and shoves his chair against the table.
"He'll get you in line. All of you."
He stares each of us down before storming out of the room. Rosie tucks a strand of hair behind her ears. "Will Papa listen to him?"
"Papa will never let that insufferable fool treat me so badly. We respect our elders around here."
Hopefully she's right. Sometimes it's hard to say who Papa will side with. It depends on his mood when he gets home. One of the servants enters the kitchen and comes to me. Miss Mildred, your friends are here to visit with you. They're sitting in the reading room near the main entrance. Shall I send them to your bedroom to wait for you? I don't bother telling her to call me Millie, because they will always call me by my given name in front of my parents. Besides, there's a bigger matter at hand. No, don't send them to my room. I'll join them in the reading room. I only need a minute to finish my food. Very well. She nods before leaving. My heart races at the thought of anyone ever seeing my room. I can't let anyone know about the locks on the outside of the door. It's humiliating. And even more importantly, I can't let anyone find out I was the one who killed my older sister. Even though I was a child, and even though I didn't know what I was doing, nobody can know. Ever. What are your friends here for? Rosie asks, pulling me from my thoughts. I'm not sure. I take a big bite of chicken, eager to reach them before another servant gets the bright idea to send them to my room. They didn't say last night? Mama asks. Not that I'd remember. And there's no chance I'm admitting to her that I sleepwalked last night and possibly killed another person. I'd be sent away for sure. Maybe locked in my room permanently. Or worse yet, disallowed from ever throwing a party ever again. I can't let that happen. Mama and Rosie speak, but I don't pay them any attention. I have to finish my meal before my friends head for my room or anyone finds the dead body I'm looking for. When did my life get so complicated? It would be such a dream to start piloting and get out of this house and all of the problems that come with it. After scarfing down the last bite of my food, I race out of the room without a word. I'm sure Mama and Rosie think I'm being rude, but I don't have time to worry about pleasantries. It isn't like the men have to think about them, so why should I? Why should we women have to worry so much about being pretty, quiet, and proper? It's rude to have such glaring double standards, but the Brannon men are the least likely of anyone to release the old ways. They love their power. Always have, always will. For that reason alone, I should consider getting out of this house and marrying one of my beaux. I'm sure Fred and Clifford would both be happy for me to have my own hobby. Maybe George and Thomas, too. But they're definitely more traditionally minded. However, all of them are open to new ways of thinking, unlike my brother, father, and uncles. Any male relative, really. We didn't build this town because my ancestors thought of themselves as weak. Unfortunately, my father and brother would consider women having equal rights as weak. I'm so glad times are changing. Maybe after another generation passes, the men in my family will be enlightened thinkers. As I hurry to the main entrance, it takes 5 minutes when walking briskly. I glance around for other ideas where I might find a body. It could be anywhere. When I reach the sitting room, I find all 3 of my best friends alive and well. Relief washes through me at the sight of Doris, Edna, and Blanche. My knees turn to rubber, and I hurry to sit in an empty seat. They're all alive. I didn't kill any of them. That still leaves my beaux. It's too bad I didn't do anything to Perry, but I know I didn't. I saw him after waking bloody. Or did I? I remember going to the spiral staircase and seeing Papa under arrest. I remembered my conversation with Perry, but didn't actually see him then. I considered that I'd killed him, but decided I hadn't. What if I had? That would clearly be better than me harming one of my beaux, especially now that Marshall is talking about trying to marry me off to Perry. On the other hand, if I killed the police chief's son, I doubt even the Brannon money could keep me out of jail. Giggling pulls me from my thoughts. My friends are laughing about something. Did I miss something? I ask. I don't think you heard a word we said. Blanche lifts a brow. Are you feeling okay? A yawn escapes. I'm tired after last night. Doris nudges me. We heard you and Clifford sneaked away last night. I personally couldn't find either one of you once the dancing was done. My heart sinks. Did I do something to Clifford? Edna laughs. Look at your face! You must have a good story. Or are you going to claim a girl never kisses and tells? I force a chuckle, hoping they'll buy it and think I only ran off to kiss him when his body could be lying somewhere in this house. My stomach churns acid, and suddenly I'm not sure I'll be able to keep my lunch down. What if I took the life of that sweet young man who has barely begun his life? Blanche squeezes my arm. We won't force you to talk, but we will be keeping an eye out when you two are together. I nod, unable to find words. Are you coming to the picnic at dinner time? Picnic? I find my voice. Yeah, at the church. Doris's eyes light up. The pastor's son is supposed to be there. He's back in town from seminary. Edna fluffs her curls. I'd become a pastor's wife for him. My friends all giggle. Blanche turns to me. You'll be there, right? You never miss a social event, and I have to watch you and Clifford. You heard he's coming? Does that boy skip any event you attend? She grins. So you haven't heard from him? Edna winks at me. Not in the way you have. Normally, my face would flush at the insinuation of necking, but I can't stop thinking of something much more scandalous. Murder. As my friends talk, my mind races with ideas of where I might have gone with Clifford. Then, I know. I excuse myself, telling them that I'll see them at the picnic later. If Clifford's body is here, I know exactly where it is. 16. Kenzi. The first line of Millie's diary answers my question. I'm stuck in my room, unable to sleep, but nobody will let me out because of my sleepwalking. Her sleepwalking is why there are still locks on her bedroom door to this day. My ancestor from nearly 100 years ago suffered the same problem I do today. Should we put locks outside my bedroom door? Or would it be better for me to sleep in this very room? The locks wouldn't be as effective now. Not only are they old, but it's obvious some have already been removed. They kept her in here, but I'd likely get free. On the other hand, I keep ending up here, so maybe I'll stop wandering around if I start here in the first place. It could be worth trying. I skim the rest of the page, not finding anything of particular interest. She just complains about being trapped, not that I blame her. I'm not excited about the idea of locking myself up to sleep safely either. I'll read more of the diary later. For now, I need to get back to the main part of the house. I snap a picture of the floorboard so I can find it again, should I decide to place the old journal back in its place. More likely, I'll put it in the temperature-controlled room with other similar artifacts to preserve it. But first, I want to read it. Maybe it'll turn out we have more in common. There has to be a reason I keep ending up here in this room. That doesn't mean I now believe in the afterlife, but I can't deny the connection. It's possible I stumbled upon her things as a child, and my subconscious mind is nudging me toward the answers I need, answers I found years ago. That makes a lot more sense than spirits guiding me. I replace the board, then gather my broken nails to toss into the nearest trash can. Next, I take pictures of the photos of Millie, so I can better envision what I read from her diary. Only then do I head out with a sense of purpose. Things are coming together, even if it doesn't all make logical sense. I like the idea of having found Millie's room when I was younger, and that's what's leading me there now. Perhaps my memories want to be unlocked as badly as I want to unlock them, and I'm getting close. Hopefully, once I solve the mystery, the sleepwalking will stop for good. I don't ever want to go back to this again, especially not while pregnant. That's the worst of this. It could also be what's causing this. I'm extra tired, which could be triggering the sleepwalking. How ironic would that be? If I was getting better sleep, I might not be wandering around at night. Halfway to the main wing, I have to stop to catch my breath. If I hadn't been having all these sleep issues, I'd have kept up on my exercise more throughout the pregnancy. Given all my nightly wanderings, I should be in tip-top shape. Across the hall, I spot a garbage bin, then toss in my nails. The room is an old library. It's surprising how many one house can hold. I explore, glancing at the spines of the old books. A person couldn't read them all in one lifespan, not in several. Once my breathing returns to normal, I return to the hallway. Taking it a little slower, I make it to my bedroom without losing my breath. I'm tempted to go back to the VHS tapes, but I can't risk it alone again, so I crack open Millie's diary. She doesn't write too much about sleepwalking, aside from being annoyed that she can't always get out when she wants. At least someone was posted by her door in case of an emergency. I'm glad they had enough forethought for that. One thing that terrifies me about the idea of locking myself in at night is not being able to get out in case of a fire. My eyelids grow heavy after a while, and I set aside the old book. If I'm going to sleep, I need to make sure someone keeps an eye on me. I check on Ember. Still sleeping. Not that I can complain, since she stayed up watching me last night. But I still need to ask her about that, since it's clear I was in Millie's room at some point. The broken nails on the floor in there matched mine. Maybe Billa is available. I go to the movie room, then give her a call. Voicemail. Not that I'm surprised. She isn't super into technology. Her phone annoys her, and she'd rather spend a day out in nature where there isn't a signal for miles. Her little cottage lost power over the summer, and we didn't know for weeks because she didn't say anything. She said she rather enjoyed it like that. I try again, and this time leave a quick message asking if she's available to help out while I take a nap. I'm tempted to wake Ember and ask her, but she was already up for more than half the night watching me. A yawn escapes, and I debate locking myself inside my room. But I already know how well that works. Just like Millie all those years before me, I need someone to make certain I can't get out. This is so irritating. I just want a nap, and it's this huge deal. I try Billa again. When she doesn't answer, I'm out of options. Even though it didn't work before, I lock myself inside my room using the setup Graham put in place. Maybe my brain will allow me a normal nap. You better let me sleep in peace, I threaten my subconscious. This is what I've been reduced to. With an apology to my baby who has to put up with this insanity, I climb under my covers and hope for the best, then quickly drift to sleep. Something sharp pokes me. I roll away from it, only to find something scratchy. I'm not in my bed. I'm not in my bed! Gasping, I bolt upright. I'm at the base of a tree. A tree! The forest is so thick here, hardly any daylight gets through. If I didn't know better, I'd think it was night. Another wing was concerning enough. Now I'm waking up outside. My sleepwalking has officially gotten out of control. So much for locking myself in my room. Clearly, I can't be alone for even a minute. I'm so tired I could fall asleep anywhere, like I did when watching the old movies. I hadn't even meant to nap then. I need to get back to the house. I'm not sure how much time has passed, but someone could be looking for me. Graham will be out of his mind with worry if he realizes I've had another episode. My fingers brush against cold metal as I struggle to stand up. It can't be what I think it is. My breath hitches as I brush leaves, dirt, and pine needles out of the way. A butcher knife. The blade is rusted. I hope that's rust. My pulse quickens as I stare at it. I don't want to touch it, even though I already have. What is that doing out here? Then I see something else, possibly more concerning. A shovel. Both look like they could have been out here for a long time. Or they could be old, like so many other things around here. Did I bring them here? Have they been waiting for me? No, that's ridiculous. I'm clearly delirious from a lack of sleep. I reach for my phone to snap a picture, but realize it's on my nightstand along with Millie's diary. It's irrelevant. I'm getting out of here and not touching any of this stuff. My breathing grows ragged as I struggle to my feet. I don't recognize this area. We've explored most of the woods and have found an old barn, a cemetery full of Brannons, a cave filled with moonshine, and other interesting finds. But this? I don't know where I am or what to make of it. I'm not sure I want to find out. The knife and shovel can stay here for all I care. None of the ground has been unearthed. There isn't fresh blood on the blade. No, not blood, rust. At any rate, it's all old and has nothing to do with me, my sleepwalking, or the fact that I apparently tried to kill Billa when we were children, if that's even true. That's based off my lying parent stories and the fuzzy memories of a little girl woken in the night. It wouldn't surprise me if my mother came up with that tale to scare Billa from spending time with me. Crunch. What was that? I whip around. Anyone, or anything, could be hiding behind one of at least 200 trees in about a 20-foot radius. But I see nothing out of the ordinary. I take a deep breath. At least there are 2 weapons within reach, though if the knife or shovel are as old as they appear, I'm not sure how well they'll hold up. After a few moments of no more noise, I relax a little. I glance at the 2 weapons before deciding against touching either one. This looks like a crime scene, and I don't want anything to do with it. My policeman husband can come back and decide if it's worth worrying about. The only thing I care about is getting back to the house. I still can't believe I walked all the way out here in my sleep. I cannot allow myself to so much as doze off alone anymore. Maybe I can convince Billa to move into the mansion for a few months. If she won't, maybe Jack and Carol wouldn't mind staying upstairs for a while. All I know is I can't let this happen again. Next time I could wake up somewhere dangerous. The situation keeps escalating, and I can't let things get too far. I weave my way through the trees, going in as much of a straight line as I can manage. It's anyone's guess if I'm going toward or away from the house. With my recent luck, I'm probably headed in the opposite direction, straight for a nest of cougars. If they have nests. Something tickles my nose. Smoke. Someone has a fire going. It could be from the mansion. In some of the older rooms, a fireplace is the only source of heat, even to this day. It meets the code. Not every room of a house is required to have a heater, at least not in our monstrosity of a home. I follow the stench until Billa's cottage comes into view. Puffs of smoke billow out from the chimney. How did I end up here? At least I'm not as far from the mansion as I feared. Since I couldn't reach her by phone earlier, I should pop in and see how she's doing. She's clearly home if she has a fire going. I hurry over to the door and knock. No response. Maybe she's in the bathroom or didn't hear me. I pound louder. The cottage isn't very big. She has to be able to hear that. Nothing. Billa, are you in there? I pound so loudly it hurts my fists. Are you okay? I keep knocking and calling for her until my throat aches too. She isn't here. What if I finished what I started all those years ago? 17. Kenzi. Unable to break into the cottage, I hurry back to the house, go straight to my room, then grab my phone. Billa still doesn't answer, but at least her car is out front, meaning she should be around here somewhere. I try again while checking places in the house she might be, then leave her a voicemail before going out the front door. My mind swirls, and suddenly I realize I'm starting to get dizzy. Unsurprising after waking in the woods and running around like I did. I find something to warm up in the kitchen and eat as much as I can, which at this point is less than my usual portion size. Probably because I'm in my last trimester and my stomach doesn't have much room to expand. 2 more months. The end of March both seems so close and so far away. Although, if I did something to Billa, I may be giving birth in a prison instead of a hospital, leaving Graham to raise both of his daughters alone. At least he has this house and access to the Brannon funds. I shoved that thought from my mind. If I'd done something to Billa, there would be proof. And the knife and shovel I found out in the woods haven't been touched in years, maybe decades. I really need to get to the bottom of all of this. After rinsing off my plate, I make my way upstairs to Ember's room. She's studying on her bed. Finally awake, huh? I try to make my tone sound teasing, but my annoyance comes out in my tone. She glances up. I guess staying up all night takes its toll. Did you, though? Ember gives me a questioning look. Stay up all night watching me? I hold her gaze. You didn't fall asleep, did you? She looks away. I fell asleep at one point. I'm sorry. Why didn't you tell Billa when she came to take over? I didn't think it was a big deal. That I'd been sleepwalking? Her face drains of color. You know about that? My broken nails were a pretty good clue. I got you back to your bed safely. Her voice wobbles. You didn't even wake up. It was all okay. You were fine. Please, if that happens again, say something. This is really important. Her eyes shine with tears. I'm sorry. I was really scared something had happened to you when I woke and realized what happened. It was also freaking me out that you weren't awake when I found you in Millie's room. But at least you were safe. You were fine. I got you back to your bed. I didn't mean to fall asleep. Next time I'll make sure I don't. I sit down and put an arm around her. I'm not mad at you. It isn't your fault I'm sleepwalking, and I know it's a lot to ask to watch me through the night. In fact, I'm going to figure something else out. She straightens her back. I can watch you properly, I swear. I'll do better. No, it wasn't fair for me to ask that of you. Your priority should be school, and even though you're more flexible with homeschooling, I shouldn't put this burden on you. I don't mind. Part of the reason for me learning at home is to help out, remember? Asking you to stay up and watch me sleep goes far beyond helping out. Dad and I will figure something else out. Carol is a nurse. I should have asked her for ideas and resources. I'm going to do that as soon as she gets back. Or you could text her. Or I could text her. Good thinking. In the meantime, can you tell me everything you remember about what happened last night? It's important that I know. I'm not upset, but I need details. Ember lets out a long, slow breath. I tried to stay awake. I know, and I don't blame you. We shouldn't have asked that of you. When you woke up, what happened? You weren't in your bed, and I freaked out. I thought you had to have gone back to Millie's room, and I was right. That's where you were, and you were trying to pull up the floor. I talked to you, but it was like you were in another world. I somehow got you to agree to go back to your room, and you walked on your own, but you weren't aware of anything. It was really weird. Tell me about it. Is there anything that sticks out to you? Anything I said or did? She shrugs. Just that you were going crazy trying to pull apart the floor. I hold up my nails. Here's the proof. Give me one more chance, and I won't let you down. You didn't let me down last night. It helps knowing what happened. So I can try again? No! Your job is to focus on schoolwork, not me. Please, Kenzi. I rise, awkwardly, my center of gravity constantly shifting. I'm getting heavier by the minute, it seems. Once I'm stable on my feet, I pat her shoulder. Again, I shouldn't have put that on you in the first place. Ember sighs dramatically. Who's going to watch you tonight? Carol, Jack, and Riker are all out of town, and Dad has to work tomorrow. Billa can, if I can find her. All night? Dad and I will figure something out. I don't want you worrying about this. But I can help. I kiss the top of her head. The only thing I want you worrying about is... I check her textbook. British literature.
Kenzi.
She says my name with an extra syllable. I'm serious. That's your only concern. Please, do your work. I walk out of the room without another word. As much as I'd like to give in and let her be involved with this, I need to make the adult decision. Sometimes it's still hard to believe I'm in charge of a high schooler. It doesn't feel like that long ago I was in her shoes. But at least I'm thinking of her well-being. That's more than I can say for my own parents. Hey, Kenzi, the answer is still no. I don't look back. Have you told Dad about Millie? That stops me in my tracks. What? Did you tell him about Millie? What does she have to do with anything? Ember steps into the hall and gives me a knowing look. I'm not getting possessed by a ghost at night. You don't know that. Actually, I do. Prove it. Ghosts aren't real. She crosses her arms. You can really say that with conviction when you keep walking to her room in your sleep. She obviously wants you to find something hidden there. The diary, which is now in my room. Ember tilts her head. Wait, do you know something? What was that look that just crossed your face? I need you to do your schoolwork. You found something. We can talk later, after you're done with your assignments for the day. Her mouth forms an O shape. You went back there, didn't you? Tell me everything. Millie had a diary under that floorboard. Confusion washes over Ember's face. How did you know to look there? Because I fell asleep earlier and woke there in the middle of trying to pull up the board. Get out! You actually got it up? What's in the diary? Did she sleepwalk too? That has to be why those locks are on the door. Yes, she was also sleepwalking. I need to read that diary. Where is it? Ember looks toward my room. Did you hear what I told you about your lessons? What could be more educational than reading a 100-year-old diary written by one of our ancestors? This is too cool. She led you right there. You can't deny it. Of course I can. I grew up in this house, and I probably hid it there myself. That's a natural explanation of why I would know to look there. Ember makes a harumphing sound. Seriously? Who are you trying to fool, yourself or me? I was left to my devices more than you can imagine, and I got into any number of things all over this mansion. It wouldn't surprise me if I found the diary when I was a kid and have since forgotten. When you used to sleepwalk originally? Yes, not that it has anything to do with this, except that I might recall it on a subconscious level. But this conversation is over. You're going to finish your British Lit assignment, and I'm going to continue watching old videos. Videos of what? Me sleeping. Boring. Go do your work. Wait, did you get those from the mental facility? Why did I say anything? You have to let me watch them. No, actually, I don't. This is huge. My homework can wait. I glance at the time. It won't be too much longer before Dad gets back. If you get everything done, we can watch some of those videos together. If you get your stuff done. You promise? Yes. Deal. She disappears into her room. I hope I don't regret this decision. 18. Kenzi. My stomach flip-flops through the entirety of the meal that Graham brought home. Ember keeps giving me nudging looks. I'm not ready to talk about Millie or her diary yet. Not only that, but I still haven't been able to get a hold of Billa. She isn't answering her phone, nor has her car moved from its spot in the driveway. So much is occupying my mind, I can't devote any energy to Ember's ghost theory. After Graham sets down his fork, Ember clears her throat. You okay? He asks. My breath hitches. Kenzi got those videos from her stay in the mental hospital. Graham turns to me. I was going to tell you after we ate.
They had them ready so soon?
Believe me, nobody is more shocked than me. I thought for sure they'd hold on to them as long as possible.
Have you watched any of them yet?
I started to, but fell asleep. He cocks a brow. Yes, I ended up sleepwalking this afternoon. Ember leans forward.
And she found something. What?
A diary. Ember beams. Can you believe it? From an ancestor who looks just like Kenzi. One who used to sleepwalk, too. So much for me telling him anything. Graham blinks a few times.
Wow, I missed a lot today.
That isn't all, I say.
There's more?
He rakes his fingers through his hair. Ember throws me a questioning glance. At least she left something I can tell him myself. I can't find Billa. What does that have to do with anything? Ember asks. She disappears for days and shows up with some crazy story. It's her thing. Considering what Dr. Radley told me, now that I'm sleepwalking, her being missing is extremely concerning. Ember looks back and forth between me and Graham. Am I missing something?
Nothing,
Graham says quickly. He pulls out his phone and makes a call.
Voicemail.
What are you two hiding? Ember demands. I'm old enough to know. You don't have to treat me like a kid. It's complicated, I tell her. After everything we've been through, you're seriously keeping something from me? It's embarrassing.
Oh, I could still handle it.
You aren't the one who's embarrassed. Her brows furrow. Graham takes his plate and mine, then stands.
Call Billa and see if she picks up for you.
Ember grumbles something under her breath, but does as she's told. Voicemail for me, too.
Bring me your dish.
She quickly clears the table. My stomach knots. What if I did something to Billa in my sleep? Anything is possible, considering I woke in the woods. Graham starts the dishwasher.
Let's have a look at the videos.
What about Billa? I ask.
I'm sure she's fine. Probably just turned off her ringer. She lives for the moment and doesn't always think about how it affects anyone else.
He walks toward the door. There's more I haven't told you. He stops.
There is?
I hesitate. This afternoon, when I started watching the videos, I fell asleep.
And?
His eyes widen. I woke up in the woods.
The woods?
Blood vessels pop in his forehead.
You went outside in your sleep?
Or was that when I fell asleep the other time? What other time? Ember asks. Graham rubs his temples.
Why didn't you call me as soon as you woke up outside?
I didn't have my phone on me. Or did I? Was I trying to call Billa? All this lack of sleep is messing with my memory. He pulls me close.
Where exactly did you wake? Near her house?
Graham must be thinking the same thing I am. That I could have killed her. That my unconscious mind wants to finish what I started all those years ago. I take a deep breath. I was somewhere I didn't recognize. There was a knife and a shovel next to me.
What?
He steps back, visibly shaken. They were old, like they hadn't been touched in decades. He pulls on his hair.
This is getting worse by the minute.
Tell me about it.
Why didn't you call me when you returned to the house?
I was focused on finding Billa. Or failing to.
Did you wake near her cottage?
He starts pacing. Kind of. I ended up there when I was trying to get back to the house.
You were lost in the woods after sleepwalking?
I told you I didn't know where I was. He makes a guttural sound.
You're sure you're okay?
We
should take you to be checked out by a doctor.
I'm fine.
This is getting out of hand.
It sure is, Ember mutters. She doesn't even know I tried to kill Billa as a child, allegedly. At least we can all agree on that. I lean against the table. We're going to have to make sure I sleep somewhere locked tightly. I should probably be locked in from the outside. Ember snaps her fingers. Like Millie's room. Graham looks at her.
Millie?
The girl from the 1920s who looks just like Kenzi. She was a sleepwalker, and there are locks on the outside of her room where Kenzi found the diary. His mouth opens, but no words come out. We've left a police detective speechless. That's how crazy this situation has gotten. Actually, Ember says, you probably shouldn't stay in her room. If she's going to possess you anywhere, it's in there. We should figure something else out. Like, you could literally pick any other bedroom in this entire place and we could find a way to keep you inside. Graham shakes his head.
We're not locking her up like a common criminal.
And I'm not being possessed by a ghost. I glare at Ember. But locking me up at night really isn't a bad idea. I can't be trusted.
No.
He pinches the bridge of his nose.
I need time to process all of this. Let's go watch those videos. Maybe we'll figure out something after that.
We head upstairs to the movie room. I put aside the one VHS tape I've already seen in its entirety. We begin watching the next one on fast forward. Ember sighs. When does the sleepwalking start? That's what I want to know. The first tape had nothing. Seriously? After the third tape, my vision is blurry. I stand up and rub my eyes. Time for a break. Ember leaps up. Let's look at the diary. Not now. My eyes can't focus. Graham leans forward.
You two take a break. I'm going to keep watching these.
I look at him like he's lost his mind. How can you sit through more of that without stopping?
I do this for a living.
Watching tapes of kids sleepwalking.
Going over video footage. Just yesterday, I sorted through dozens of hours of doorbell camera footage to find a thief.
That sounds exciting. Ember rolls her eyes.
I've built a tolerance.
He takes out the tape we just watched.
You two get some ice cream or popcorn, then come back. I'll probably be through this video by the time you return.
What if there's something good on that one? I frown.
Then I'll pause it so you can see.
He picks up the remote control.
But if it's just more of you sleeping, you won't have to sit through it.
You don't mind?
I like seeing you as a kid.
He gives me a quick kiss.
Hurry up. I'm ready for a snack.
Ember drags me into the hallway. Why don't you show me the diary before we go down? Let's stay focused. You heard him. He's happy watching videos of you sleeping. That sounds creepy. No more than those vampire books you read when you think nobody's looking. My mouth falls open and my face burns. How did you know? She smirks. I don't miss anything, except whatever you and Dad are hiding about Billa. I groan, unable to believe she discovered my recent guilty pleasure, which I blame entirely on pregnancy hormones. I've never read a vampire book before now. Show me the diary, please, she pleads with her eyes. I'm in the mood for ice cream. How do sprinkles sound? What am I, 5? I want sprinkles. Does that make me 5?
Fine,
she sighs heavily.
Let's get ice cream. I'm going to see that diary one way or another.
You will. And I'm going to find out what the secret surrounding Billa is. How about this? After we find her, she can tell you herself.
Billa knows?
Yep.
Oh.
Ember's shoulders slump.
I guess it can't be that juicy.
Trust me, it is. Her eyes light up.
Really?
Most certainly.
Did you try to kill her or something?
I stare at her in disbelief. How did you know? Her mouth falls open. You did? Are you kidding me? Really? Why did I have to say anything? I could have played dumb or changed the subject. Too late now. Ember grabs my arm. How? In your sleep? At least she figured out that much on her own. I just nod. That's what I'm told. I have no memory of it. Of course you wouldn't. I saw for myself what you're like when you were up but not awake. There you go. You know it wasn't me. I'd never kill anyone.
Obviously. You're way too vanilla for that.
Should I be offended? No. Her tone says I should already know that. Whatever. We should get back up there and watch those videos with your dad.
Okay, but no offense, they're pretty boring. I thought you'd be sleepwalking in them.
That was the impression I was under. I sigh, then check my phone for any response from Billa. Nothing.
Do you want to do something else?
She asks.
Dad's used to watching hours and hours of footage.
What do you have in mind? She glances up in the direction of my bedroom. The diary.
Of course.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
We should at least check in on your dad. Ember groans. Then he'll know we're just avoiding helping him. Then maybe we should watch the videos with him. Or at least I should. Tag teaming it. I like the way you think. I'm not saying you should read the diary without me. I stifle a yawn. My niece studies me.
The sleepwalking makes you tired even though you're not even awake?
Yep. I full out yawn this time. But the pregnancy doesn't help. I'm up using the bathroom most nights, so I'm already not getting uninterrupted sleep.
I guess that's good preparation.
Except I don't want that. I need a full night's sleep. All the more reason to read the diary. If we can solve Millie's mystery, she'll leave you alone and you'll stay in bed all night." "What mystery?" She shrugs. "We have to read what she wrote to find out." "What do you think about the back of that one photo?" "Where some dude accused her of being a killer?" "You think a guy wrote that?" "It's so obvious. And besides, that's such a guy thing to say. But I'd like to find out. Remember how we figured out what happened to the first Ember? This could go the same way." "I can't deny that's a possibility, but it might not end up being that exciting. There's only one way to find out." "You already said that." "I'm repeating myself because we're not upstairs reading Millie's diary yet." I sigh. "Let's at least see how your dad is doing first." "Then we check out her diary?" "Yes." Ember grins. "Deal." 19. Millie Brannon, June 1928. The Ford Model A shakes as I slam the door shut. Half a dozen people turn in my direction, and most of them drool over the automobile. Papa always has to have the latest and greatest of everything, but he's too busy to drive me himself. And much like our piloting disagreement, I can't maneuver this either. My driver gives me a little wave before pulling away. It's so embarrassing having a servant drop me off. Most people in town don't even have an automobile, much less someone to drive them around in it. We Brannons stick out in a crowd. I should be used to it by now. Doris and Edna run over to me, talking over each other. They aren't nearly as put off by the whole thing as I am. Their families have money too, but not like the town's founding family. If I have to be well known for something, I wish it would be piloting or something equally as innovating. Descending from people who did great things is hardly a reflection of what I can do. At least I have an adorable new dress that is at the height of fashion. The mayor's daughter Ruby has the same one, and she doesn't appear happy about that, judging by her furrowed eyebrows. Probably because hers is a drab gray, whereas mine is a bright, cheery yellow. I wave to her, and she fakes a smile and gives a little wave in return. My friends are still talking. It only takes a moment to pull myself into the conversation, though it's hard to focus because I'm most interested in seeing my beaux, especially Clifford, who I was seen going off with last night. When I was with my friends this afternoon, I'd been certain I knew where Clifford's body would be. When I didn't find his body there, I searched more of the manor. Still nothing, so that was a relief. But I won't feel confident until I see all 4 of my beaux with my own eyes. I scan the crowd for Fred, Clifford, George, and Thomas. Thomas is flirting with a girl who is setting up an ice cream booth. I'm equal parts relieved and annoyed. His wandering eye is the exact reason he isn't one of my top 2 choices for marriage. He'll sweet-talk anyone in a dress. Sometimes I wonder if he should be one of my love interests at all. But he's so handsome and charming. It's hard not to have a fun time when we're together. I pull my attention from him and glance around for the others. One young man looks like he could be George from the back. It's hard to tell, but the bright shade of blonde is an exact match. Not many people have hair that light, and in fact, half the women I know are downright envious of the color. I'm not one of them, as I wouldn't give up my dark locks for anything. They make my eyes stand out and seem even bigger than they are. As I make my way closer to the light-haired man, it becomes obvious he's George. Relief runs through me. He's safe. 2 down, 2 to go. Also, I really should make sure Perry is all right, even though I would be a whole lot less distraught over his death. He did get my father arrested after all. I'm surprised Marshall hasn't exchanged words with him over that yet. A terrifying thought grips me. What if my brother was complicit in Papa's arrest? Marshall's so eager to be the man of the house. Maybe he showed Perry all the moonshine. Surely he wouldn't. Or would he? Maybe my brother isn't as good-hearted as I give him credit for. I can't consider it. Marshall is one of the few people who knows about my sleepwalking and what I did to May all those years ago. In fact, sometimes I think he still holds it against me, even though it wasn't anything I could control. He wouldn't have any reason to harm me, though. I'm his younger sister. There's no chance of me taking over as the primary Brannon heiress. He's the heir, period. But it does explain why he wants to see me married off so badly. Someone gently grabs my arm. I turn and nearly faint. Clifford. He's alive and well. My knees turn to rubber, and I stumble. His arm snakes around me to steady me.
Easy there. Are you okay?
I struggle to find my words. Yes. A little lightheaded, that's all.
Sounds like you need to eat. Let's grab some food.
I'd like that. Clifford guides me towards some booths, then we take what looks good, both of us leaving healthy donations for the church, the sponsor of the event. He gives me a slightly annoyed glance.
The money I dropped in was more than enough for each of us.
I have plenty, and it's for charity.
Can't argue with that, Miss Brannon.
He stops and motions for me to sit at a table. We make small talk as we begin to eat. My stomach rumbles, making me think I've built up a strong appetite by searching the enormous house all day. Clifford tells me about a new moving picture that will be coming to the theater soon. I nod along, half listening, as I look around for Fred and Perry. Clifford doesn't seem to notice I'm not fully present with him. It worries me that I can't find either of the two young men. Perry wouldn't miss an event like this. He loves to be seen and admired, so he makes a point to be at as many functions as possible. Perhaps he decided to join Marshall, who balked at the idea of coming to a picnic to dine with the commoners. He's definitely a Brannon man. I'm sure Perry's fine. He's the kind of guy who will live to be 100. People like him always seem to outlive everyone else. That only leaves Fred. I still haven't seen him anywhere. I pull myself back to the conversation with Clifford and chat with him while eating. If he notices my gaze darting around, he doesn't say anything. Maybe he's used to me being aware of everyone in social settings. He probably thinks that's it, that I'm only trying to keep tabs on who's here and what they're doing. If only that was what I cared about at this moment. Someone's life is on the line, or over. That thought sends a shudder through me.
Are you cold?
Clifford shimmies out of his jacket and rises.
You can wear this.
Thanks, but no. I'm fine.
You're shivering.
He seems genuinely concerned. He actually would make a good suitor, if I was pressed to pick one. If Fred is expired, then Clifford might just be my first choice. I shove that thought from my head. He moves to put the coat over my shoulders despite my protest. The sign of an honorable man, a true gentleman. I'd rather be with someone who respects what I say. Men aren't the only ones who should be respected. I said no. My tone comes off stronger than I'd meant.
Understood.
He stiffens, then puts it back on. I didn't mean to be rude.
You weren't.
He sits back down.
You said no, and I should have believed you. My apologies.
At least he gets it. I appreciate men like him and Fred. They're nothing like Perry and his friends, including bossy Marshall. The rest of the picnic goes off without a hitch, but I see neither Perry nor Fred at the gathering. I can't think of a good reason either one of them would miss this. I'm going to have to keep searching the house. My work is still cut out for me, and I can't tell anyone that I may have killed again. I have to find the body before anyone else does. 20. Kenzi. Graham convinced Ember and me to watch the rest of the footage with him. So far, we haven't found anything. Ember throws me yet another pleading look. I'm sure we'd both rather read Millie's diary, but I don't want to leave Graham to suffer on his own through all these videos of me as a child sleeping. This is all for me, so I should be part of things. I do keep checking my phone for anything from Billa. No calls, no texts. Nothing to indicate she's alive and well. Surely if I'd done something to harm her, there would be proof of it. Her cottage wouldn't be locked up tight. There would be blood somewhere. Wouldn't there be? My eyelids start to grow heavy as we make our way through yet another VHS tape. We must be close to the last of them at this point. I long to close my eyes and take a power nap. Both Ember and Graham are here. That's 2 awake people. It couldn't be safer for me to doze. I glance over at Ember. Her eyes look as sleepy as mine, and Graham is fully focused on the TV screen. If she fell asleep and I wandered out of here, Graham might not notice. He might think I just got up to use the bathroom or something. No, I shouldn't give in to my heavy eyelids. If anything, I need to figure out what to do about going to sleep tonight. I can't ask Ember to stay awake, and Graham has to work tomorrow. Billa would offer if she was here, but I can't assume she'll show up in time. I could have Graham or Ember lock me in Millie's room. We'd have to test the old locks, but it might work. At least it would keep me from going outside again. There would be nothing stopping me from wandering around inside her room. Might be worth a try. Could be the only thing that actually works. I yawn as I glance back at the screen. Another speeding scene of me sleeping as a child. Ember's now fully focused on her phone. A headache is forming behind my eyes, so I rub my temples. If there was anything in the videos, I think we'd have found it by now. The hospital clearly didn't give us anything useful, if anything exists. My parents have been liars, so they probably made this up too.
There isn't much left to go over.
Graham doesn't pull his attention from the screen.
I don't mind going over the rest of it. If there's even one little thing, I want to find it.
I'm not sure I can stay awake for that, and I can't risk waking in the woods again. He pauses the video and turns to me.
What are you suggesting?
I need to be locked into a room with locks on the outside.
Like Millie?
Ember's eyes widen. I'm not sure why this surprises her. Yes, like her. She had the right idea. Maybe I should stay in her room. There are already locks on the outside of the door.
That's clear across the mansion,
Graham says.
I don't think you should sleep that far away.
Why not? I keep waking there anyway. May as well start the night there. I yawn again. Ember scoots closer.
But if she's possessing you, then you're basically giving yourself to her.
I'm not being possessed by a ghost. You don't know that. It doesn't make any logical sense.
Not everything can be explained with spreadsheets and tests.
I continue rubbing my temples. Regardless of why I'm sleepwalking, I just want to be somewhere safe. Do you two have any other ideas? Graham frowns.
I could put locks on the outside of our door.
We have to be able to get out in case of an emergency. Ember snaps her fingers.
I know. We could attach bells to you. Then you'll wake everyone you pass.
I don't even dignify that with a response. I think another room is the best idea.
And you don't need any emergency exit if you're in another room. In a complete other wing.
His face reddens. I rarely see him angry, but I'm getting close now. Do you have another idea?
Our room, like I said. Maybe Ember isn't too far off with her idea.
I'm not wearing bells like a dairy cow. Ember grins.
I have another idea. We can tie you together. Then if you try to go somewhere, Dad will wake.
Graham looks like he's actually considering it. I shake my head vehemently. Nobody's tying anything to me. That isn't happening. End of discussion. Graham frowns again. I don't want both of us locked up. It needs to be only me, for safety. That way you can get me out if something goes wrong. Another fire, for example?
Unlikely, Ember pipes in. Now that Graham is gone. You,
Graham says. Her eyes widen.
I'm not starting any fires. No, you can let us out in case of an emergency.
Yeah, obviously. He turns to me.
See? Problem solved.
I don't want locks on our door. It looks awful. And I don't feel like explaining my sleepwalking to everyone who visits. People always want to see our room.
They can be removed as easily as they're installed. I can't believe we're actually having this debate.
What if something happens to Ember? I counter. What then? We're locked in and can't help her. How is that a good option? Neither has a response to that. I square my shoulders. I'm better off locking myself in Millie's room. At least the bed is comfortable. When I first woke there, I thought I was in our room. Graham shakes his head.
We'll find a room with locks in our wing. I know I've seen other rooms with those.
Unfortunately, he's right about that. Millie's room is hardly the only one in the house. Okay, I agree. You finish going through those tapes, since you don't seem to mind. I'll look for a room I can potentially sleep in. Ember leaps up.
I'll go with you. I can't take another minute of watching you sleep. No offense.
None taken. Graham nods.
That sounds good. And as walking around will keep you from falling asleep, I won't have to worry about that.
Exactly. He gives me a kiss and hugs me extra tightly.
We'll get this figured out.
I'm sure we will. Though even if we do find a room in this area for me to sleep in, there's no saying my condition will go away anytime soon. What if I have to lock myself up every night for the rest of my life? That isn't something I want to think about. Ember and I go into the hall. I turn to her. I'm going to use the bathroom first.
Big surprise there.
Funny. I go into my bedroom, but stop cold. That doll is leaning against my side of the bed. It takes me a moment to find my voice. Did you put that there?
What?
Ember steps inside. That again? I keep locking it in unused rooms. So do I. We exchange a worried look. She turns back to it.
Wait, I don't remember the doll wearing a 1920s-style dress before.
I saw that one other time. Color drains from her face.
We better read that diary and figure out what Millie wants us to know.
I don't think a ghost is trying to send us any message, but I keep my thoughts to myself and instead rush toward the bathroom.
I'll put the doll somewhere else,
Ember says. Great thinking. I step into the bathroom and close the door. If I never see that doll again, it'll be too soon. When I return to my room, it's empty. Hopefully Ember hasn't gone too far to rid us of the doll. Despite not believing in ghosts, I have a feeling the creepy thing would reappear even if we removed it from the house. I've been tempted numerous times to ship it to a museum that takes supposedly haunted dolls. I can't imagine paying money to visit a museum like that. Ember reappears in the doorway. She won't be disturbing us anytime soon. Where'd you put it?
Can't tell you.
Fine by me. Where do you want to start looking for a room I can sleep in? Ember steps into the hallway, looking down the dim corridor away from her room and the movie room where Graham is still going over the VHS tapes. This way? Sounds good. Hopefully we find something soon. I don't know how much longer I can stay awake. 21. Kenzi. Kenzi! Ember calls from down the long hallway of rooms long forgotten. I think I found something! My heart skips a beat. Could she have found a bedroom with locks on the outside? The wing we chose is so stiff and formal, I'd be surprised if any room is equipped for my needs. I follow her voice, rounding a corner, then finding her outside a door. What is it? Look. She points to the door. Locks. And they seem secure. A mixture of excitement and dread washed through me. I'll be glad to have somewhere safe to sleep, even though I was momentarily resigned to sleepwalking in the foreseeable future. Is it a bedroom? Yeah. She shows me the 3 working locks, then pulls on the door. It doesn't budge. This might be my room until the baby arrives. I try to ignore my dread and focus on the good news of staying safe with my future child growing inside of me. Is there a bed inside? She unlocks everything. It's a full bedroom. Makes me think of something in an old castle. It looks like it's from the Victorian era? Maybe. I don't really keep up with that stuff. I peek inside. The room has more of a Gothic feel than the elegance of what I think of as Victorian. I step inside and press my palms on the mattress. It seems fairly soft, and the bed itself is a good size, appearing to be between a king and super king size. This bed is likely so old that a bunch of people have slept in it over the years. It makes me wonder if this is really any safer than my own room. Of course it is. It doesn't matter who slept in here or when. They're all gone now, and I need a room with locks on the outside, unfortunately. I return to the doorway. Lock it now. I want to see how it holds from in here. Her face drains of a little color. Are you sure? Yes, I need to know. This might be my bedroom for the next 2 months. Ember chews on her lip, but agrees. I'll unlock it as soon as you say. I appreciate it. She closes the door, and I hear the clicks as she locks each one. How are you doing? Fine. I glance around the room, not feeling suffocated in the slightest. Maybe this won't be so bad. Try opening it, Ember calls. I take a deep breath and pull on the door. Push, twist the knob both ways, repeat the process several times, put my full weight against it, feel and look around for any kind of safety latch that will unlock the outside. Seems pretty secure, Ember says on the other side. It does. I give up looking. This could be the answer I've been looking for, and it's a lot closer to our part of the house than Millie's room. Want me to unlock it? Sure. 3 successive clicks sound before the door flings open. Think you can sleep in here for a couple of months? As long as I stay safe. Ember steps in and looks around. Look at this bookshelf. She hurries over to it and pulls out an old hardback. At least you'll have plenty to read. I have a feeling I won't be doing much of that. She returns the book and takes another one. I seriously need to explore more. We have this amazing house, and I barely leave the rooms we use. You'll have your chance over the next 2 months if you decide to sleep down here at all. There are other bedrooms just as amazing as this one, except this is the only one with locks. I wander the perimeter of the room, making sure there aren't other ways to get out of here. There isn't even a window, like Millie's room. It makes me wonder how many Brannons have had this issue over the years. It isn't something I've seen written about in any of the records. Then again, I'm sure there are a lot of things my ancestors have left out. Something like sleepwalking would have been seen as shameful in the past. After I've gone through the entirety of the room, Ember is still flipping through books, so I go into the hallway and check out the surrounding rooms. The one on the right is another bedroom, and there are a couple more across the hall. I won't need people staying in all of them, but there are enough for others to sleep in while I'm locked safely away. They should be close enough to hear me if I need out, which I likely will, considering there isn't a bathroom in sight. Back in the room, Ember has another book. We should find your dad and let him know we found a room that will work. Right. After she returns the book, we make our way back to the movie room. I'm lost in thought, trying to figure out everything I'll need to bring to my new bedroom. With any luck, I'll just sleep and won't have any drama. Graham is returning the tapes back into the box. Did you find anything? I ask. He frowns. Nothing. Either you didn't sleepwalk there, or they're keeping tapes from you. Disappointment washes through me, though I'm not exactly surprised. Dr. Radley already made it clear he intends to honor my parents' wishes, even though they're both dead. Money is more important than the emotional health of a living person. I may never get the answers I need, and I might have to learn to accept that. My focus should turn to putting a stop to this. After I give birth, I'll be able to take medications again, and hopefully there's something that can help get this under control. Though I'll be right back in this position again should we decide to have another baby. I can't think about that right now. We found a room she can sleep in, Ember says. And there's another bedroom right next door. It's perfect. He turns to me.
Are you okay with that? Sleeping in a random room, locked inside?
As long as someone who sleeps light enough to hear me will be close enough to let me out when I need out. Graham sits taller.
I'm at your service.
Ember and I exchange a knowing glance.
What?
He asks. I place a hand on his arm. You aren't a light sleeper?
Sure I am.
Ember laughs.
Are you trying to say you don't think I'd wake up to hear you?
I nod. You could sleep through a bullhorn right next to your ear.
That's not true.
It is, Ember says. But you don't have to worry, because I'm a light sleeper. I'll hear anything. I don't bother pointing out that I got right past her when she was watching me last night. I probably walked by quietly, as if I made noise she likely would have woken. Graham puts the box of VHS tapes next to the door.
I'll take these in on my lunch break tomorrow.
Thanks.
Show me the bedroom with locks.
I stay back as Ember rushes on, telling him all about it. While they do that, I have a call to make. He answers on the third ring.
Dr. Radley.
This is Kenzi Brannon.
Did you pick up the tapes? We push the approval process through a lot faster than normal.
I did, thanks. Do you know if there are more tapes?
More?
Yes. The ones I checked out don't show me sleepwalking at all. You said I was sleepwalking during my stay.
I can make a note to look into it.
You also said you saw me sleepwalk with your own eyes, and that you cured me.
We did, but I can't recall whether I saw you myself. I'm not typically here when the patients are sleeping for the night, and that hasn't changed over the years.
But you said...
You must have misheard me.
I didn't. I remember you saying you saw me.
Memory is fickle, especially when you aren't sleeping well. Have you had any improvement since we last talked?
No, it's getting worse. I woke outside. Did my parents say I did that when I was a child?
You were brought here for trying to kill your sister.
That doesn't answer my question.
To your question about the VHS tapes, I will have one of the underlings check to see if we missed any. Do you have anything else to ask? I need to get going.
Underlings? He sighs dramatically, like I'm the one putting him out.
Would you like one of the assistants to look around for you?
Yes. Nothing you provided was of any use. It's all just a bunch of footage of me sleeping in bed. The most exciting thing is when I rolled over.
I see.
Anger roils in my gut. You really don't remember? Or are you refusing to tell me the truth because you're still living off what my parents gave you?
Do you think I'd still be working here in my old age if that were the case?
This man is a master at not answering questions. Please let me know if you find more tapes. My husband is going to be returning the ones you loaned us tomorrow at lunch. He can pick up any others then.
We can't allow that.
Why not?
Privacy laws and whatnot.
Even if I gave him permission? Wasn't there something in the paperwork about that?
I'd have to check. It isn't every day we have people wanting to check out things from so long ago.
Would you answer just one question for me? A straight answer?
What?
He is unbelievable. I take a deep breath. Did I actually sleepwalk at Radley?
Not while I was present.
What about when you weren't?
You'll need to check the VHS tapes for that information.
I may never get the answers I need. Then please send any other tapes your underlings find with Graham tomorrow.
Goodbye, Miss Brannon.
I don't even bother correcting him that my last name is now Felton because I'm married. What's the point? The call ends, and I put my phone in my pocket. Just as I do, Graham and Ember return. He lifts a brow.
Are you okay?
I just got off the phone with Dr. Radley. He's impossible.
Try not to think about him.
He wraps his arms around me.
How do you feel about staying in that bedroom with the locks?
It seems like the only option at this point, given I keep waking farther and farther from our room.
I hate not being in the same room as you, but I'll be across the hall. Ember will be right next door, so you can pound on the wall on the left-hand side.
Guess I better pack an overnight bag. He gives me a kiss.
We'll get through this together.
Together separately. The sadness in his eyes matches how I feel. Unfortunately, this is the only way. 22. Millie Brannon, June 1928. My knocks go unanswered. I've been pounding on my door long enough for the sides of my hands to feel bruised. With no windows in this room, it's impossible to tell what time it is, but even so, Nurse Nellie should be outside to open the door. Nobody is out there, and people don't come this way often. I can't believe Nellie left her post. Her entire nightly job is to make sure I'm safe behind this door, and that includes letting me out if I need to get out. I continue knocking and calling out to no avail. My throat grows scratchy to the point where I will lose my voice if I keep this up. Someone needs to let me out. I can't stay in here much longer because the walls appear to be closing in on me. This room is definitely getting smaller. I'm having a hard time breathing. I'm going to talk to my parents. My voice cracks from strain. You'll be fired and will never find work in this town again. Unfortunately, she isn't out there to hear my threats. No one is. Tears well. I lean against the nearest wall, then slide to sit on the floor. Someone has to come this way eventually. But when? I'm not going to stay in here anymore if nobody is going to be out there making sure I can get out when necessary. Such convictions do me no good right now. I have to be able to get out of here in order to set any new rules, and that's assuming Papa approves. At this point, I fear I'll also need Marshall's approval. I need to remove the locks on the other side of the door, with or without their permission. This can't happen again. What I really need is to get away from this house. That's probably what is causing all my problems in the first place. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if moving away cured me of my sleepwalking. Getting out of here is my only saving grace. I'll have to drop hints to Clifford and Fred that I'm willing to get engaged. However, there's the complication of not knowing whether sweet Fred is even alive at this point. Nobody knew where he was during the ice cream social, and that isn't the kind of event he is likely to miss. My heart sinks at the thought. What if I really did harm him? I have no idea how I managed to fall asleep during a party, but it's clear something happened. There was definitely blood on my dress. Mama is already asking what happened to it, eager for me to wear it again at a bigger party than the one I threw for people my age. I can't tell her what actually happened, in part because I have no idea what I did, but also because she would likely lock me somewhere far worse than my bedroom if she knew I was repeating the past. Now, Rosie could be in danger. I killed one sister while sleeping, so why wouldn't I also go after my other one? Mama's heart couldn't handle losing another daughter. I also can't risk the basement. Not again. Maybe I should go back to bed and try to get some more sleep. It's clear I can't get out of here now. Not while my nurse is not doing her job. I'll have to deal with that later. It's possible the hour isn't as late as it feels. Begrudgingly, I climb into bed and pull the covers up to my chin. A lump forms in my throat as I think about May. I don't think the pain or the guilt will ever go away, even though I can't remember doing the deed. We used to be best friends, and I betrayed her in the worst way. I've tried to bring up memories, but nothing ever appears. It's almost as if someone else did the terrible deed. Once I secretly hired a hypnotist who was in town. I couldn't tell him what I was trying to remember, so that could have been why he couldn't help me. But if word got out about what I did, I can't even think of the fallout. My parents want me to forget it ever happened, so I have to pretend. The guilt and heartache are impossible to ignore. Sometimes I wonder if my sleepwalking would have stopped by now if I wasn't dealing with all of that. It does seem the more I think about it, the worse it gets. I let a few tears fall before closing my eyes and giving in to my fatigue. If nothing else, all my yelling and pounding did exhaust me. It's impossible to tell how much time has passed when I wake. I do feel rested and refreshed, but I'm still unhappy about my nurse not being there for me earlier. I tap on the door lightly like I usually do. The locks click and then the door opens. Nurse Nellie nods to me.
Did you sleep well, Miss Brannon?
Wouldn't you like to know? Her eyes widen.
I beg your pardon.
You heard me.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No. I stare her down.
Am I missing something? Did I do something wrong?
Other than not being outside my door when I needed out last night, I can't think of anything.
I was here all night.
Even when I was banging on the door and yelling for you.
You didn't.
Are you accusing me of lying? Nurse Nellie hesitates.
Perhaps you had a dream.
I glance at my bruised hands. Does this look like my imagination? She leans closer.
Oh, my. What happened?
I was pounding on the door to be let out, but you weren't out there to hear me.
I mean no disrespect, but you're mistaken.
How so?
I was here all night, just as usual, and you didn't make a peep.
You're going to want to rethink that, because we both know the truth. I march past her and down the hallway.
But, Miss Millie...
Don't speak to me. I can't believe you won't admit to what you've done. That's even worse than the act itself.
But I didn't leave my post, and you're the one with the sleep problems.
I spin around and stop, staring at her. You had one task, and you didn't complete it. I'm done speaking about the matter. You can discuss it with my father. Her face reddens.
What do you expect will happen after that?
You'll start doing your job correctly?
Don't you think he'd release me from my duties?
There are other nurses. You aren't the only one who can stand guard at my door overnight. It isn't a difficult job. Nellie takes measured steps until there is only about a foot between us.
You do realize I know your secret.
My blood runs cold. Excuse me?
The reason you need to be locked away each night. That isn't something you'd want getting out, is it? It's the kind of thing that could ruin your family's reputation.
It takes me a moment to find my voice. Are you threatening me?
Why would I do that?
Her eyes widen with innocence.
I'm just stating a fact.
You'd threaten, even after seeing what my father has done to others who've worked for us longer than you?
Now, who's threatening whom?
She lifts an eyebrow. I'm not doing any such thing. You've seen enough to know how things are around here. I don't have anything to do with that, but I will insist that you do your job. If I need out of my room at any time, you need to be there to let me out.
And I was. If you'd have wanted out last night, I'd have happily opened the door, just like I did a moment ago.
I bite my tongue, trying to keep from saying something I'll later regret. This woman has already threatened me. Do your suitors know about your condition? How dare you? Fury pulsates through me in a rage I've never before felt. I never knew such hatred was possible.
You will not control me, Miss Brannon. I will not lose my job over a spoiled brat such as yourself.
Do you think you can get away with talking to me like that? Her eyebrows furrow together.
Don't threaten my job. Ever. I won't stand for it. If I catch wind of you talking to your parents about this, it won't go well for you.
I stare at her in disbelief. How can someone hired by my family to watch over me turn so quickly? Has she hated me so strongly all this time? My family line is full of men who have killed the hired help for far less than threatening one of us. I don't believe Papa would kill her. He can be cruel at times, but not to that extent. I need to find a way to talk to him or Mama without Nellie finding out. She can't be in charge of my door locks again. It isn't safe. Nellie smirks.
Have I finally silenced a Brannon? Wonders never cease.
You need to find a new duty. My voice doesn't sound nearly as strong as it did moments earlier.
And just who do you think would sign up to sit at your door all night?
She stares me down. Anyone.
Wrong. Nobody wants that duty. It's worse than cleaning up after the barn animals.
My mouth falls open. The nerve.
I'm only speaking the truth.
This isn't over.
No.
No. I square my shoulders. I will not stand for this treatment. I'm going to speak with my mother. Suddenly, I don't care if she knows my plans. How dare she? I spin around.
One question first.
What?
How's Fred?
My stomach drops and crashes at my feet. Does she know he's potentially missing? Or worse, does she know about the body I'm looking for? Does Nellie know I've killed again? 23. Kenzi. Before I step back into my temporary bedroom, I stop. Graham bumps into me.
Are you okay? Having second thoughts?
Before I lock myself in for the night, I need to know that Billa's okay.
We'll give her another call after you settle in. How's that sound?
I drop my bags on the hallway floor, blocking the room's entrance. I'd rather reach out to her before settling in. Rustling sounds from the room next to mine. Ember pokes out her head.
This room has a secret panel in the closet.
I blink a few times. How did you discover that already? You've been in there all of 2 minutes.
I wanted to make sure nothing would be in the way of me hearing you if you're making noise, so I opened the closet. I pushed aside the clothes and immediately noticed part of the wall looked different. What's in the panel?
Graham asks, his voice tense. His biggest annoyance about this house is the secret passages. Not that I can blame him after finding someone living inside one connected to Ember's room, but that at least worked out in the long run. We found Jack's long-lost son. None of us, not even Jack, had known he existed, and now Riker's an invaluable part of our family.
How would I know? I only just found it.
He groans.
Let's have a look.
She makes a face.
You're no fun. I want Kenzi to explore this with me instead.
It's just a panel? I ask. It doesn't sound like anyone could fit in it. I'm sure it's safe. My husband doesn't look so sure. Ember's eyes light up and she squeezes her hands together.
It could be something exciting, like a hidden treasure.
She disappears into the bedroom. Graham rubs his temples.
Why? I don't understand how things like this could have been missed in the renovations. Weren't all the mysteries supposed to have been solved?
I don't think all of this house's mysteries will ever be solved. Not in our lifetime, at least. Maybe a future generation will complete that task. I rub my belly.
With any luck, this one will have some of my sense and leave things alone.
I tilt my head. Are you saying Ember and I don't have any sense? I keep my tone playful so he knows I'm not offended. He's a cop at heart, and that never leaves him, even when he's off the clock. I get it.
You know what I mean.
I do. Ember screams from the other room. I hope that's an excited yell. Graham runs in ahead of me. I hurry, but am incapable of going very fast. They're both standing at the closet. Ember is pale as a ghost. Graham is shining a light into the space, a variety of expressions crossing his face. He turns to me.
We're leaving this house now.
What?
Get your things into the car.
He whips out his phone, taps the screen, and puts it to his ear. Ember picks up her bags.
It's a good thing we're already packed.
What's in there? She holds my gaze for a moment before answering.
A skeleton.
It takes me a moment to make sense of her words. A real one? You're sure it's not a prop? A Halloween decoration?
Yeah. It was yellow, not white. And it...
What? I try to keep my tone gentle, but I'm having a hard time not screaming, too.
It still had clumps of hair.
Her voice cracks.
And skin. I swear I saw skin.
I start to say something, but she bolts down the hall and into a bathroom. Retching sounds. I should check on her, but instead I run to Graham. Is that really a skeleton? He's still on the phone and holds up a finger. Unwilling to wait, I hurry around him, then shine my own light into the closet. Graham tugs on my arm.
You don't need to see that.
I have to know what she saw. I shirk him away, lean in closer, then look down inside the panel. Sure enough, a human skeleton is in there. In addition to what Ember described, most of the clothes remain, though obviously in bad shape. It's a suit with the jacket removed and dark stains on the once white shirt. Blood. How long has this body been there? Between the decay and the fact that men's suits haven't changed significantly over time, it's nearly impossible to tell. It could be recent, or it could have been 100 years. 100 years. Millie. Could this man have been someone she knew? Someone we're both related to? But if that was the case, why would the body be stuffed all the way in this part of the house? It's so far from her bedroom. The exact reason I chose next door. Well, that and the locks on the door. But that's why we started looking for rooms in this area. Graham turns to me.
Some detectives are on the way. They aren't going to arrive with lights or sirens, so it shouldn't draw any attention.
That's great. I step inside the closet and shine my light down the length of the panel. Something metallic catches the light. A long blade. That would explain all the blood on the man's shirt. Graham rests a hand on my shoulder.
Kenzi, we should get going.
Are you serious?
I don't want you or Ember to be here while they remove the remains.
It's my turn to rub my temples. This is my family's history. I want answers.
We'll get them. I'm almost certain they can run DNA on the shirt. That'll tell us if the man was a relative or not.
There's also hair and what looks like skin.
Right, there's plenty of evidence, so I have no doubt we'll get the answers we need. But I don't want any of us staying here tonight.
I start to argue, but realize he's right. I'll stay in Millie's room.
That isn't what I mean.
It's ridiculous to spend the night in a hotel when we have dozens of bedrooms to choose from, including one that already has locks on the outside.
I can't stand the thought of us staying here tonight. Every single wall in this place has the potential to hide something gruesome. If it isn't a tunnel housing a vagrant, then it's a panel hiding a body. All of this after renovations and updates. It's too much.
It's our home.
Maybe we should consider finding a new place. Something smaller and more manageable. There's a reason this place was abandoned all those years.
Abandoned? I exclaim. Jack was living in his hidden apartment. He was here the whole time.
My point exactly. Nobody had a clue. This building holds too many secrets. It's too much.
I stumble back and collapse onto the bed. I understand you're freaked out. So am I. But that doesn't mean we have to move out of our home. His expression stiffens.
Actually, it does. I've put up with a lot here, and I'm not going to stand for my children being raised in this place. It should be set up as a museum because it sure isn't fit to be a family residence.
I stare at him in disbelief. You cannot be serious.
And you can't honestly want to stay here.
This is where I grew up. It's where Ember and I stayed after Claire died. We turned it into our home. Yours, too.
I have a proposition for you.
What? I can't even look at him. This feels too much like an ultimatum. And now when I'm in such a vulnerable state, not only in my 3rd trimester, but also dealing with this sleepwalking disaster.
We spend the night in a hotel room tonight. I have a theory that you won't sleepwalk.
I whip my head toward him so fast, I'm surprised I don't hurt myself. You think I'll stop suddenly because I'm not here?
Exactly.
Don't tell me you believe in ghosts now, too.
Obviously not. But I think being here gets in your head. So much has happened here, not only in your lifetime, but for generations before you. Generational trauma is real, and I believe every Brannon who has been through something horrifying has had their DNA altered and passed it on to their offspring. You living within these walls is triggering in a way none of us can comprehend. The skeleton in the closet is proof enough of that.
My sleepwalking isn't caused by this house.
That isn't what I said. It's a trigger, steeped in hundreds of years of history. We can't even know what that sordid history is. Your parents lied about everything since you were a child. All truths you've discovered have been in spite of them, not because of them.
I draw in a deep breath. Clearly, I can't deny my parents hid a lot from me until their dying days, but that doesn't mean living here is a bad idea. It's a paid-off mansion on an enormous, beautiful lot. And it's my heritage. Ember's and the babies, too. We can't ignore that.
One night,
Graham says. Seems risky. What if I sleepwalk? I'll mosey out of the hotel room, then find myself lost in the city. I could walk into traffic.
That could happen here, too.
What traffic? This is easily the least used road in the entire county. He begins to say something, then stops. I'm safer here. You have to see that.
I'll have an officer posted outside our hotel room.
How are you going to explain that?
We just found a body in our house. It won't take much convincing.
It's probably been there for 100 years. Graham and I stare each other down before he speaks.
Tell me this is your hormones talking.
His words feel like a slap to my face. You did not just say that.
Would you listen to yourself?
I start to say something but bite my tongue. It's best I don't say what's on my mind right now. I really can't believe you.
Kenzi, you're being unreasonable.
Another comment comes to mind that I will certainly regret later. I can't do this right now.
Good. Take Ember to the hotel and call me when you're settled in. I'll join you after this,
he points to the closet,
is taken care of.
I rise awkwardly and march toward the door. You don't get it. I'm not doing this.
Kenzi.
He reaches for me. Don't follow me. I step outside the room and slam the door to put physical space between us. I'm not going to a hotel, and I'm certainly not staying anywhere near him either. 24. Kenzi. The branches scratch my face and arms as I make my way through the ridiculous dark woods. I'm too upset to think clearly after arguing with Graham, so I'm heading toward Billa's cottage. She still isn't answering any calls or texts, so I'm going to try her place again. I decide to take a shortcut since the well-worn path is a little on the meandering side, and I'm in no mood to wander lazily. All I care about is finding out she's okay. Even if she wants space and doesn't answer the door, I should be able to see inside. She almost never closes the curtains because the cottage isn't somewhere people accidentally stumble upon. Come to think of it, I'm not sure if I tried looking in the windows when I woke up from my nap. I was in too much of a frenzy, especially after seeing the knife and shovel. Now I wonder if my mind is trying to bring me to her place. I keep getting closer, and after waking in the woods, there's no denying my nightly wanderings are pointing in this direction. If Graham wants me to sleep outside the mansion, maybe I'll do just that. Billa and I can have a sleepover like we did as children. Except I supposedly tried to kill her in my sleep. That was according to a doctor who has proven himself to be about as reliable as my parents. I don't know the truth about anything other than I have been sleepwalking. That much is certain. Or is it? For all I know, someone is taking me to the places where I wake. But why would anyone do that? And I do have actual footage of myself sleepwalking. That started before my mother's death. No, I'm definitely sleepwalking. The only real question is whether I did as a child, and if I actually tried to kill Billa during one of those episodes. Her memories of that night are sketchy at best, planted or manipulated at worst. If someone wanted her to believe it was true, it wouldn't have taken much effort. Kids are so impressionable and don't understand the world. I need to get to the bottom of this, and soon. A huge branch thwops me in the face. I rub the stinging skin and step aside. Billa's cottage is right in front of me. A dim light shines from one of the windows. Relief washes through me. She's home and just ignoring us. I hurry over to the tiny building and circle it. The windows are small, but one has the curtains drawn. My pulse races as I make my way over. If she catches me, I'll scare her, and who knows how she'll react. I need to be careful. The light inside somehow seems dimmer now that I'm close up. It's hard to see much of anything, almost like all she has on is a nightlight. I'd almost expect her to be in bed, but she's a night owl. If anything, all the lights should be brightly shining. Maybe she did take a little trip and didn't bother telling any of us. It wouldn't be the first time. But the timing is off, considering she knows about my sleepwalking. I press my nose against the cold glass and narrow my eyes, as if that'll help me see better. It doesn't. I should probably knock on the door like a normal person. After circling the building once more, I stop at the front door, hesitate. If she wants to be left alone, this will annoy her to no end. But then again, she should have taken 2 seconds to let us know she's okay. I knock on the door. Billa! Open the door! After a minute of this, I stop to catch my breath. Everything wins me these days. I turn the knob, not expecting it to give. I'm not disappointed. It's locked. So I knock some more. Walk around the cottage again, tap on the windows. She's definitely not here. Worry grips me. But like Graham pointed out, this isn't exactly abnormal behavior from her. Billa comes and goes as she pleases, sometimes not even mentioning that she has plans. I lean against the building and catch my breath before making my way back to the mansion. This time I take the normal path and avoid getting hit by stray branches. By the time I circle around to the front of my home, there are 2 extra cars in the driveway. If I didn't know better, I'd think we had guests over. If only. By the time I get up to the room that has the skeleton, Graham's colleagues are carefully loading it into a body bag. It's crazy to think it's still intact, given it had to have been there for some time. Graham looks like he wants to be involved in the process, but as this is our home, it would be considered a conflict of interest. He glances my way, and his eyes widen with surprise. He comes over to me.
I thought you already left for the hotel.
I went to check on Billa.
In the woods.
Where else?
By yourself?
Yeah. She wasn't there. He pulls on his hair.
Look, I might have jumped the gun by saying we should move out of here. It's your...
Might have, I interrupt.
You have to admit I had good reason.
He gestures toward the body bag. That's most likely been there since before I was even born. I'm not denying the creepiness factor, but it isn't like someone committed murder in our presence. We're safe.
There could be more bodies in the house. It wasn't long ago we found all those bones in that hidden pool room, and now this. What's next?
I lean against the wall, hardly able to deny the lack of normalcy in all of this, so I change the subject. Billa wasn't in her cottage.
Not surprising. She'll turn up with some interesting story about where she's been.
He glances back inside the room.
They shouldn't be much longer, and I want to be in there to make sure we're all on the same page. Will you please take Ember to a hotel and get settled in? Apparently it's a slow night at the station, so I shouldn't have any problem getting someone to stand outside our room. We can all sleep peacefully knowing that.
I have little reason to think I'll sleep soundly at all, but I relent. At least once he sees that I sleepwalk anywhere, he can't say there's something special about this house and try to talk me into moving. There's no reason for it. This is our home, and despite recent events, family lives with us. He takes my hand in his and rubs circles on it.
It would do a lot to put my mind at ease. Maybe I'll feel better about everything in the morning.
Sure. Do you know where Ember is?
I assumed she was with you. Maybe she went back to her room?
I'll go check. He gives me a quick kiss.
Thank you. Text me the details. I won't be far behind.
I nod. It's all I have the energy for. He returns to the bedroom, and I wait a minute before gathering my overnight bags. Looks like I'll be taking them to a hotel instead of what I've come to consider Millie's room. Now, instead of locks outside, an officer will stand guard. If Graham is right, and I don't think he is, then I'll sleep like a baby and stay in the bed all night. It's definitely a nice thought. Nice thoughts are for other people. I drop my bags by the spiral staircase, then go to Ember's room. She's sprawled across her bed, glued to her phone, and doesn't glance up until I clear my throat. She sits. Are we going to a hotel? Apparently. We don't have to if you don't want to. It might be fun. Pack a swimsuit just in case. She wraps her arms around herself. This time of year, indoor pools are heated. I have kind of an aversion to pools since we found that one with all the bones. Then maybe this mini vacation will be just what we both need. You can get over your fear of pools, and I can get a full night's sleep. If Dad's theory is right. I can't believe he's on the same page as me about your nightly possessions. We're going to prove you wrong, you know. Her eyes light up with excitement. I'm not being possessed by a ghost. Then how do you explain both of you having the same condition? Genetics, not a haunting. Besides, if she's possessing me, who possessed her? Ember looks genuinely stumped.
That's a good point.
Do you have your overnight bags, or did you leave them in the other room? She points to the floor next to me where they sit. Looks like we're ready. We'd better get going. It's so weird to think about the house being alone tonight. There's usually someone here. You make it sound like a person. In a way, it kind of is. Tell me about that on the way. I'm starting to get tired. Okay. She bounces to her feet like it isn't late and she didn't just find a skeleton in the room where she was originally going to sleep tonight. We make our way down the stairs, then to my car.
"Who do you think that body is?"
Ember asks as she buckles herself in. It could be anyone. I wouldn't even know where to start guessing.
"I bet it's the person Millie was accused of killing."
I start the car. We don't even know what decade the person died, and it seems unlikely that body has been there for a full century, given it was still intact and had... I let my voice trail off, not wanting to make her sick again by mentioning the hair.
If the climate in that wall was right, it could slow down the whole decomposition process. I was reading about mummies recently. They could be preserved in heat, cold, and even normal temperatures. There are a lot of factors that come into play.
Think about it. The wall between the two rooms could be fortified, considering the other room was used to lock someone in.
It may have been the perfect situation to keep the bones together.
A shiver runs through me at the thought, especially with some of what Graham said earlier. If we're finding human remains hidden in the walls now, after renovations, what else could we have missed? How many other secrets is the Brannon House still hiding? 25. Kenzi. Ember flips through the stations on the hotel's TV, leaving it on an episode of The Walking Dead before dropping the remote onto the couch next to her, out of my reach. She turns her attention to her phone. Several characters blow apart zombies, guts flying everywhere, and appearing to land on the screen. My stomach roils and I gag. You really want to watch this after our discovery in the closet earlier? She shrugs.
Zombies aren't skeletons. It's totally different.
Hand me the remote. She does, her gaze still on her device.
I thought you liked this show.
It's a bit much right now.
Because of being pregnant.
I fumble with the remote, keeping one hand close to my mouth. That and the bones at home.
At least those are staying dead.
She taps on her screen furiously, laughing at something. I find a pleasant British dessert-making competition and leave it there. My stomach quickly calms down, and before long, my mouth is watering for truffles and cupcakes. I call room service and order some sweets. If we're staying here, we may as well take advantage of the perks. A little while later, there's a knock at the door. The policeman on the other side asks if we ordered food. I confirm we did, and in a matter of minutes, Ember and I are stuffing ourselves silly with delicious orange cheesecake. This might be our dinner. After such a busy evening, I can't remember if we even had any real food tonight. Next, we watch a few episodes of game shows, trying to beat each other and the contestants. It feels so good to just have fun and laugh together without worrying about anything. But by the time the third episode ends, I start to grow concerned about Graham not being here yet. I figured it would take a while. They have to make sure they don't leave so much as a strand of hair behind, and I'm sure they need to go through that panel with a fine-toothed comb. It's been several hours, and despite the sugar and laughter, I'm not going to be able to stay awake much longer. I check my phone in case I've missed any messages, but I haven't. That reminds me I still haven't heard back from Billa either. She's probably off on some grand adventure with someone she met and made plans with on a whim.
Is Dad still at the house?
Ember asks. If she's asking, it's definitely been a long time. That's what I'm wondering. I'm going to give him a call.
For all his insisting that we get to a hotel, he's sure spending a lot of time at home.
I'm sure he's in work mode with everything going on. She yawns and rises.
I don't know about you, but I'm not going to stay awake waiting for him.
Remember to lock the bedroom door. To add an extra layer of protection, I got us a suite with separate bedrooms. I know. She goes into the bathroom. Graham's phone rings long enough. I'm sure it's going to voicemail, but he answers.
Hi, Kenzi. How's everything going?
We're pretty tired. Ember's getting ready for bed, and I'm not sure how long I can stay awake. I'd feel a lot better about falling asleep if you were here.
Unfortunately, it might be a while.
What? Why? The detectives haven't left yet? He hesitates. Just tell me the bad news. I assure you I can handle it.
There was another body.
It takes me a moment to make sense of his words. In the panel?
Yeah, it was underneath the first one.
My stomach lurches. I think I'd prefer zombies over this. So there's two?
Right. That requires an extra body bag and double the work to make sure we get everything from inside the wall.
Was the other skeleton in similar shape? Well preserved?
More than the first one. She had more hair and skin intact. Even her clothes are in better shape.
My mind spins, and I'm glad to be sitting already. Can you tell when she might have died? What I mean is, are the clothes obviously from a certain decade?
I'm pretty sure she was from the 1920s.
Millie's time. Was it her? Or someone she killed? Could she actually have been guilty of the accusation? She looks so sweet and happy. But she was a Brannon. And I haven't read enough of her diary to know much about her beyond her sleepwalking.
Are you there?
Graham asks. It was when Millie Brannon was alive.
The coincidence didn't slip by me either.
How is that possible? That she sleepwalked too, and we find the bones while I'm dealing with the same condition?
I'm trying to make sense of it myself. Hold on.
Muffling noises sound for a minute before he returns to me.
Kenzi, I need to go. I'll be at the hotel as soon as I can get there, but don't wait up for me.
Yeah, okay. I can't find more words than that. We say goodbye, then I stare at the TV, my mind back at the mansion. Another body? They were from the time Millie was alive. Someone obviously thought she was a killer. Did she kill people in her sleep and hide the bodies? Or was this a crime she committed when fully aware? Or could the second body be hers? What if Ember was right all along, and Millie's spirit has been reaching out to us? If she was killed and hidden in a wall, she would want someone to find her and clear her name. The fact that I'm considering any of this proves just how sleep-deprived I really am. But I can't help thinking about the Brannon family cemetery on our land. The one where a previous Ember Brannon was buried. Is Millie there? I haven't been out there since finding the photo with her name, so I never looked for her. That will be the first thing I do when we return home. In the meantime, I'm not sure I trust myself to fall asleep with Ember so close. Even with a locked door between us, I can't trust myself. Not until I learn more about the bodies in the wall. 26. Millie Brannon, June 1928. My heart is still pounding as I approach Mama. She's writing something on a piece of paper in a writing room. At least she's alone. I can talk to her in private. She jolts as I close the door. Mildred! I didn't hear you come in. Please call me Millie. Your given name is so beautiful and elegant. I don't understand why you won't use it. I'm sure I will, someday. I need to talk to you about something important. Mama motions for me to sit across from her. I do, then take a deep breath to give myself another moment to consider my wording, even though I haven't stopped thinking about this since my interaction with my nurse. I'm worried about Nellie. Why is that? She wasn't outside my door last night when I needed out. Mama stiffens. She wasn't? No. I pounded and yelled for her, but she never came. I hold up my hands. She gasps. Where was she? Nellie claims she was there the whole time. She says I dreamed the entire thing. But those bruises! Mama stares at my hands. Precisely my point. But that isn't the worst of it. Her eyes widen.
It gets worse?
I nod, my pulse racing again. She seems to know about what happened to May. When I suggested telling Papa about her not being there last night, she insinuated she would tell people about it. Mama shakes her head.
No, you must have misunderstood her.
I didn't. It was a threat. She plays with her hair for a long moment before speaking.
Nellie was May's nurse at the time. She has always been protective of your sister and her memory.
Are you saying she resents me?
No, I wouldn't put her in charge of you if I believed that.
But Papa makes those decisions.
Mama hesitates.
What you're telling me is the woman who holds my life in her hands resents me for what I unknowingly did to May? She shakes her head, but doesn't disagree. Does Papa know this? Mama looks away. I truly don't understand her generation, giving in to every whim of the husband, even at the expense of her own child. Should I ever have my own, I'll put their well-being above any man's imagined superiority. Though that won't ever happen to me. I intend to choose a life partner who respects me, one who will help me with my dream of piloting an airplane and living my life before being tied down with children. At this point, that's all dependent on a nurse who knows my secret and hates me for it. I scoot back my chair. Mama turns to me again and gives me a pleading look. I really think we should give Nellie another chance. What do you mean? I hold up my hands to remind her of my bruises.
You spoke with her about this?
Yes, and she lied to my face.
What if you really did dream the whole thing?
My mind spins. Why is everyone trying to convince me I don't understand reality? I push my hands closer to her. Does this look like a figment of my imagination?
I'm sure Nellie understands she made a mistake. It won't happen again.
And if it does?
Then we'll deal with it.
I rub my forehead. Does nobody care to stand up for me? I swear, as soon as I find Fred, I'm going to let him know I'm open to marriage. He cares for me more than anyone in this household.
Give her another chance, Mildred. I'll even send someone to check on her in the middle of the night.
Sure. I rise, knowing this is all on me. If anyone is going to deal with the nurse, it's going to have to be me. Mama won't consider it, so there's no chance Papa or Marshall will. Does Nellie have something on one of them, too? I see no other reason a hired hand would be able to stick around after threatening a Brannon. Mama grabs my hand.
I'll make certain you're safe.
I wish I could believe her, but I can't let her know I don't. I appreciate it. You'll be okay. All I can do is nod, then I leave the room. I still need to search more of the manor for the body. After going to the picnic, it's hard to believe the blood could belong to anyone other than Sweet Fred. But there were plenty of guests at the dance, so it could have been anyone. I just wish I knew how I fell asleep. It seems like that knowledge would lead to more answers. I've never fallen asleep at a party before, especially not one of mine. By the time I reach the wing I need to search, I've worked myself up. If Fred was safe, why wouldn't he go to the social event? Or stop by and let me know all is well? That's silly. He wouldn't know I'm concerned. Distraught. Once at the wing in question, I stare down a long hallway full of doors. Just the thought of exploring these rooms exhausts me. I've already gone through so much of this house and found nothing. Conversation sounds from not far away, a man and a woman whispering. This could be interesting. Maybe I can find some juicy gossip before starting my search. It could be exactly what I need to energize myself. I tiptoe toward the voices. They're down the hallway in the opposite direction I need to go, in a room with the door cracked open. I press myself against the wall and cut my ears. It's hard to make out every word, but I pick up a lot.
You're sure? Doesn't know?
That's the man. His voice is familiar, but it isn't Papa or Marshall. Maybe a servant.
Positive, but suspects something. What makes you think that?
A heaving, feminine sigh.
She disappears. Hours on end. Must be searching. She can't know. Impossible.
I scoot as close to the doorway as possible without being seen through the crack. Are they talking about the fact that I'm searching for the body?
Never find it,
the woman says.
It's taken care of. You buried. Good enough. Nobody will find him.
I recognize that sharp tone. It was the same one that threatened me outside my bedroom earlier. Nellie. If I'm hearing everything right, my nurse buried a body. She has something to hide. This could work to my advantage. If I have something I can hold over her head, she won't be able to spread gossip about me around town. Except it sounds like someone really is dead. I'm not overreacting. What if that actually was Fred's blood on my dress the other night? But if I killed him, why are the two people in there so concerned about keeping the body hidden? Unless they framed me. They could benefit from me thinking I killed him. If Nellie knows what I did to my sister, then she knew exactly how to make me think I was guilty. None of which explains how I fell asleep. That's still a mystery, as is who they killed. Please don't be Fred. Footsteps sound. They're headed my way. I barely have time to scramble away and hide in another room. Footsteps hurry past. Voices fade down the hallway. My heart pounds so loudly, I can't hear anything they say. Once I'm sure they're far enough away, I peek out. They're gone. Who was the man Nellie was speaking with? His voice was familiar, but I can't place it. Probably another hired worker. It isn't like she'd be working with anyone else. Would she? The man definitely wasn't my father or brother. I'd have known their voices immediately. But the voice I heard was like that. One I've heard a lot and am familiar with, but not one I hear every day. One of Papa's work associates? A cousin, perhaps? It's hard to know. I focus on the memories of the voice, but nothing clicks. I hurry down the hallway to see if I can find them. Whatever corridor they've turned down, they're long gone. That won't stop me from looking. Now I have 2 living bodies to search for, since it sounds like the dead one I've been looking for will be impossible to find. I'll get answers and justice one way or another, even if it gets me killed in the process. 27. Millie Brannon, June 1928. I struggle to catch my breath as I hurry down another corridor. It's almost as if the mysterious man and Nurse Nellie have gone practically halfway through the entire manor. We're now in a wing that has hardly been used in generations. My grandmother would smile mischievously when telling me stories about how she would secretly explore these rooms as a child when nobody was paying attention. There are a lot of dangerous old weapons here. And now Nellie is here with a potential murderer. My pulse spikes at that thought. But I keep going. These two must have the answers I'm looking for, and I haven't yet searched here for the body. Now I know it might not even be here. Nellie may have buried it. But why use that fact against me when she's involved? Despite how much of a thirst I've built, I need to keep going until I get the answers I need. Voices sound from not far away. I skid to a stop, listen. They're in a room close by. Holding my breath, which is no easy task since I'm close to being winded, I tiptoe toward the conversation. It's definitely them, no question. Relief washes through me as I listen and take small, measured, silent breaths. I'm not sure there's much time, Nellie says.
She's threatened to tell the master and mistress of the house. Don't worry about them, he says. I have plenty of leverage against him. He may have gotten away with his bootlegging operation, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. I hate that expression, Nellie says. I'm still not over losing my relatives in the Titanic disaster. Get over it already. It was 16 years ago, the same year Rosie was born. You clearly don't know anything about suffering grief. No, I lost my sister. I grieve her constantly. I'm beginning to think it was better when I couldn't understand their every word. They bicker for another minute, then Nellie changes the subject. Millie is suspicious. She's been disappearing for hours every day, and I think she's looking for him. Putting the blood on her dress was stupid. I nearly gasp. They put the blood on my dress? No, it wasn't. Now she thinks she's the killer. She already killed her sister with her sleepwalking, so now she must think she's done it again. And that distress will keep her from thinking clearly. This is right where we want her. My father always talks about how he's able to catch criminals when their thoughts are disordered from fear or desperation. My mind spins. The man must be Perry. He got Papa arrested for the bootlegging operation, and his father is the police captain. It has to be him. Most importantly, he's the one who covered my dress in blood. I didn't kill anyone. Not this time. Tears spring to my eyes. I'm innocent. But someone is still dead. Sweet Fred is still missing. Did Perry and Nellie kill him? I can't think of why they would do that. He doesn't have an enemy in the world. He's the kind of guy who would give someone his coat in the middle of a snowstorm. Fred thinks of himself last. Nellie's voice pulls me from my thoughts. Even so, Millie won't give up. I've had the displeasure of being her nurse for many years, so I know. The brat won't stop until she gets what she wants. She'll forget. She won't. What makes you think that? Because she was especially partial to Fred. He was her favorite suitor. My nurse's words are like a slap to the face. Fred was my favorite. They killed him. It's true. He's gone. Everything takes on a red hue, and a raging energy races through my body. I could kill them both. I should. The thought ought to strike fear in me. I'm not a killer. However, that won't stop me from exacting revenge for Fred. Something shining in the room across the hall catches my attention. A samurai sword. Exactly what I need. Perry and Nellie continue their conversation as I march across the hallway. My footsteps may be heavy, but I don't care. Let them hear me. This room is filled with artifacts from a different culture and time. It could be the exact room my grandma used to sneak into. And it looks like someone recently sharpened the sword. It's my lucky day. I grab the handle and study the blade. It's beautiful. Too bad it will soon be tarnished. Fred will rejoice from heaven. Later, I will mourn him. Now, it's time for justice. I practice swinging the sword a few times. It makes a chilling, slicing sound as it whips through the air. The blade will do serious damage, which is precisely what I need. Once I'm sure I have a handle on using it, as much as I can with only a few moments of prep time, I glance back into the hallway. Perry and Nellie are still arguing, oblivious to my presence. Good. I don't have to hunt them down again. My heart rate is slower now, allowing me to focus more. I can hear them making fun of me and mocking Fred. These two people are the lowest of the low, killing such a sweet person and laughing about it. My every step is silent, the muscles in my arms ready for action. When I step into the room, they don't notice at first.
Their backs are turned to me as they sit on a bed, their bitter laughter filling the air. I stop, ready myself. Swing the blade toward the woman who threatened me just hours ago. Perry turns. His eyes widen. His face drains of color. His mouth falls open. He cries out. Nellie whips around just before the sword would have contacted her skull. She holds up a hand. The blade slices through it. Blood splatters out on both of them. Screams fill the room. Perry lunges for me as Nellie retreats. I kick the door closed to muffle the noise, though nobody is likely within earshot. No one is in this wing. Droplets of crimson fly as the blade slices through the air. Perry squats, barely avoiding a fatal blow. From the corner, Nellie shouts and carries on, but does nothing to help her friend. Big surprise there. At least she's staying out of the way for now. I recover from my missed swing and aim for Perry again. This time, the blade goes deep into his abdomen, not his heart like I'd hoped. He calls me several ugly names, yells for Nellie to help him, clutches his wound like pearls. She shakes her head no, still hollering. Her voice sounds scratchy. She's pressed so close to the corner she could almost melt into it. I swing at Perry's heart. The blade cuts the fabric of his shirt but doesn't draw blood. It's my turn to say some unladylike things. Perry snarls and chokes out a question.
Does your father know you talk like that?
Does your father know you killed a man and tried to frame me for it?
So that's what this is about. Not your father's arrest, but your pathetic suitor.
He shakes his head.
Should have known.
I shove the sword deep into his chest. It scrapes bone. He gasps, his eyes widen. If I have anything to say about it, he'll never leave this room. Ever. Perry topples toward me, grasping at air. He mumbles nonsense and crashes to the floor. Is he close to death? Something hits me hard in the side. I falter, nearly drop my weapon. Catch it as I notice the table lamp bouncing near my feet. Nellie stands next to an empty desk, where I'm sure the lamp was a minute ago. I leap over Perry to fight back against the woman who has been my nurse since childhood. His fingers, slick with his own blood, wrap weakly around my ankle, but it's still enough to make me lose my balance. I fall, hit the ground with a thud. Air expels from my chest. My sword skids across the room. Scrambling to get up, I kick both my feet. Perry tightens his grasp. It gets stronger, painful. I spin, grab the lamp, smack him across the face. His nose sticks out at an odd angle, and blood gushes from it. A shudder runs through me, but I recover quickly. Wheel around, run for the sword. Nellie lunges for it, too. My side aches where the lamp struck me, but not enough to slow me down. We both reach the weapon at the same time. The handle is closer to her. She grabs it, holds it awkwardly.
Back off!
Tell me what happened to Fred.
Then you'll leave me alone.
Maybe. Her eyes widen.
Maybe?
I'll consider it.
Then no, I won't tell you.
If you killed him, then I can't guarantee anything. But you are the one with the sword. I don't mention the other weapons I saw across the hallway. The blade wobbles.
I didn't kill him.
Then you have nothing to worry about, do you?
He did.
She glances behind me. Perry is crawling across the floor, his nose still jutting out at an unnatural angle. He's trailing a lot of blood behind him. It's going to be quite the mess to clean up. He's moving so slowly, so I turn my attention back to Nellie. Where did you put Fred?
He's buried in the back, near an abandoned cottage.
I stare at her in disbelief. All of my rage returns in full force, and I throw myself at her. She stumbles back, crashes into the wall, drops the sword. Terror crosses her face. No time to think, just act. I kneel, grab the hilt, leap up, stab the blade into Nellie's chest. Blood gushes out. She whimpers. Red bubbles foam, oozing from her nostrils, dripping from her lips. I keep stabbing until she slides to the floor. That's for Fred. Fingers brush my ankles. Perry. Nellie's just his accomplice. He's the killer. Fire-hot fury consumes me. Before I know it, Perry's chest is destroyed. I can see some of his insides. It isn't enough. He killed my sweet Fred. Even though Perry is already gone, I take the rest of my furor out on him. This is for Fred! I struggle to catch my breath. Irritated, I don't feel better. Hopefully, that will change soon. For now, one thing is clear. I need to get rid of the bodies and clean up this mess. I'm a Brannon, so that shouldn't be a problem. That's what this family has always done. Now, I'm no different than the rest of them. 28. Kenzi. My arm aches as I scrub moss from the gravestone. I've spent the last several days washing the Brannon family markers in the hidden cemetery. So far, I haven't found Millie's final resting place. I'm down to 2 more stones. If one of them doesn't belong to her, that probably means the second skeleton from the closet is her. Graham is still waiting on the DNA results, but the best we can hope for is a family connection. I don't know how we could prove more than that. The whole process feels so slow, but he assures me things are moving quickly, especially for a case that old. Murders with living criminals obviously come at a higher priority, but thankfully things have been quiet around here. The coroner examined the bodies, determined causes of death for both, and sent plenty of DNA samples for testing. Stanley, that's what I'm calling the first one we found, was killed by stabbing. That's hardly a surprise given the blood on his shirt. Apparently there were a lot of scratches and marks on the bones, indicating a lot of wounds. He was killed by a crime of passion. The woman I'm calling Wanda also had stab wounds, even more than Stanley. Apparently, it's possible they killed each other, though I find that theory unlikely, considering they were both hidden in the wall. Though, as Graham pointed out, they could have offed each other and then a third party hid them away. I'm not sure I buy that. Why would someone hide them if they weren't guilty? We may never know, but at least with technology as advanced as it is, we could potentially figure it out. That gives me a little comfort. Ember and Luke have torn the room apart in search of evidence. After pulling up the rug, they discovered a massive stain on the wood flooring. A piece of that was sent off for testing as well. My phone rings. I wipe dirt and moss from my hands. The screen shows it's Graham calling. Could he have an update on the skeletons? I almost don't get the call in time. Graham?
We got the DNA results back, and I have some good news.
You know who they are? Was the woman Millie?
Neither of them are related to any of the Brannons on file.
Disappointment washes through me, then quickly dissipates. If Millie's name is on one of the remaining tombstones, that's a good thing. Maybe she led a long and happy life, despite her sleepwalking.
That doesn't mean she isn't one,
Graham clarifies.
especially given the mixed parentage. Look at you, Jack, and Billa.
He's right about that. Billa and I have the same dad, but different moms. Jack and I share the same mom, but our dads were brothers. Claire and I had the same parents, as far as I know. With some digging, even that could be proven false. Over the generations, the convoluted family tree could have diluted the bloodline to the point that DNA testing meant nothing. I wipe some dirt from my pants. What's the good news?
We found the family of the man.
My breath hitches in anticipation. Could he have been a Brannon? Or were these 2 people just random visitors to the house? Graham continues.
His family moved to the East Coast a few years after he disappeared. They never got answers about what came of him.
What was his name?
The guy I talked to couldn't remember it offhand. It was his great-great-grandmother's brother, he thinks. Since the story is so far removed, he never paid more attention to it. He's going to ask his mom and grandma what they remember. To his knowledge, his relative never had any kids. At least, none his family knew about.
So, we have answers, but nothing really helpful.
It's only been a few days, and things are slow here at the station. Anything is possible.
What about the woman? Where are her relatives now?
Nobody's on file. I only found the other family because a cousin of the man I spoke with was arrested, and his DNA was in the system.
I wonder how either of them were connected to the 1920s Brannons. Maybe they have something to do with the bones found in the pool. That would have been around the same time.
Neither matched any of the DNA from those.
Hopefully that man you spoke with will be able to offer more insight after talking with his family.
It's possible, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Silence settles between us. One of us needs to bring up the unspoken topic. Since he isn't, it'll have to be me. Has anyone heard anything from Billa? A beat of silence passes before Graham answers.
No, but it's not unusual for her to disappear for a week or two at a time.
But this isn't like normal. She knew what was going on with my sleepwalking and that I needed someone with me at night. I can't believe she'd just take off and ignore our calls and texts.
I'm sure she thought you'd be fine. We have plenty of people here in the house to keep an eye on you. And you haven't sleepwalked since we found those remains.
Billa doesn't know that.
We went through her cottage, and nothing was out of place, Kenzi. There hadn't been a struggle. There wasn't even a drop of blood anywhere.
But the police are still looking for her.
Yes, I put out the bolo alert. Her photo is out there. If anyone sees her, those of us on the force will be the first to know. Everyone knows to tell me immediately about anything.
I sigh. I guess that's the best we can do.
It is. And I know you're worried about her because of your sleepwalking, but like I keep telling you, there isn't any indication that she's been hurt. Her taking off is just bad timing, nothing more.
I wish I could believe him, but I won't feel better until I see her alive with my own eyes. Graham gets called away from the phone for work, so we say goodbye and end the call. A headache is starting to form behind my eyes. The DNA didn't really tell us much, but even if Stanley and Wanda were Brannons, we still wouldn't know who they were. I should probably drop all of this and just be happy I haven't had a sleepwalking episode since before we stayed in the hotel. That night, I was so worried about waking up and harming Ember, but didn't so much as roll over. I slept hard and woke in exactly the same position I'd fallen asleep. Ember was convinced that proved it was a ghost taking control of me at night, but that theory hasn't held up since I've been sleeping like a baby since we returned to the mansion. Even so, my lack of nightly wanderings hasn't helped ease Graham's mind about staying here. He's still talking about finding somewhere else to live. That's something we'll have to tackle some other time. For now, I want to clean off these last 2 gravestones and see if either belong to Millie. I really want proof that she managed to live a full life despite her challenges. After a deep breath, I begin scrubbing the next stone. This is quite the task, given that no one has maintained the cemetery in years, if ever. My family has begun tending the grounds on occasion, but we've never scrubbed the grave markers. The only one that's gotten any attention recently is the original Ember Brannon. Now maybe we'll be able to add Millie to the list. Her diary didn't reveal much, though it was an interesting read. Obviously, her writings didn't indicate how she died or when. All I'd learned is she had big dreams her family didn't agree with or support. I love the idea of her getting away from this house and flying planes like her inspiration, Amelia Earhart. Hopefully, one of her love interests worked out, and he helped her achieve her dreams. If we can't find anything else about her, I'm going to assume she got away from here and lived her best life, despite the horrible economic downturn that came not long after her last entry. The Brannons, like everyone else, took a hit in the great stock market crash, but my ancestors bounced back financially. I'm not sure I want to know how they accomplished that. Given how successful they were with their illegal bootlegging, they most likely broke the law again. A name starts to form on the tombstone I'm working on. My heart races and I scrub harder. My muscles burn and my shoulder and elbow start to complain. May Brannon. Not Millie, but her older sister, killed at the hands of a sleeping Millie. I hope Millie was able to forgive herself for that, given she had no control over it. Will I be able to forgive myself if it turns out I killed Billa? Sure, there isn't any evidence of me harming her, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. If I could take her life in my sleep, it stands to reason I could cover it up, too. I'm not sure I could live with myself if that turns out to be the truth. How could I? This must be how Millie felt about May. After I finish scrubbing May's stone, I lean back to take it in, a heaviness settling over me. She died so young. Did she sleep through the attack or wake to see her sister? What a horrifying last memory. Hopefully she was completely unaware. Unlike Billa, who woke when I went into her room. At least she lived to tell her story. I pull out my phone and send her another text, pleading with her to let me know she's okay. With any luck, she'll have pity on me and at the very least send an emoji. Nothing. Not even a red receipt. Just like every other text. We're going to have a serious talk when she gets back. From the sound of it, she and her mom drifted around a lot, and her mom would disappear like this often when she was growing up. To her, this behavior is normal. Granted, I don't have the greatest basis for normalcy either, but when you have people who care about you, this type of thing doesn't fly. It's not acceptable to let them worry like this. That's a concern for another day. For now, I have one final gravesite to clean. My headache grows as I remove the moss and dirt, slowly exposing the worn engravings. Something begins to emerge. Brannon. Great, I already knew that much. Nobody was buried here unless they were part of this family. Recent descendants were laid to rest in traditional cemeteries, as this one was forgotten over time. Perhaps even intentionally abandoned at first, until future relatives didn't even know this place existed. That makes it all the more haunting. A first name finally appears. Marshall. Neither Millie nor her younger sister Rosie are here. I shiver at the thought. Did they do something to get themselves shunned? Or is there a simpler explanation, such as being buried elsewhere with their husbands? My gaze travels over the graveyard as I study the unknowns, mostly servants, we assume. But could Brannons who wouldn't comply end up there? We may never know. Sighing, I finish Marshall's stone so it's as clean as all the others, at least for now. I'm not sure I want to go through all of this again, and it's doubtful anyone else will go to all this effort either. Nobody living knew any of these people. I step back and take a picture of the graveyard. Then I get a picture of each individual stone. I'll print these out and add them to the Brannon archives. Some good may as well come from all my work. Now to take a well-earned nap. At least I won't have to worry about sleepwalking. 29. Kenzi. Ember races into my room, gasping for air. Kenzi! Kenzi! I glance up from my laptop. I'm right here. What's the matter? Nothing's wrong, but look! She holds up an old book. A book? It's a diary, and it belongs to Rosie, Millie's sister. I found it in Millie's closet. A bunch of Rosie's childhood stuff is in there. I think she put the things she didn't take with her when she got married in with her sister's things. Does it mention Millie? Any connection to those 2 dead bodies? She writes about Millie a lot. There are a number of people who went missing, so some of them might be the bodies we found. Did Rosie mention Perry, the man from the panel? After Graham followed up with a relative of the man, we learned that the male skeleton was Perry Mitchell. His father used to be the police captain around the time Millie wrote in her diary. He'd been a friend of her brother's and barely got more than a passing mention in the diary.
No.
Ember hands me the diary and plops down next to me.
But get this. There was a woman who Rosie called a nurse. I think she was like a nanny. She used to stand outside Millie's room each night in case she needed out. Well, she was missing, and nobody could find her either.
She might have been the woman with Perry. Were they romantically involved? Ember shrugs.
Who knows? The only thing Rosie mentioned was that her mom made a big deal about having everyone search the house and the woods for her. They decided she must have run away, and another hired worker started standing outside Millie's room. Rosie thought that was weird, since the nurse had been with the family since before she was born.
I take it all in. Did she disappear the same time as Perry?
Yeah, but so did some boyfriend of Millie's. And there was another guy, too. But obviously neither of them were in that panel.
Did Rosie say anything about whether Millie went on to learn how to pilot a plane? Did she get to live her dreams?
Ember frowns. I take that as a no. Just because Rosie didn't mention it doesn't mean she didn't later go on to do everything she wanted. Millie could have gone on to live her best life later.
Sure. Her tone makes me think she isn't telling me something.
What do you know? Ember sighs. Rosie wrote a lot about how Millie spent hours every day outside digging holes. In the woods, near the farm, pretty much everywhere. Their dad forbade her from digging near the house because he wanted everything guests saw to be immaculate.
She was digging holes?
Like in the movie Holes?
Ember plays with a corner of the diary.
Kind of, but nobody was forcing her. She was looking for something. Or someone.
The heaviness of the realization weighs on me. The boyfriend who went missing.
Right.
Did she ever find him?
Not that Rosie mentioned. There might be later diaries somewhere else, but not in Millie's room. Maybe she took them with her when she married. The end of this diary talks about Rosie getting engaged.
Wait! Excitement rushes through me. Remember when I woke up in the woods? There was a shovel right there.
It looked really old. Do you think he could be buried there?
She arches an eyebrow.
Are you saying you finally believe my ghost possession theory?
No, but maybe there is a reason I woke up there.
Are you up for an adventure?
Ember stares at my bulging belly.
By adventure, do you mean digging? Because there's no way you're going to do that.
I glance down and rub my baby bump. Sometimes I forget my limitations. I'm so used to just doing whatever I need to. I don't want to ask you to do that.
I don't mind.
She grins.
And maybe Luke can help us. He should be done with work by now. Let me give him a call.
She hurries out of the room before I can give her an answer. Now, Ember, Luke, and I are going out to the woods near Billa's cottage to try and dig up a body where I found a knife and shovel. I'm a terrible parent. The worst. Who does that? What was I thinking? I can still put a stop to it before this actually happens. Neither of them know where the murder kit is, just that it's in the woods. With as much acreage as we have, that's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Relief floods me. It will all be okay. My momentary lapse in judgment won't hurt anyone. I slide off the bed and try to hurry to the hall, except now I'm waddling. Waddling. And here I thought that was just an old wives' tale. I definitely shouldn't be taking 2 teenagers into the woods to dig up a skeleton. I shouldn't be doing that pre-waddle either. My phone rings. Probably Graham checking in. The further along I progress with the pregnancy, the more frequent his calls become. I'll let him know I'm fine and will conveniently not mention either the waddling or my bright idea to take our daughter into the forest to dig up a long-dead body. The screen shows it's Billa calling. I nearly drop my device as I scramble to accept the call. Billa?
Kenzi?
I have a problem. I lean against my vanity for support, then slide out the chair to sit. She's alive. She's okay. A problem is something I can handle. What do you need? She makes an odd noise. I'm being held against my will. It takes me a moment to find my voice. But you have your phone? She's letting me use it to talk to you. Where are you? My mind races with possibilities to save her, but I don't have any details. She could be halfway across the world for all I know. Ow! What's going on? I demand. It's fine. I just need you to wire some money to an account. Then she'll let you leave? Yes. How do I know she won't decide to keep you captive once she gets the money? Because she has something much worse in store. The $10,000 is what she needs to put her plan into motion. Ow! Stop that! $10,000? That's a lot of money, but it seems low for a kidnapping ransom. Not that I've had any experience with that. What does she want with the money? I don't know. I'm going to text you the details. You need to wire it immediately, or she'll kill me. It's a good thing I'm already sitting, because I'm so lightheaded I can barely remain upright. She's going to kill you. You have to wire the money, Kenzi, please. Yeah, of course. I'll do whatever I need to do. Send the money immediately, or else. The line goes dead. A few seconds later, I get a text with the bank information I need. I take a few deep breaths. This is no time to fall apart. I can do that once the money is sent. It takes a few minutes to log into the right account and figure out how to send the transfer. With it being such a high amount, I have to verify the transaction with a third-party app. The process is so lengthy, I get another text from Billa's phone telling me to hurry. I send a simple "I am" and get back to it. The money goes through, hopefully quick enough. It isn't like I could have made it happen any faster. Once I get confirmation, I send another text to Billa's number with screenshots of every part of the process so there aren't any questions. I drop my phone on the vanity and close my eyes. My temples are throbbing, and I have a major crick in my neck. Then a thought strikes me. My cop husband would probably tell me I never should have sent money to the person. He's going to say I should have called him or the department and done whatever they instructed. If he does tell me that, then I can tell him at least I didn't take our daughter out into the woods to unearth a dead body. That has to count for something. I really need to stop making decisions since it's clear I can't make a decent one. But time is of the essence. Footsteps and conversation sound in the hallway. Ember and Luke appear in my doorway, laughing and holding hands. They're so cute. I almost forget about all the stress coursing through my body. She stops laughing immediately and stares at me. What's wrong? Something came up. We're not going out to the woods today. Or ever, but I'm not telling her that right now. What came up? Ember's voice squeaks. Luke takes a protective stance and puts an arm around Ember.
What can we do?
My phone buzzes with a text. It sounds louder than normal as it vibrates on the vanity. It's from Billa's number. It's an address, nothing more. I reply, demanding to know if that's where to pick up Billa. No response. Kenzi. Ember's voice sounds small. Stay here, and whatever you do, don't answer the door. And keep your phone on. You're scaring me. I take a deep breath and rise, trying to think of a reassuring response. I finally heard from Billa, and I'm going to pick her up. Ember perks up. We'll go with you. No! They both jolt. I'm serious, Ember. I need you to stay here. If anyone you don't know comes to the door, hide in a secret passage. Promise me you will. Her face drains of color. I also need you to tell Jack, Carol, and Riker because I don't have time. I need to hurry. Luke stands taller.
I'll keep her safe. You have my word.
I appreciate it. I grab a few things, hug Ember, then hurry down to the main level. Not that I can go very fast while waddling. Hopefully this isn't a bad idea, but even if it is, Billa needs me. 30. Kenzi. As I'm pulling out of the driveway, the thought hits me that I should let Graham know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm walking into. It's just an address, probably sent by a deranged kidnapper. I pull back into the driveway and call his number. It goes straight to voicemail, so I leave a message updating him on the situation. I'm not even out of the neighborhood before he calls back, so I pull over to the curb and answer. Graham,
You're going to an unknown location to meet a person who has been holding Billa captive this entire time?
His interruption proves he's definitely in police mode. I'm pretty sure she's dropping Billa off.
Pretty sure?
He exclaims. I can imagine smoke steaming from his ears at this very moment. If it's a sketchy building, I'm not going to go inside.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
If you have a better suggestion, I'm all ears.
Give me the address and I'll go. You stay at home where you're safe.
It's probably a good thing I haven't mentioned wiring the money, though I'm going to need to have that conversation later.
Are you there?
He asks, sounding a little less upset. I'm here. I'll text you the address, but I'm not going back home. I want to see her myself. He swears.
Really, Kenzi?
She's my sister, and she's been missing for over a week.
Which isn't unusual for her.
Other than the fact that she was being held against her will. Graham takes a deep breath.
How about a compromise?
I'm listening.
We play this safe, and I go in with backup. You wait at the station, so you'll see Billa as soon as we get there. Unless she needs to go to the hospital, in which case I'll have someone drive you over there.
I can drive myself.
It's a stressful situation, and I'll bring you back to your car.
There's no point in arguing with him, especially while I'm pregnant and lumbering like a penguin. What would I do if there was a problem? Chase the kidnapper and tackle her? I take a deep breath. Okay, I'll wait for you at the station.
Thank you. I know you want to help Billa, but you can trust me and my guys. We'll be careful not to scare off the perpetrator. This really is for the best.
I know. Thanks for taking it so seriously. He says a quick goodbye and ends the call. I close my eyes and rub my temples. At least Graham and the others have training in how to handle this type of thing. He spent an entire weekend learning tactics to deal with hostage situations, and that was just one instance. When I get to the station, one of the lady officers comes over to me even before I'm fully in the door. She brings me past the waiting room and into the break room. Do you want some tea, sweetie? Snacks? Or if you're hungry for a meal, I can figure that out too. Thanks. I'm fine, really. She gets me a cup of chamomile and lavender tea, then a jelly-filled donut. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything about the operation. We have our best guys on it. She squeezes my shoulder before hurrying out of the room. The sweet aroma of the dessert makes my mouth water, so I munch on that while scrolling social media to get my mind off everything. Time drags. There's plenty of noise coming from the station, conversations, someone getting hauled into a room for questioning, various other noises. None of it is news about Graham and Billa. My eyelids get heavy, and I start to doze off, even though I've been sleeping well lately. Well being relative, considering how many times a night I wake to use the bathroom. The station's noises grow fainter. Heavy footsteps jolt me awake. One of Graham's higher-ups is standing in the doorway. I should know his name, but it escapes me at the moment. He steps closer to the table.
Graham is on the way with your sister. He wanted me to let you know. Everything went well, though they didn't find her abductor.
But Billa is safe?
Yes. The medics looked her over, but she didn't want to go to the ER. While they suggested she go, they said she's fine enough to be at home, and if she experiences any concerning symptoms, she'll see a doctor. Just keep an eye on her.
I won't let her out of my sight. He nods, then leaves the room. My pulse spikes. They're both okay. Everything worked out. Hopefully that woman will be happy with the 10 grand I wired her. Otherwise, what's she going to do? Kidnap another one of us? My hands instinctively go to my belly. We'll be fine. The house has the most advanced security system we could find. It can be annoying when squirrels or birds trip it, but it's kept us safe all this time. As long as we're inside the house walls. Graham and Billa step into the break room. I stare at my sister for a long moment before struggling to my feet and wrapping my arms around her. I'm so glad you're okay. She returns the embrace. Do you need anything? I ask. Billa yawns, and only now do I notice the black circles under her eyes. I want to go home and sleep until next week. Done. My car's out front. Let's go. Graham puts out a hand to stop me.
We need to talk first.
My breath catches. About what?
Billa said her captor isn't done with us. She thinks we owe her a lot of money.
Because our ancestors took money from hers? They both nod in confirmation. I hardly think she has any legal grounds to... She's clearly not taking legal action. Billa sighs. The woman doesn't care about what's right, only what she thinks she's owed. She said she'll do anything to get what's hers. I think it's obvious she means it. I start to say something, but Graham speaks first.
We need to think about what we talked about before.
What? I ask.
Moving.
I blink a few times. We didn't talk about it. You brought it up, and I don't think it's necessary. I've stopped sleepwalking. Clearly the house wasn't the problem. He takes a deep breath.
Not to point out the obvious, but you and Ember have taken my last name. It will be harder for her to track us down if we aren't living in the mansion.
You want me to abandon Jack and Billa?
It isn't abandonment. They'll have each other, and we'll be nearby.
There's no reason to leave. We have plenty of space. The house is paid off, and we have a phenomenal security system. We'll be safe.
We need to look into other options.
Actually, we don't. He pulls out his phone and checks the screen.
I have to go to an emergency. We can discuss this tonight when I get home.
I stare at him in disbelief. How is moving even on the table? Graham gives me a quick kiss before disappearing into the hallway. Are you ready to go? Billa asks. I'm serious about needing sleep. Yeah, sure. We go to the parking lot, then climb into my car. The ride home is silent. I should be asking her questions about how she's doing and if she needs anything. But all I can think about is Graham wanting to move away. I'm sure if Billa hadn't just been through such a traumatic ordeal, she would be up in arms about this too. One thing I do know. I'm not moving anywhere. This concludes Sleepwalker by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Tina Wollstonecroft. Copyright 2025 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.